لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
All right, guys, welcome to the roundtable here. We're joined with some members from one of the Falcons teams, Falcons AP Bren. We're here, of course, with Kyle Teasy, Flap Teasy. You guys ready to speak some English?
Let's go.
Let's go. Okay. Yep. It's not your first time to Riyadh.
Yes.
I think for both of us here, we were here last year for ISF, and I know you guys mentioned you stayed here at the Hilton, right?
Yeah.
It was different though, right?
Yeah, it's different because they have what do you call that? Arcade. They have arcade.
They have a hard. So you guys checked out the player lounge.
Last year they have ping pong.
That ping pong.
And it's different now because there's so many teams.
Yeah.
Unlike last year, there's like
just a few, right?
There's a few teams.
So that was just I think Asian Championships, right?
Yeah.
Now you have this and all these games going on for EWC. It's different. I mean, even for us as talents to all be here, we have Filipino talents that just flew in.
Yeah.
Everybody was playing in the talent lounge last night. So I have to ask you guys, since you've already tried the food last year,
Yes.
any favorite dishes?
My favorite food here is the chicken biryani.
Chicken biryani?
Yeah, that's my
And
favorite.
my favorite is the salmon with spinach dip.
Is that the smoked salmon or
Smoked salmon.
smoked salmon? Any desserts? Did you guys-
Desserts. I don't know. I don't like dessert.
You don't like dessert?
Yeah.
Me too.
That's where the
I
games
don't
are,
eat-
guys.
Yeah, I don't eat desserts.
You don't take desserts? Did you
Yeah.
guys check out the gym yet?
Yes.
Yes,
You
we've
worked out,
been to
right?
the gym.
24 hours.
Yeah.
24 hours, 7.
So good.
Yeah, I've been seeing some of the players work out there, so I'm sure I'll see you guys eventually at the gym. Now, shifting things, we know that for your guys' group, you guys have some good teams in there, competitive teams. I think also a lot of people want to know about XYG. The other team from China. You have Falcons Esports there and
C9.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about your group?
I think we're gonna beat them all.
Just clean sweep, easy.
Yes,
All the
clean
best of
sweep.
twos.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, this is the best group
Best group.
because for me, this is not the hardest one group.
This is so.
Our group is not hard.
That's right. You got it right there. How do you think about Cloud9 though? Like Cloud9, I feel like they were training in the Philippines for a month. I saw your guys' posts, by the way.
Practice beat them.
Yeah,
Games.
yes. I think they still need more practice.
They need more practice.
Yeah.
We'll see if they got enough practice. I think a lot of people want to know if there was enough practice time in the Philippines, but for you guys, I would say if we talk about what we saw in the grand finals for MPL Philippines, as someone that was casting a game, I wasn't expecting that to happen for you guys.
It's awful.
Yeah. I mean, can you guys talk about a little bit what happened? What happened that day? Like why was it a sweep for Liquid Echo? Especially after the upper bracket semifinal, right? You guys had a 5-game series.
5 games, yeah.
I think that time I wasn't playing my full potential.
Yeah.
because I'm sick.
Oh, you're sick?
Yeah.
Just an off time for you. Yeah.
I
It's
think
a bad
it's
timing.
Yeah.
that day. It's they have a momentum.
They had the
Because-
momentum.
We Echo beat us in upper bracket finals.
Well, you guys can
They have
possibly get your
they had the
revenge.
upper hand.
They had the upper hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that would have made me wonder on the new patch.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about it? I know for you, especially Kaltizi, this is going to change the game a little bit because
Actually, for me, I'm so happy and
You're
relieved.
happy?
Yeah, because
you tired of
I
Fredrin?
think
You tired of Fredrin?
I'm so tired of the utility jungle.
Yeah.
But right now, I think I can use assassin and utility.
So is that going to change what? I mean, you guys, all the achievements you did last year, the World Tour you basically guys had, you know, it was a very distinctive play style from Falcon's AP Bren. Did the play style change much then with this new patch?
Yes, I think our play style improved because we can play all heroes.
Yeah.
And the other heroes that we're not playing got buffed.
Got buffed. Yeah.
And
Flap, I have a question for you because right now a lot of people are saying that the XP lane is a little bit boring. It's mostly there's a lot of Terizos, there's a lot of Yuzhong still picked up. Do you feel that way? Like, do you feel like XP lane is still? Would you say it's still good? Like, do you think there's a lot of room for new heroes to pop up when we get to the group stage?
yes, we'll definitely gonna see some new heroes for the XP lane, and the XP lane is still important to the game. Yes.
Yeah, definitely. What I noticed though, and from what I'm hearing from the junglers though, is the lord dances, man. Like. They changed so much with the change of that penetration, the 10%.
The passive of the Lord, it's so hurt, quietly hurt.
So what does that mean? We just fight all the time, like
Yeah, we're gonna see some fighting.
Always fight.
Only clash.
Only Clash, right? Hey, I think that's what the players and the viewers want to see this time. You know,
I think Monton removed the macro, the Lord,
They
Lord dance.
removed it?
Yeah, they removed the Lord dance.
So there's no more Lord dance.
Yes.
Only clash.
Only clashing. Yeah.
Skirmishes. Yeah.
Honestly, that's what we saw from Wildcards. I don't think we actually saw like a full Lord dance.
Lord dance because
yeah, it seems tough.
yeah, because you can't tank the hit the Lord because they so hurt.
Yeah. It's I think it changes. It's good to know that even your guys' play style is still going to be a more refined version of what you guys found success with last year, you know, especially. And the next thing I want to know is when it comes to your downtime, how much downtime, like your relaxing time, do you guys have? Because you've clearly gone from MPL Grand Finals, you're competing in other international tournaments. Do you guys have any time to rest and relax?
We have a few days.
Few days
We
left?
had a few days, yes.
That's it?
To relax.
Just like 2 to 3 days.
Yeah.
2 to 3
Just
days.
to relax our mind, to reset.
What do you guys do in your off time?
We play.
I hang out with my girlfriend
You hang out with
and my family.
family?
Yeah, like I hang out with my family, girlfriend, and play other games.
Other games, yeah. Again, that's why you gotta take advantage of the player lounge.
Yeah.
Even us talents, like I know our lives revolve around Mobile Legends, but we enjoy playing other games as well. Are you guys gonna plan to watch any of the? I don't know if you'll have time, but watch any of the other games during EWC?
If we have time, I think yes. But we're putting our efforts into playing Mobile Legends.
Yeah, I think for this, you know, to go and get MSC, the MSC title, out of all the groups, I almost feel like I know your guys' answer, but who do you guys want to face off for MSC?
For me, I want to face Echo so that we can take revenge on
Take
them.
revenge
Yes.
from the grand finals?
Yeah.
And then if you get through Liquid Echo, anyone else?
I want to face SRG and Onyx.
SRG and Onyx. Why SRG? We had them here on the first round table earlier.
Because when we watch MPL Malaysia, they're too strong and
They're undefeated.
they're
They're
undefeated.
dominating Malaysia.
Yeah,
And we're excited to face them in MSC.
that's good.
They
How about
didn't
you,
lose
Kyle?
a regular season.
Yeah.
In Malaysia.
Yeah, that's it was impressive, you know, and to see even Innocent and Cram over there and everything. Stormy says that they were part of that whole process. So I can't wait to see it. I think most teams want to face off against the defending champions as well, Fnatic, Onyx, and even for you guys, a lot of teams want to go against you guys, the defending world champions from M5, you know? We're going to wrap things up here, so I'll let you guys go ahead. Any last messages? You can say it in Tagalog if you want to. Also, if you want to give a shout out to the fans out there for Falcon's AP Bren, any loved ones, or also if you want to, any direct teams or players you guys want to, we can go ahead and start with you, Flap.
Shoutout sa mga sumusuporta sa amin sa MSC, sa family ko, sa mga boss namin, at saka sa Team Falcons dito sa Saudi. And sa mga players dito, good luck sa atin lahat. Dudurugin namin kayo.
Kyle.
Sa lahat po ng mga sumusuporta sa AP Bren Falcons, maraming salamat po. Tsaka sa family ko at tsaka sa girlfriend ko, thank you po sa pag-support sa akin. Tsaka sa mga players dito, good luck. Sana bigyan natin lahat ng magandang laban yung mga manonood.
All right, that's going to be it for us. Again, Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, thank you guys so much. Good luck in the group stage, because right now the TZ acronym or suffix there is dominating right now on achievements. Maybe you guys will now get an MSC title for the Mid-Season Cup. Thank you guys so much for joining us. This is the Roundtable with Falcons AP Bren, and we wish them luck in the group stage.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hey guys, Steph Weezy here, and beside me is one of the many cool things you can find here at the Boulevard City. Today is such a big day for MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. We have 4 matches today to decide which 2 teams will claim the remaining spots for the next phase. After that, we'll have the knockout group draw. 8 teams, 1 loss, and you're out. Sounds stressful? I know, right? It's make it or break it here at MSC 2024.
The final 2 teams who will move to the knockout stage will be decided today on the final group stage of the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at EWC in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Welcome. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is our analyst, which is going to be nice to as well as Wolf. How are you guys feeling today?
We're feeling good, man. Beautiful scenic view as well of Riyadh.
Yeah, it feels really good to feel whatever it is that that the viewers, of course, are able to feel around us, of course, especially those who are online. It's hot in here, as well as the games, you know?
Oh, dude, the games are amazing. Speaking of which, just yesterday, what a roller coaster of emotions. And I don't know, can we see the same situation today? Can XYG or Cloud9 make a see you soon kind of play?
Of course. Cloud9 believer here, man.
I am too.
Yeah, well,
you guys are Cloud9 believers?
I'm a Cloud9 believer.
Let's go.
You know what? Here's the thing. We're hearing from the analysts between XYG and Cloud9, they're more of a Cloud9 believers. But I got to ask our casters, what do you guys think is going to happen for today? Is it going to be as crazy as what happened yesterday?
LaFell, I don't know how to tell you that yesterday's level of craziness was on a whole nother level. How do you even imagine a world wherein the defending champions don't even make it to knockouts?
Well, I imagine a world where there's a possibility that C9 or maybe even XYG make it out of that groups just in the same fashion.
But I don't know if it's going to come at the cost of the defending world champions, Falcon's AP Bren. But then again, Fnatic Onyx was sent home yesterday, so nothing is impossible.
That's right. What we always say is expect the expected.
Huh.
I don't know if that's how that goes, Wolf.
Yeah, well, if it came from LaFell, I probably would believe it.
Right? And here's the thing. We got to talk about what happened yesterday, but we're going to look at it through Pepsi's eyes. Let's look at Pepsi's top reactions.
QT, who's an absolute monster in game #1. Team P's all across the board as Liquid Echo take the lead.
You guys saw the reaction. I don't know about you guys, but the thing that I want to talk about is the emotions. We saw happiness, sadness, disappointment, frustration, disbelief. There's a lot going on yesterday.
You know what we saw yesterday? We saw the key crushed. Fnatic Onyx, the defending champions.
Yeah, you know, I do want to talk about some of the reactions out there. Of course, Graham is having fun, Gorgeous is having fun himself, and Innocent. But there were, you know, off-cam moments where we saw the Indonesian casters.
Yeah.
Online. I mean, like, I would understand though. I too have developed a new expression yesterday. It's called confusion.
Confusion. That's a new expression?
Yeah.
Oh, you never felt that
You've
before?
never felt that before?
I was never confused, but yes,
You were never confused. Wow.
Yeah.
You've never seen Chang'e Gold Lane then?
Yeah, I haven't. That's probably why. Maybe because I've not played in Malaysian servers.
Oh, trust me. Playing in Malaysian servers will get you confused. But I'm not confused about what's coming up next because we're going to look at the Aramco top 5 plays from yesterday. Let's check it out. And while we're checking out the Aramco top 5 plays here, again, we're starting off here. Falcon going up against SRG. SRG continuing their dominance.
You know, SRG, I really wanted to see if that win streak, that undefeatedness carried through up to the international stage, and so far, man, it has played that part.
Yeah, Innocent was just being very confident with the Roger. I believe that SRG had so much comfort, I would say, when it comes to their draft. There wasn't any like big challenge for them. I think they even get the chance to get the Louis, right? Well, they did lose that, but apart from that, SRG is just feeling very confident, especially with this play. I think this will be Crab just finding the backliners and just surviving through this defense.
Yeah, honestly, right now we're looking at the number 4 play, and it is still between SRG going up against Falcon, but it's game number 2. And I gotta say, Falcon, what an amazing defense that they put up against SRG.
Look at Cram.
Yeah. This is a 1v3, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cram. Whew, the Ruby. You don't do this to Cram. You don't do this to a Ruby.
Yeah.
I think it was you guys mentioned too. Coach probably didn't like that much, but it was
yeah. Yeah, the Coach Arcadia didn't like that, but I'm pretty sure that he'd like some of the other plays. And one thing that we really have to like is See You Soon, and as well as Soul's performance. Very underrated, not talked about. Eventually now in the international stage for MSC, this gold laner has been showing us why he was chosen by See You Soon as an import.
Yeah, we're looking at the second play here. And again, Fnatic Onyx, they tried to engage so many times against See You Soon. But one of the deterrents is actually Raw as well. And look at that penalty zone, man. Look at that penalty zone.
How about that penalty zone? Of course, the spacing from Soul once again. This is a Beatrix that is facing an Edith, Hayabusa, as well as a Farsa. But I think he only died once in the entirety of this game, and that specific exchange of events, you're going to see how good he is when it comes to his positioning.
Yeah, and now we're looking at the top 1 play. It was when Fnatic Onyx let go of the chip. This is interesting. He opened up, and the Fnatic Onyx like, you know what, you want to fight? Let's fight. They went in the portal. Unfortunately, we saw how that goes. He went over to SRG.
Yeah. That's why the chip is so scary. Chip and Lo Yi is going to be a constant, for either priority for teams because the way you can use that shortcut. Look how fast that changes the turn of the fight, man.
I mean, I feel like both of those heroes will be a staple in the MLBB scene for quite a while. So, again, going up against teams, those are the heroes that you got to figure out whether you want to pick or ban. And let me know, we've talked to experts, every single one of them said ban. Like, don't think about it that much. But something that we have to talk about a lot. We're going to look at our ALJ match of the day. It's going to be Falcon going up against Falcon AP Bren, and it is the final match of the day. 2 different Falcons, but still 2 different factions here.
Yeah, and most importantly, they're the teams that won their first round matches. It was quite one-sided for Falcon AP Bren game number 1. Game number 2 versus XYG. You thought that XYG could actually make it, but the experience kicked in. Falcon Esports, on the other hand, that was when the first surprise was actually where. I mean, we weren't able to watch it because we were watching Stream A.
We heard about it.
We heard about it.
I was watching it.
Oh, you were watching it?
I was watching it with our good friend Trex as well as BZ, the 2 from NA.
I haven't seen Trex that disappointed and that tilted for quite a long time. It was he was not very comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, let's look at the schedule to see when are the teams going to be playing, because Falcon is going to open up and Falcon is going to close it down as well. We're starting with XYG going up against Falcons from Myanmar. Following up is going to be Falcons AP Bren going up against C9. C9 will go back-to-back going up against XYG. Closing the day is going to be Falcons from Myanmar going up against Falcons AP Bren from the Philippines. While we're looking at today's schedule, can you set us up a bit? Can you tell us the experience between Falcons going up against C9 in Stream B the other day?
It was interesting because honestly it should have been a game for C9.
Both games.
Both games, actually. So, I don't know how they're going to adjust from that point. And even for, as you saw from the group standings here, when they all fell into place, man, I think a lot of people were surprised. But that just means, at least for Group D as we round it out, Cloud9 has some work to do. But after yesterday, I'm a believer that it's possible.
That's right. And I think it can happen right now. But we have to address the situation here. For Falcon Esports, all they need to do was to secure the 2-0, this time against XYG. And if they do that, they have guaranteed themselves a slot at the knockouts. Well, unless, of course, there is going to be a crazy tiebreaker. That's how massive winning 2-0 in the first day of the group stages is.
Yeah, it's definitely massive. Speaking of massive, we got to talk about the Battle Within, because today, the Soul Vessel Series skin, Amon, Vessel of the Seed, as well as Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are slated for a stunning reveal. And again, it's coming today, guys, today. So once it's released, make sure you guys grab it. Speaking of which, the new mage hero, Juiced, has arrived with her exclusive pack. Get the hero and her ethereal serenity skin during the launch week, which has been a few days ago. Now it's only 469 diamonds. You can also get the skin for only 51 diamonds. But again, time is running out soon. Make sure you guys grab it quick. But based on what you said that happened between Falcons going up against C9, there's hope for C9.
There is. At this point, after what happened yesterday, I think the whole MLBB esports fan base world is shocked at what happened. So again, even before yesterday happened, I would still be the same way. I'd still be kind of like, C9 can do this.
C9 can do this, and they kind of have to hope for some other teams to mess up. That's the unfortunate, again, factoid that we have to take note here. They kind of have to make sure that Falcon stumbles against XYG. So
definitely. Speaking of which, we're going to talk about the opening match. It's going to be XYG going up against Falcons from Myanmar. And we got to remember, XYG almost took a game out of Falcons AP Bren. So it could really be a situation where XYG could take 2-0 against Falcons.
And that's why I would say at this point, Group D, after everything we've seen, I think this is also to highlight the brutal and legendary format we have here. It's, you know, this makes things very interesting throughout the whole group stage because you basically have one shot, you know, one life to get through.
Whew, that's a very tricky part to be in, for sure, especially for both of these teams. However, for XYG, we know that they have veterans, and VJ is playing here, so at least there's that. For Falcon Esports, though, I am very much impressed about their performance. It's probably just that they're in this particular region, there are some challenges when it comes to their training because they're quite limited. But same can be said with XYG, because for XYG, the patch technically isn't that updated. Well, the gameplay mechanics are the same, but the heroes, they have to really explore. That's why you're going to see some funky EXP lane pickups like Freya, for example.
Here's the thing. I'm a believer of the Falcons, man. Like, out of all the predictions, I predicted that Falcons will get out of group. Now, we're going to see
Not
whether...
a C9 believer, huh?
I ain't a C9 believer, man. You know?
Wow.
Crazy me. I'm the easy server, remember?
All right.
The easy server.
All right.
Right now, we're watching the players coming into the venue, getting ready for the matchup of today. So I'm gonna prep the viewers to give the predictions later, but let's talk about favorites. Which is the favorites coming into this one?
I think it's Falcon Esports, just because of how they won against C9. They're coming in as the favorites, and XYG. I mean, they haven't been performing that much, and like I said, this is a rising region, it's a very new region. So the favorites are Falcon.
I would say I'm going to lean towards XYG because of the fact that they reduced that thing against, you know, Falcons AP Bren. Makes me hopeful for them. And yes, you're right. They are a new region. They're rising up, so they'll only improve from here.
Well, it looks like today is going to be the day of disagreement. Maybe me and Wolf. You know, Wolf, whatever you say, I'll just say the opposite.
Yeah.
So you say Falcon?
Yeah, I did. No, yeah.
XYG. XYG all the way. No doubt in my mind.
Okay.
Easy sweep. Easy 2-0. But with that being said, thank you very much, gentlemen. But we are going over to the stage because it looks like everything is set. All the players are there. We're going to throw it over soon to Mara as well as Dawood Sandstorm to welcome both teams. Because once both teams are welcome, it is time to go into the draft. And with that being said, good luck to the both of you. Today might be a very long day. And with that, we're throwing it over to Mara Aquino and Dawood Sandstorm.
Ladies and gentlemen, Get ready for a day full of MLBB extravaganza, coming to you from the vibrant city of Riyadh, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
أيها السيدات والسادة، مرحبا بكم في اليوم الرابع والأخير من مرحلة المجموعات بجروب دي في بطولة MSC.
I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Dawood Sandstorm.
Welcome
to the Amazon Arena.
After 4 days of action-packed MLBB, we're down, finally, to the final phase of the group stage.
That's right. Today, we will determine who will be the final 2 teams to join us in the knockout stage and continue their journey to see the world here at MSC 2024 at EWC.
Introducing first, from the emerging MLBB region of China, XYG.
XYG's campaign opener may have been a loss against the reigning world champions, but they definitely gave them a run for their money in that second game of the series, and today they have a chance to keep their dreams and hopes alive.
If anything that we can take from that match, we can see how great their potential is. And you know what, Sandstorm? I can't wait to see what they have to show today.
I can't wait for that either, because we have to welcome their opponents to this incredible stage here at the Esports World Cup, looking for that redemption-seeking squad from Myanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports, they're flying steady after their opening campaign. They surprised everyone, sweeping the North American team Cloud9.
Yeah, and right now they are on the road to redemption, and who knows if they will be able to keep their keys intact and continue their journey on seeing this beautiful world here in Riyadh. And honestly, I'm curious to see if they're going to be able to surpass their previous performances as well.
With their key, they have a chance to fight for the lion's share of $3 million US, but only one key will remain to unlock the MSC trophy.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. The keys that you see on the stage right now are marked with the mark of being the absolute best in their field. And I want to see which one of these 2 teams will keep their keys intact and continue their journey into the knockout stage of the Mid-Season Cup.
And of course, helping them with their journey, they have the best gaming phone, Asus ROG, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That's right, Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of MSC 2024 at EWC.
You know, we're finally getting to determine the top 2 for the Group D. So the stage is set, the players are ready to go. Let's get this started.
Let's head it on over to the studio with our lovely boys and girls to let them take it over.
Time to shine.
Thank you very much. We're lovely indeed. And let's comment just a little bit. We saw the keys on below the trophy.
That was cool.
That's cool, but you have to think about this. Most of those keys are from champions.
Yeah.
Imagine champions. Like,
yeah.
What?
That's cool for us. Heart-wrenching. Definitely for all the players out there, but definitely for the champions, they're gonna feel really good, because what's gonna happen, and if some of you probably don't know, they're gonna be compiling all of those keys.
They get to pick 3, right?
They get to pick 3. Now, here's the thing: we gotta roll back just a little bit. Predictions: you're going for?
I'm gonna go for XYG.
XYG, and you're going for Falcons.
FCon, yeah.
FCon. All right, I'm going for XYG. So you guys, let us know who you guys got for this match. Is it XYG or Falcon? Head on over to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions, because we here on the panel, we definitely want to know who you guys are rooting for. Especially for the group today, there are no clear winners. And again, after what happened yesterday, I'm hoping for more diversity when it comes to the predictions.
Yeah, I believe that this is now the time that we can be believers for upsets. We've seen some upset in day number 2, I would say, with Farflux, eventually. But technically, they're not an upset. I think we're just basing it on their day 1 performance. And then day number 2 went very natural.
Yeah,
nothing really crazy.
Unexpected.
Nothing unexpected. Day 3, which was that was day 4, technically. basically, right? Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about,
Confusion,
right?
remember?
Confusion.
Confusion.
New emotion for me.
I mean, like, it's crazy to consider upsets when you're talking about champions, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, the champion from this region won. Who would have thought?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
I'll say this, because now that we're up to this point for the almost closing out groups for the mid-season cup here, man, I love it. I love that the way this is falling into place for MSC, because this shatters a lot of predictions already.
Yeah. Speaking of which, now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans. Falcon is going to be blue side. XYG is going to be on red. And Falcons, even though they're the first pick, they ban out the Louis first.
Good call.
Good call. I mean, it's like
Chip should follow. There's Chip. Okay.
Yeah, should follow, and then this is where the assassins come in, and Arlet is going to be banned here. Falcon, I mean. Right, Falcon, just Falcon, right?
Just, if you want Falcon Esports.
Falcon Esports, or FCon. I like
FCon.
FCon.
FCon sounds like
dangerous. It sounds
yeah, it sounds dangerous.
Sounds like danger.
Danger. All right.
Hey, for XYG? I'm going to go back to the point, and why I'm rooting for them in this match here is the fact that this is a up-and-coming region still. We talked about this back in M5. It's great to see the improvement. I mean, consider the fact that they even had a good game. Game number 2 it was against Falcons AP Bren. So, you know, with the addition of Kill VJ, I think coming in here also rounds this lineup out pretty well. And I hope that they took what Mirko likes to say. They didn't get an L. Well, they did have an L, but it's not a loss. It's a learn. It's a learning experience. Sounds something like Mirko would say, right?
Yeah, that's definitely
Wolf,
Mirko.
in this BO2 format, you don't get a lot of chances to learn.
Yeah, you get. It's you should have done it before the actual match.
So I said it's like cramming, basically.
Exactly. So there is the Roger. Very natural first pick here. I don't know if FCon is interested getting the Ling, as it is available right now, but typically how you answer with the Roger is the Moskov as well as the Ling.
Yep.
We have learned, though, that teams are now starting to get the Claude when you're going up against this Roger. So that may be another option here. Definitely for Long, he likes the Moskov better. So this could be Moskov Edith.
I think you go Moskov.
Yeah, or Moskov Valentina for XYG.
Yeah, Valentina's open, Moskov. I think those are the right choices. So far, are we just going to assume, too, that the Roger is going to go into the gold lane, or will it go into the jungle? Are they just playing with the flex?
Yeah, it's always flex. That's the reason why
Roger
the stock for emphasis is...
That's a little too flex.
Too flex?
Too flex.
Too much, too much.
The stock for the Roger has been increasing very highly. There it is, the Moskov Edith. As expected, now FCon, there are two choices here. They can go for Valentina so that they can copy the Edith, or they can go Farsa, which we know has been working so well against marksmen in general and the meta game in general.
But what? Okay.
They go Faramis.
What?
Ooh, I did not notice. But this is going to be a problem, because eventually the Valentina will be picked up. But XYG says, nah, we don't need that. We
So
need
they
the
just
Fredrin
ban it.
first. Exactly.
They could just ban it.
Yep.
What do you think about the Fredrin pickup on the third pick? I mean, like, it could be very crucial to the draft. That's why they pick it up instantly. But it's one of those heroes that we see get through every now and then. So I don't know. What do you feel about this?
I feel first of all, I don't like it because there's already Ruby and Faramis, which we don't know. We know that will be a problem for the Fredrin. Fredrin's great versus the Roger in a way, in many ways. However, because this is picked up, now you can ban out the Valentina, which in this case now, yeah, surely you have secured your jungler, but you may not have the best mid laner that can match up against this Faramis. So overall, I don't like it, but I feel that this is XYG just getting back to their comfort.
I feel like E1 wants the Vexana.
Yeah, could be. Vexana Novaria is used against the Faramis. Great combo with the Moskov, the Moskovaria. Nope.
What if they just ban out the Vexana for that last ban from FCon, though?
Most likely.
Falcons will probably do that.
Yeah, probably.
Because if they got their hands on the Vexana, there's so much crowd control, especially with the Edith already locked in. So your crowd control overloaded.
Yeah.
And yeah, I don't know. I'm expecting that to be the last ban from FCon.
Yeah. Could be a Vexana. Yep, like I said, the Novaria is also a high consideration, especially you're going for the Fredrin anyways. You have that front line. Edith is a hero that can be played in the EXP lane as well as the roam role. And playing playing the Edith in the XP lane kind of gives a lot more reward for XYG just because you can clear out all of those extra shields, extra HP from the Fairness. And I believe this is a no-ban situation from XYG.
Is that?
Yeah, because now it's FCON's turn.
Yeah, I think at this point, you don't want to contest this.
Unless you ban Natalia or Helker.
Oh yeah, which
yeah. It makes sense. Natalia, Helker, like you don't see them.
You don't see them.
Like they're there, but they're not there at the same time.
The last team that did this won an M5 championship. So.
I was gonna say we've actually seen this before, right? Yeah. And where it came to success.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we see the same thing from XYG.
It's like, oh, you want to open? We can.
We'll
play
open
that
one
game.
too.
We can play that game.
Oh,
the Freya.
The Freya.
This is just Falcon Esports covering all of their bases. XYG is weird in a way that they were forced to kind of play the Freya in the XP lane because of the lack of the heroes that's there. Because they're when it comes to hero selections, they're not that updated. That's understandable. It is going to be the Yu Zhong, perfect versus the Roger, decent versus the Fairness, but now you reveal that this Edith is the Roam. And typically you answer that with a Teresa, but it's not available. Maybe you go... go CC.
CC.
So Ruby Roam.
Yeah, Ruby Roam, perhaps. Or maybe a Ruby Gold, CC in the XP. Yeah, Ruby Gold.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be the Florin. Interesting.
A mishmash of different ideas coming in from FCON's draft here, but it's mostly about staying alive as long as you can. You got Ruby, you got a CC, you got a Florin, you got a Fairness.
There's so much. Yeah, that's so much.
It's like, we'll die, but eventually.
But
Tomorrow
we'll also be healed.
Truly. So we will die, but like maybe tomorrow or something.
Yeah, you need a confirmed kill here, like a Farsa, for example. Novaria can be a hero for XYG, but that means that they will go very late into the late game. The Vexana is also good, but it's not like a confirmed kill. It's more of a bruiser. But then you have the Moscow to kind of finish the kill. Yeah, but Vex is the easiest route, I would say. There it is.
There it is. Yep. Makes sense because you already have Yu Zhong and Edith.
Yeah.
So lock that in. Fred can do his thing, you know, and you're playing around the fact that you can extend the fights. Well, we'll go ahead and just crowd control you.
And now the draft is over. We got a draft coming in from XYG. Do they have enough damage? And we got a draft coming in from Falcons. It looks like they won't ever die. And with that, we're passing it over to our casters. Leo and Gideon, take it away.
And away we shall into the Land of Dawn for the first matchup of today. The final day of group stages here at MSC 2024 at EWC. Leo and Gideon Q at your service. For the first time, there is a no ban in MSC.
Yeah, no, this is rather interesting. But then again, it doesn't mean like it's a bad thing. I think that right now, XYG, their draft, at the very least, their advantages is when it comes down to wave clearing. So that means they get to move first.
And they get to clean up the map, make some space for Long, the international marksman. But what this affords for Falcon Esports, the pride of the Burmese, is a very comfortable yet unorthodox lineup. It's very Myanmar. It's very 1-3-1. It's the first time I've seen this in a while.
Yeah, no, honestly, even Malaysia, Indonesia, everybody has got a little bit of a taste of this Ruby Gold lane. And generally, you're just trying to smother your opponent, right? As long as you clear these waves faster, I don't think Lung can win out these trades against the Ruby as long as they are minions.
And Falcon Esports, what they want to do is play the Predator. They got to be aggressive with a capital A. Looking at the loadouts here, Warcry on Dax's Roger, which I expect to be ahead of Zed's Fredrin. Again, a big head scratcher why the Fredrin came in so early, but then again, we reckon it might be down to comfort.
Yeah, I think it does come down to comfort, and I think, you know, they still need a brick wall at the end of the day, right? Having 2 brick walls with Godyang on this Edith as well as the Fredrin isn't a bad idea. I think the main issue right now is how does XYG start getting a lead? Because once they start getting ahead and invade the enemy jungle, I think Dax is going to have a much harder time to scale to a relevant state.
Which is made possible by Zed and Godyang's rotation. Again, even through the first wave of buffs, that's what they've been doing. Usually you see a roamer go with a gold laner, but then again, it's Long we're talking about. You have to go with the less than favorable matchup. KelVJ getting a few beads on him by Dax. Godyang very close watching out. Something to note, KLVJ, this is specialty Yu Zhang as well. We've seen him do well with this hero all throughout their season while they were playing in the China qualifiers.
I mean, right now they're trying to bait out emotion from the side of Falcon Esports, right? I think Dax has wasted way too much time up on the top side of the map, and in the meantime, on the bottom side, Zed, he's able to get like 2 camps up on him.
And now he's making the long rotation. That's God Yang still checking in, trying to hit level 4. Dax with the pull on the turtle. Not going to commit just yet. Level 4 yet to be reached by our XP laner. Zed now wailing away.
Yep, this should be a free turtle for the side of XYG. I don't think they're going to contest it at all. And Black Dragon form just to find absolutely nothing here. This is definitely a set play from XYG's side. They're not going to find anything, but still a free neutral is a free neutral.
And what this does for XYG is put them up about 500 gold. When are we going to see the rubber band effect from Falcon Esports? Because again, if you guys caught the Stream B broadcast of C9 versus Falcon Esports in our opening day, I think they played a very similar tempo. We're just waiting for when. It's not if they could, but when they will, especially since they want to smother XYG. When are we going to see that, Gideon? When do you think that'll come in? Are we waiting for second turtle, third turtle, maybe even when a Lord comes up?
Okay, personally for me, I think that if the momentum, as of right now, there's slight momentum for the side of XYG. If that momentum continues and starts to like 2x itself, second and third turtle might be tough. If you go for the stereotypical way of how Falcons Esports usually contest, I would say second turtle, there'll be a bit of recon that needs to be done. And then afterwards, I'm expecting the 12th minute for them to really start to pop off.
Man, sounds like a slow takeoff. They got to work on that, maybe spread their wings a little further, because that's what this lineup is made up for. They're made to be aggressive, and now that we see that they've all reached level 4, we know that there's a Bloom, we know that Royal Milk might have his first item, and I think that's one of the weaknesses that this lineup has, since we are seeing Benny on a gold lane Ruby. Usually Benny is your late game finisher. He's your insurance policy, as we like to call. But now that he's more of a fighter, I don't know if that's going to happen here. XYG looking to capitalize on this early advantage. 4-man rotation down bottom. Kid X sandwiched. Benny just doing his darndest to get some farm in.
Yeah, I think at this point, XYG are doing a really good job. I mean, Kid X, he's got flickers, so don't worry. As long as he gets out of the energy eruption, he's totally fine. But just the rotations, right? They're trying to make sure that Dax is on his toes when it comes down to these camp timers. Previously, he ran down to the bottom side to pick up that orange buff. And Zed, he had already rotated to steal 1 camp, so he already had a rough idea of what that timer was going to be.
Grand Theft Orange. Falcon Esports looking like a wet blanket. That's what their lineup is. Again, they're meant to smother. All this while, Shanyu Gaming is a brick house.
Yeah.
Running through you, going from objective to objective. Now they're going for their second turtle. And again, it looks like Dax. He's a baby werewolf. Like, he can't really do much. Here comes KLVJ.
It's just not worth it. I think KLVJ can actually go really push the tempo, but I think XYG, as of right now, we're going to take the free neutral. No need to actually put ourselves at risk at this point of time, because if we're talking about leads, Zed already has the lead onto Dax, a full level ahead. KLVJ is doing a pretty good job against Royal Milk so far, but most importantly, Lung is starting to get ahead of Benny. He's 2 levels up on him.
That's right. The international marksman building it up, mewing to Lux Max very soon. I wonder what the items are. Here we go. Let's check in. 500 gold. Between Zed and Dax. Now a fight down bottom. Okay. We can breathe easy. Yeah, an item on Long here. First up, Corrosion Scythe.
Yep, he just wants to peel back, right? He knows that it's going to be really difficult to kill Benny at the end of the day. And I have to agree with him. It's just not worth the time and effort. You might as well play to scale anyways, because your comp is going to be stronger towards the later sections. But even for Falcon Esports, we're not finding these like lane advantages that they can exploit.
Fight up.
Kid X, he's going to get hit by the energy eruption here. They should be able to walk out for free, but PX7 might have something to say about this. But so far, Falcon Esports, I was expecting PX7 to be the main driving force here, but it looks like E1, with the help of Godyang, is making sure that he's stuck in this lane. Look at that. Every single time, 3, 4 people show up to just clear 1 wave.
I get it, because again, Falcon Esports, yes, I agree. PX7 should be that initiator, the catalyst to their aggression, but he just has but one lifeline, Gideon. He just has the Purify going up against XYG, who has killed VJ for CC. Even Yi1 has CC. Long has CC. God, yeah. They all have CC.
I mean, they gotta unlock somebody out of their lanes right now because I think they're playing too independently of each other. Like, at least for Kid X, his job is the easiest. Just sit back, don't die, relax, get ready to press your ult when it's necessary. You'll eventually scale to the later stages of the game.
But you also have to consider, oh, here we go, the pull. God Yang at half health. Okay, that's a non-starter.
Okay, I mean, they didn't even get a battle spell, which is kind of unfortunate, but hey, wait a minute, PX7 is getting chunked out in the middle of the turret, had to use his Purify anyways, and finally a lead for XYG as they get into the mix with Royal Milk taking a brunt of that damage. Now even Godgang coming up with the ult as well. KLVJ finally getting into the mix, doesn't really get anything off of this. Great vengeance coming in from Royal Milk to stay alive.
Looks like a lot of cardio. Not much action, really. They were jogging in place. Half health on a majority of XYG. First turtle looking great for Falcon. There's the pull.
He's already found it. Zed, he's in trouble. Doesn't even get the ult off in time. First blood achieved as Lung finally takes the trade onto Bax, but Benny is still too strong in the earlier stages of the game, able to deal with Lung by himself. As long as there's members, there is plenty of options to sustain. Does he find the kill onto Lung? We cut away, but no. Lung's still alive at 1 HP.
Oh, Kid X looking to get sneaky. I wonder if he knows the flicker in, the stun, and the basic. He does, Gideon. He does.
He's aware. He's aware. And he's even going to help Royal Milk dive kill VJ underneath the turret with a mid-tier 1 in the pocket as well. Falcon Esports cracked this game wide open.
Swooping down the Burmese bite back. We were looking for it. We were waiting for it. 8 minutes. That's when it snaps. The final turtle seems to be the final straw. I bet all the Burmese watching are like, come on, they're sweating. Like, when? Your roster, your lineup is made to be aggressive. And now down bottom.
They're going to look for this tier 1, right? I mean, that's the speed up we expect from Falcon. I was saying 12 minutes because I was expecting Xianyu Gaming to really take their time with this, right? They could have slowed down that fight, but I think, you know, they got over eager once Lung got into the mix, knowing that he's like a full level ahead of Benny. Now that it's equal, Royal Milk now in some trouble. That Vengeance finally going to time out. Looks like PX7 unable to bail him out of there just then.
Yep, I'd say PX7 was maybe 3 seconds worth of distance away, so it wasn't going to happen regardless. Looking at the item game here, PX7 up by about 1,000 away from Yi1. Also a huge gap between KLVJ and Royal Milk, despite Royal Milk going down as well. A lot of pundits, a lot of critics of Falcon Esports will say Royal Milk is the weak link. Royal Milk is the Achilles heel of Falcon Esports, but now he seems to be one of the anchors. He seems to have taken the time to really like say, hey guys, I'm over here. The rest of my team are farming in the other lanes. Come on over, come on over.
I mean, he's an instigator, don't get me wrong, right? I think that, you know, if we're talking about the big hitters, it's definitely PX7 on this farmers. He definitely has heroes that he really shines on, right? If there's bronze, silver, and gold, he's platinum, man. He's above it all.
He's platinum Faramis.
He's platinum Faramis. It's disgusting. But that's only because Royal Milk is able to kind of initiate and absorb that damage.
Exactly. Those are the words from ST14, and Edwards said very low.
He's so low. He's going to get hit by the Lightning Pass. Even the Retribution saved by the Eternal Guard, forced to get on out of there as they peel backwards to try and make something happen. But a great pull. I'm offended. But wait, hold on. They're turning it around. Long is able to find the pin 2 times and even gets PX7. It's a 4-0 trade in favor of XYG.
There's only so much a lone Florin can do. She can heal you. She can get heals in without any detriments, but no, not with the amount of damage that Long has put out, as well as the counter CC, the initiation by KLVJ, and the rest of XYG. Look at that. Oh, also an aggressive flicker in. XYG, they're aware, they know of the dynamics. Who's the beatdown?
Exactly, right? Their target priority is pretty good, but also at the same time, Long had a great eye for opportunity. He found the initial knockback. Actually, it happened twice in that fight. The initial knockback happened here in this part of the map, right in the middle.
And then as they, you know, rolled back a bit and then pushed forward again.
They're stretching them like dough.
Amazing. The back and forth really rocked Falcon Esports there, and that led to XYG being up by about 2,000. And the international marksman doing work, clearing up that top lane. Now, the tier 2 in mid in jeopardy as well. How do they defend? Falcon Esports is the first time they've actually been on the back foot. I mean, the early game is one thing, but now XYG's knocking down your base.
Well, let's see here whether they lose an inhibitor. Benny's going to get hit by the Eternal Guard, but he's fine. He can sustain through all of the damage as long as there are waves. Unfortunately for XYG, they don't have a clear way to initiate without their battle spells, and it doesn't help that their sieging isn't that great without the Black Dragon form.
Yep, 2 minutes until the next turtle comes up. 2,500 gold ahead. Chinese squad are over the Burmese. Look at the damage that Long is putting down. This is dangerous what he's doing. There's a knock-up.
He's confident. He wants to get more into the mix, but he's kind of slowed down thanks to Royal Milk. Regardless, they still get all the Tier 2 turrets from Falcon Esports, and this is what we were expecting from XYG. When they find the opportunity, they're going to start from your Tier 1s all the way to your inhibitors.
They are thorough. They are procedural, and maybe they can work on their precision, but hey, if you're playing with a sledgehammer lineup like this, a comp that just relies on Long, I mean, almost single-handedly Long, and then maybe a little bit of a Yi1 on the step back, then yeah, definitely. There's a lot that Falcon Esports need to work on here. I wonder now how they can fight outside the base, because again, the under turret punish is good on Benny, right? It's perfect.
Yep.
But when they meet up here in these little, let's check. All right, when they meet up in these little alleyways, these little corridors outside their base, do they have enough firepower? Can they close the gap here?
I think, all right, so their firepower is very conditional, right? Their firepower is if they can get XYG to clump up really close together so they get the multiplier.
With the bursters.
With the bursters, right, from PX7. I mean, that's not all. Obviously, it's going to be very helpful for, like, Benny, of course. And, well, Royal Milk can definitely slow two people down. Oh, the I'm offended comes through, but look, he's going to get hit by the initial snare. They pull away, and look, tries his best. Oh, Spirit Destruction off towards Dax's side. He might be able to win this 1v1, even with the heal coming in from Florin. It might just be too much. He's out of position, tries to regroup with the rest of his team, but it's too late. The Netherrealm is not going to let him find it. KLBJ trying to turn it around as E1 is out of position, forced to walk back into the Y brush. God Yang can really take his time. Benny is sustaining through so much pain, and even for VX7, he's just waiting to slowly encroach upon their positions. It's now they're all running away. There's nothing that they can do as they get picked off one by one.
The slow march by Falcon Esports allowed for two I'm offendeds to go off cooldown and can continue the assault. 8-6 now. Another swing of the pendulum towards the Burmese. Now up by 1,000. They're looking for a penetration. I think they're going to get it.
Yeah, they're going to get this. Dude, hello? Why are we not taking out free inhibitors here as the Eternal Guard comes down, forcing the rest of FCON to start taking away Tier 2s? No.
SOD.
He wouldn't.
There's a retribution.
There's retribution, and also the last time he tried to 1v1, it didn't go well because of Kid X.
All right, good rewind. Let's go back maybe 20, 30 seconds. A nanosecond of hesitation, of speculation on Long. I'm not so sure if Moskov mains will question me on this when I say maybe Long could have leaned hard on that engage. Maybe that would have won him the fight against Dax and would have killed Dax even before this all went down.
I don't think so. I think that the heal coming in from Kid X was just a little too big, right? I think if you take out the heal, 100% he kills him there, right? I think the only other advantage he could find is if he decided to switch out that Purify for maybe an Inspire.
Maybe it would have ended the fight almost single-handedly. But that would make him more vulnerable. Now, the Lord jumping in, crashing through that top inhibitor. A big I'm offended!
Finds two into the Eternal Guard, and then straight away into the Netherrealm to try and peel some time. With the Lord already knocking at their base, they should be able to get one more inhibitor before they try and close things out. But that's a lot of resources, and a dead jungler, and a knockback of a lifetime! Long! This is why he's the international marksman, turns it around single-handedly.
God Yang with a God mode, Earth Shatter, and they equalize. XYG almost a single finger. SOD to the back.
He wants to go for more. He's already locked down, but it looks like he bit off more than he could chew. That's going to be a 2-for-2 trade at the very end of it. But man, I'm telling you, this fleeting time on Kid X, the heals with his ult, and LVJ, hello? He's going to make it out. He's not going to make it out of this.
He's not going to make it out of this.
No, not when CC gets the ult back up. Zed is already here to start peeling him off. Eternal Guard actually towards PX7's side, forcing the Netherrealm to come on out. Target acquisition looking a little disorientated from XYG.
I get it. It's sensory overload. Falcon Esports are doing so much on so many different fronts. The Lord, that push in mid, up top. a fight on many different angles coming in, especially now that the lead is the biggest it's ever been. A quick look once more on the attempted clapback. They don't even get PX7 because, again, they didn't know that the cooldown off of the NetherRealm would have been done by then. And now 5K, approaching 5K. Falcon Esports is, after a punish in mid, they win a fight down bottom. I think Falcon Esports are approaching their power spike right now. This is wherein, even if Godyang gets a good CC on 2 or 3, Falcon Esports, their right-click potential, their auto attacks are just going to get so much better from now on.
I mean, they're going to have a lot of value in this, right? That's why Falcon Esports have to be very precise, right? They got to drop pod in at the right time and catch as many of the right people. And ideally, that would be Lung +1. And that could be anybody, really. And I think that if they're going to find Lung, he's going to have to make a mistake, because I think that XYG can really take their time with a lot of these plays. But maybe the decision-making when it comes to those moment-to-moment, like even the replay we saw earlier, right? There was a good opportunity for Zed to actually lock down PX7 to guarantee the kill.
But then again, PX7 is sitting clean and pretty on a Purify. So I think that's something that Shanyu Gaming have to think about when they make these big engages. They sense it, they hear it. The Lord is being worked on, approaching a third of its health. Zed up in the front lines, Long keeping his distance.
I mean, they got to walk up here, right? I mean, the waves may not necessarily be in their favor, but I think for Falcon Esports, they can really just let it go back and forth. They got to reset it fully, though.
Not a good look. Not for XYG. Here we go. I'm offended.
He comes on forward, pulls Zed backwards, hit by the Earth Shatter, onwards as well, locked 2, and now the back line. Royal Milk has already found Zed, but with the Vengeance, he's able to tank a little bit longer than he should. It's the help of the NetherRealm. They're falling into this choke point mistake once more. They've learned it, but the damage has been done.
And now it's back to regular programming as Falcon Esports going to go for this Lord unhindered, unbothered. Yiwan in the back, Lung as well. Their retribution by Dax.
We're seeing the difference here. Lung is going to try and 1v4 this, but I mean, look at that. PX7 single-handedly just blowing them up. Godyang does find the trade backwards on towards it, but man, they got to be super... No, Dax, he's in some trouble. Kid X might have to sacrifice his life in favor for Dax, but he's going to stay nearby, get the heals down, try to turn it around, get it low enough, look for the opportunity, and Dax finds it. NetherRealm to ensure that this Primal Wrath is worthless. Godyang should be going down, and now with a exposed crystal, FCON looking to close things out.
They smell the blood in the water as they go in. Zed at half health. The Black Dagger from a kill. BJ.
It's done. It's over. They've cracked open the crystal. These fights, they need to be decisive. And it's not even about the macro decision-making. It's about target acquisition.
I agree, Gideon. I agree more than ever. I'd say of the dozens of games we played in the group stage, this might be one of the most micro-specific matchups we've seen.
I totally agree with you. I think that XYG, they definitely have the micro, but they gotta calm with each other how they're going to do it rather than just feel it.
Close calls on many different fronts, moments wherein they should have made the call and maybe they shouldn't have made the call. I wonder what our analysts think about this, because there's a lot to break down here. It was a medium-sized match, but I'm sure there are plenty of pain points that they should be talking about. LaFell, Naisu, and Wolf, hey, tell us what you think.
Well, what we think is that you guys are correct. This game is really about the mechanics. Like, we're looking at the highlights here. A lot of time we see Benny actually catching out of Fredrid, causing the match to go to their side, but can I just say, like, every single time I watch the play, I'm like, no, no, like,
I think that was all of us, man.
no, why? It's like he's his worst enemy.
But then again, you have to give credit to FCON. 3 comeback games so far. Are they the new comeback kings?
Is it really a comeback when they plan for it?
Well,
hey, the lineup that they had, this, you know, we talked about like extending team fights because of the NetherRealm plus the heals from the Florin. This was the perfect picture of that idea.
And you know, I will indulge in what you just said, Mr. LaFell. Is this part of the FCON plan all along? Well, one thing that I can say is that their composition is very dependent on the late game, right? So it looks like is good in the early game because you have the Ruby as well as the Faramis, but this is a Ruby in the gold lane, which kind of needs farm. You have the CC also farm dependent, and Florin just is weak in the first 2 turtles of the game.
Let me just say, this draft is nothing new for Falcon because in the Snapdragon Pro Series, Royal Milk, whenever it's up, he will go for the CC.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what other S-tier picks is available, he'll go for the CC. PX7 on this Faramis is almost an auto win. So I kind of feel like for XYG, they gotta look at the draft because look, to his credit, Lung dealt the most
did a lot.
damage. He did a lot.
But I will say he did a lot, but sometimes he was too forward. Too forward and a little bit too trigger happy on the Spirit Destruction, man, because I think every single time we saw that fly, we're like, don't do it, right? And then the healing comes through.
Oh, yeah. What if his teammate's like, please don't hit it? I hope the Spear misses. Like, okay, let's you guys are the analysts. Talk us through this. Why did the Moskov go through with the Spirit Destruction, but why did he lose those trades?
It's mainly because of the Florin, actually. At this point, I think if you think about the itemization coming out from the Florin, once the flask is up, which normally happens if you're quick enough, 5 minutes maybe, but typically around the 8-minute mark. That's like the safest route, which kind of falls to the first Lord. But then again, you're still very weak because you kind of need one more item so that the heals will be actually potent. Now, come the 13-minute mark, the second Lord, that is where the Florin is a threat.
Yeah, I think once that Flask of the Oasis comes up, like Wolf mentioned, it just got too much because typically it's just a Florin, but then the Nether Realm on top of it.
That's right.
So it allows even more of that extension, more of that sustainability to play a part in these fights. And when you're looking at a lot of these kind of breakout, even though they had damage, they just didn't have enough to overload. And there were some good moments there, some good setup potential like we talked about. They had a ton of crowd control available to them. A godlike set from Godyang back in the base. I know the casters mentioned this, but that's the thing. Even with that, they just didn't have enough firepower to get through all that.
Oh. Unfortunately, that is going to be the case. Unless, of course, they kind of dialed in on just literally one hero. That is going to be possible. But then, unfortunately, for the Moskov, it's not much of a burst hero. Maybe if you get the right combo, it can deal a lot of damage, but it's not like burst, you know? Which means that sustain normally is the counter to the Moskov, right? The sustain when it comes to like big heals, because that means that your initial spree of big attack speed is not is totally going to be nullified.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like, I mean, looking at this, Royal Milk, he looks pretty chill with all things considered. Actually, the entire team of Falcon, it shows that this is a good win, but at the same time, they don't want to overextend, right? They don't want to be too excited because this is a best of 2. And we got to talk about this. If they win this one against XYG, doesn't this mean that they're automatically qualified to the knockout stage? Right? They already have a 2-0 against C9.
Yeah, they would have 4-0, right?
They will 4-0. I think they're automatically qualified unless there is that crazy 3.
Of course.
But then again, if they win a big... Well, technically, they don't win fast. So they might not get the better end of the
tiebreaker.
Of the tiebreakers.
Yeah.
But for all intents and purposes, they're 70% into the knockout stages if they do win a 2-0.
That's big.
You know what? Here's the thing, Wolf. I feel like a lot went down in that game. So this is a special segment for Wolf. Let's actually check out the talent rate to show us what happened in the game.
Well, you were wondering why Mr. Long was very confident in many cases. This was one of the first few stumbles. And maybe you're not seeing this enough. I'm going to kind of zoom in on this part. You can see. So that is a wind of nature. Actually, first pick by Long. That is why he felt very confident. So if you play this out, now he... To be fair, he lands great Spheres of Destruction. He's going to hit it this time against Nax, and you're going to see it right there. He's trying to kind of duel, but then the Bloom comes up, and now you don't have your attack speed boost anymore. You're kind of controlled by the Curtain Call that actually was landed by Royal Mix. So even when that was a single hero Curtain Call, it was still potent enough that you kind of lock Long in place. And the thing with Moskov is that you have to be locked in place. Now, this is where the problem starts for XYG. They don't have the damage dealer anymore. Royal Milk is just outplaying them up top. As you can see, they're just baiting everyone. Like, everybody's just very low from the side of FCON, but they're not dying. And now the sustain comes through. Kidx is gonna be landing all of those heals greatly, and then Royal Milk is just, you know, he's just fighting against everyone and surviving all time. At this point, no more spells, no more skills, no more firepower for XYG. It's checkmate. The kiting coming out from FCON is just phenomenal.
The thing that's surprised me was in one frame of your teleprompter, telestrator, we saw like 2 curtain calls.
Yeah.
Right, one on the Moscow and then one on the Edith as well as the Frederick. Like that's how prolonged the fight was when you're able to use your ult twice.
Yeah.
Hey, we said this in the draft. Like we knew this was gonna happen, you know, and that's playing the lineup to the T. They knew the game plan. They brought it out especially when you have an aggressive decision from the opposing team here from XYG. You guys know if we just make it through this initial burst, we're fine because we can actually turn the table and then just run it down.
Honestly, with that, we got to look at our Sony match MVP. Well, Sony MVP of the game is going to be Kid X, and Kid X, as to what you guys are talking about, is the reason why they don't get bursted down.
Yeah, it was struggle. By the way, Kid X is gonna have a great time in the early 7 minutes. He's gonna get a kill on too long, and then that really just ramps up and speeds up the process for the Florin. And to be fair, after dying twice, actually he never died actually.
Yeah.
Kid X never died. So after the early stages of the game, he was untagged.
Wow.
15 KDA, 100% kill participation. Talk about the Florin.
On a Florin.
On a Florin.
My goodness.
Yeah.
I've never seen a scarier Florin in my life.
Yep.
Look at the Florin. You'll be thinking like she's harmless, but like, dude.
15%. None of those tempo rain Florin shenanigans going in for the focusing mark, which that's actually good. But you saw there was a clash in the middle where they were able to just literally one-shot long with just one Lycan pounce coming out from
that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage coming out from the items.
I know what you're gonna say.
What am I gonna say?
War cry and focusing mark.
Exactly.
Boom. Big percentage.
Big damn, as this guy would say.
Big damn. And with that being said, we have a special interview with Falcons. So before we go to the next match, let's check it out.
Hello, I am Ryan from Falcon Esports and I play EHP. ကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့ဒီတပ်ပါတီပွဲတွေမှာအကောင်းဆုံး train နဲ့ train ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ official ပွဲကိုနိုင်အောင်ကြိုးစားခဲ့ပါအားစိတ်ရောက်လာတဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့ကဒီဘယ်လိုလဲ game ကိုနေစနစ်ကြကြပို့ပြီးဆော့လာနိုင်တယ်ပြီးတော့ဒီအပြင်ပိုင်းတွေမှာလည်းစီကံပိုင်းတွေပို့ပြီးတော့တိုးတက်လာကျွန်တော်တို့အခက်အခဲဆုံးတင်ရတော့ Falcon AP brand ပေါ့ဘယ်မှာဘာလို့လဲဆိုရင်ဒီကျွန်တော်တို့ဒီ AP brand ကိုနိုင်သွားရင်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့အနေနဲ့အများကြီးဒီပွဲထဲမှာဆော့အားအရင် high ဖြစ်သွားမယ်ပြီးရင်ပို့ပြီးတော့လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့ရဲ့နိုင်လို့စိတ်တွေပြင်းထန်လာဒီ South Asia မှာဆိုရင်တော့ Fnatic on ကိုကြိုက်ဆုံးပဲဘာလို့လဲဆိုကျွန်တော်တို့ကြိုက်လို့ဒီအပြင်ဒီဘက် SCA အပြင်မှာဆိုရင်တော့ Cloud9 ကိုရွေးနေတာဘာလို့လဲ Cloud9 ကသူတို့ဘက်မှာဆိုရင်နာမည်ကြီးရတဲ့ပြီးတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့ရိုက်ချင်လို့ Keep watching, everybody.
Something about Royal Milk, the teams that he said, it's not doing well. I like Fnatic Onyx, and it's like, oh, I like Cloud9, I want to beat them. Well, he got what he wished for.
Yeah.
Is he a seer?
He might be. He might be able to tell the future.
Yeah. But the thing is...
maybe he has a curse.
Maybe. I'm just surprised with how many times Cloud9's name comes up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Shows us that they're a team to watch out for. But then again, Falcon, they have already overcame that hurdle. Now they're just one win away from securing the knockout stage's berth. Well, 70%, I would say.
Yeah. 70% is good enough, don't you?
Yeah, that's
nice.
70% is good.
Yep.
And, I think even with how things are going to kind of like fall into place here with Group D, if they get the sweep here, that's great for Falcon Esports because from that interview, you heard it, right, from Royal Milk, that their preparations leading to this, they don't have as many, I would say, opportunities as other regions here. They really do compete in these third-party tournaments. They use that as their practice. And then eventually when they get to chance to scrim and everything else, look what they bring to the table.
Yeah, now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans here. Falcon's going to be blue side, XYG is going to be red side. And again, the Luyi gets banned. But I'm kind of on the camp for Falcons, like, don't change it up. what has worked before, just keep using it. They used it from the Snapdragon Pro Series up until MSC, and until someone stops it, might as well just use the same thing. But what do you guys think?
I think that yes, super duper agree with that, especially because we know that XYG might also do the same thing. This Yuzhong pick, although it is not the most optimal pick, especially because there's Florid, there's Faramis, or well, they did not see the Florid prior to the Yuzhong pick, but it's more of a comfort kind of pick. Like, it doesn't have an actual combo with the Fredrin. Imagine if they picked up somewhere along the lines of Lapu Lapu, for example, they will have the burst to go with the Moskov. But that tells me it's comfort pick. That also is the same with Fredrin, although Fredrin works versus the Roger. This is Faramis plus Ruby, which Fredrin actually hates playing at. So what I'm trying to get at is XYG is playing around their comfort heroes, so FCON should also be playing on their comfort heroes.
Yeah, so honestly, nicely looking at this match here, Falcons, they're betting out the Moskov. So even though, yes, they won against it, but they're still respecting Long, having the highest damage and the highest goal in that game.
Yeah.
Interesting that they go that route. It makes me wonder if we're still possibly going to see a Florin come up. It was such a detrimental part of the lineup here that we saw utilize. Also, the Faramis is still open.
Yep.
So those are two heroes that could still play a big role in actually either of the teams that decided to go this rate.
Yep.
But because of the first pick is going to be up for grabs.
Harith maybe is... I
mean...
Yeah,
there it is.
Very natural, actually. And then you answered this typically with Roger, but yeah, Roger's available. Yeah, maybe XYG...
Roger Valen.
Roger Valen looks really good. Another hero is the Fredrin, which in this case now is a legitimate answer to the Harith, and XYG showed us that they're not gonna think twice about picking that hero up. Picking up both Rogers plus Fredrin is not that good because you can reveal a lot, so maybe Edith plus Fredrin, perhaps. There it is.
There it is. Wolf always on point. He's good.
I'm sure that his glasses has screens inside of it that he has like 5 seconds ahead or something.
I'll say that, you know, so far through the group stage, I don't know what Wolf's percentages, but he's pretty on point. And
120%.
Thank you.
120%.
120.
Like I said,
120%.
120. Wow.
Like meaning to say, the draft that he got wrong, he was right. He was just right too fast.
Yeah, that's right.
It's gonna be in a knockout stage, so he was drafted for that one.
I take that. I take that.
That's enough for
That's enough for me. Do you get the Ruby or the CC now? I think CC. Oh, Roger, obviously.
Roger Faramis.
Faramis still open.
Oh, this. I hope XYG picks up the Valentina because now they have access to the Faramis.
Netherrealm, yeah.
Netherrealm Fredrin is great, and it's great versus the Roger as well, right?
That's
because
true.
Roger hates playing against the Faramis.
I think part of the problem the last game was they locked in the Fredrin early.
Yeah, I
like
agree.
they didn't have to pick it up that last pick with the first phase. Whoa! This is interesting.
I mean,
whoa!
Talk about early, right? Talk about early. Like you did assume Bruno getting banned in the second ban phase.
You don't expect it, right?
So now I'm guessing.
Oh man,
I'm still saying the same thing from the last game. I'm surprised with their last pick for the first phase. Same thing for this game.
No, I feel like because you said that, it's like, you know what? Hold my coffee. No, hold my rock star.
Hold my rock star. Hold my Pepsi.
Let me show you my third pick.
All right.
Oh man,
I wonder how the casters are reacting. You know.
I am confusion.
Yes.
You did say that's going to be the theme for today.
The theme for today.
Today is going to be Confused Wolf, but let's jump back into the draft here.
Yeah.
Faraz getting banned now. We have to consider that the Valentina should be banned here, right?
It has to be.
Yeah, it has to be. It's great. Oh man, the XYG.
There it is.
Oh my goodness, this is absolutely a mistake. I would say this is a, you know, when you're playing chess and then there's a game review where it's like a blunder or something.
Yeah.
This is definitely a blunder from XYG because surely I understand why the Bruno will be picked up. And like I said, FCON might not even be thinking about the Bruno. The slot where the Bruno was picked.
I mean, who would you think? Carrie, Claude, Beatrix, Nathan.
There's 5 more marksmen that you'll think about before you get into the Bruno.
You would consider Ruby before Bruno.
That's also true. Oh man.
Because especially against, the Harith.
Exactly.
Especially against the Harith. Like
early game, sure. Like first 2 minutes of the game. Level 1 is great for Bruno.
Yeah. But once the Zaman Force especially comes up, how do you play against that?
And 2 minutes go by fast.
And the Faramis ult as well.
And Freya banned again, but at least this time, the CC got banned. Now here's the thing, Royal Milk, if he doesn't get a CC, he has one more hero, and that's the Yuzong.
Yuzong. So that means that XYG might be pressed to pick up the Yuzong now, which then reveals the Edith. Oh my god, this is literally the same step. I would say just pick up Lapu Lapu. I think it's much better. Give up the Yuzong. You're pretty much set for that. Maybe
pick out your mage now or something?
Yeah.
Maybe just go Vexana again. I don't know. They don't have that many options when you look at this. Valentina was...
Aurora?
Novaria.
Aurora?
Or Aurora's perfect versus both Roger as well as the Aerith. That's great. I want to see Odette. I mean, if this is elimination game for you, just... You pick up the Bruno anyways. What's another crazy pick, right? So yeah, they indeed got pressed to pick up the Yuzong.
Yep. All right, that's what we expected.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
The question is, what does Royal Mill pick up now? Because the type of guy that's, you know, the farming kind of hero. So we're looking at the Benedetta, the Paquito.
Yeah, Benedetta is great.
Maybe even the Lapu.
Paquito was also amazing. I think I'm thinking Grok actually for FCON, but at the same time, I love the Lolita. It's great versus the Bruno. Decent versus the Edith. Ruby is also one of those heroes that Fredrin doesn't like to play against. How about going back to the oh yeah, there you go. The Minotaur and the Ruby.
Minotaur plus.
Dude,
this is difficult.
Long team fights, right?
Long team fights still, because there's still some healing from the Minotaur.
Go Odette, pick up the Winter Crown. You're not that scared about the Mino and Fury as well as the Ruby. That's the only option here. Otherwise, you're pressed to go Vexana.
You're saying that because they need the damage?
Yes. They need tons of damage.
So it's not about crowd control here. It's not about, you know, like lords.
No,
come on.
You need a swan song.
You need a swan song because how much damage does Worldy do?
Not that much.
Not that much.
Not that much. No.
Yeah, actually, some Benny Cutie just uses it for the stacks. Actually,
stacks. Yep.
It's
a tough decision. What is it going to be?
Novaria. We did say that Novaria can be picked up.
It does have damage, but then you have to scale up. You need some items. You need a few other things for them to work out. So,
oh man.
For the casters, letting you guys know the draft has finished, and I'm pretty sure you guys heard our analysts, their opinions on the draft. We're gonna throw it to you guys fast. Give you guys a little bit of time to digest. But what do you guys think about the draft? We're throwing it over to you.
I want to catch it real fast just as well. It's very rare that clearly, literally, an analyst says, yo, that might have been a blunder right there.
Hey, man, if Lung hard carries this game 1v5, it's a blunder no longer. And I think that's what we're hoping to see here, whether he actually qualifies for that slot. Can he truly 1v5 against a double sustained composition that has a Farmis and a Minotaur? Good luck.
And this is indeed a debut Bruno pick in the group stage of MSC 2024. And there's a reason why they call him the International Marksman. It's because he's one of the carries for his team. So if by any chance we don't have the comms, but we can only assume, hey coach, give me that Bruno, then this could be one of their only ways that they see they can take down Falcon.
I don't know. I like double insurance policies, right? I think that E1 could have gone for the Vexana if he wanted to. I would have much preferred the Farsa. Wow, he just ate that. He walked up and just ate that.
In astral form, too.
Oh, boy. That's interesting. Don't see that happen very often. But overall, I do agree with the analyst. I do think it might have been a little bit of a blunder, so I'm hoping that Long really shows up here. And he's going for Master Assassin, so I'm glad that he's trying to win his lane.
Checking in again. Oh, it's a good amount of CC from KidX again. That's how you build Bruno, folks. If you want to try Bruno, if it works out, then you double down on it. Interesting to see that Falcon Esports still committing onto that Ruby. They really like the Ruby.
Yeah, they do quite like the Ruby. I mean, it's all about sustain, right? CC, Ruby generally does the same thing. You're looking for that pick in that backline. You're trying to clump them up as much as possible, and then you just, instead of like raw tanking it, you just have enough spell vamp to keep yourself alive. And I think that for now, Dax, I mean, not going to find that first blood just yet, but it looks like the mid duo is really struggling here from XYG.
Up top, you do see these two gold laners taking their time. Not much of action just yet between Benny and Long. KLVJ dueling against these two. And he does trigger the Shaw Essence there. Royal Milk gonna wail away, get some gold from this tier 1 down bottom.
Really good read coming in from XYG. They respond to the potential dive here, and KLVJ honestly doesn't take too much damage. His team bails him out of that situation, and if they can find PX7 here, that would be the most ideal just before he hits level 4.
You can feel the urgency of these mid laners. They want to go and get that level 4 sooner. Kill?
Huh? I mean, Kale is in a lot of trouble here. At this point, he's not going to have enough life to even use the Black Dragon form. And then the Flicker Forest from Royal Milk into the Amifenda to find first blood. That's great, but he wants that level 4. But Minoan Fury already comes out from the side of Kid X, and they've already found a God Young. Zed is going to be the next no like Impound reset from Dax, unfortunately.
Walks away with 1 HP and a dream. XYG facing the wrath of Falcon Esports. They didn't expect for them to be this aggressive, and now look, Dax attempting Grand Theft Purple. Can they get it? Does have a retribution.
Oh yeah, Petrify's already come out as well. KLVJ quickly into the Black Dragon form to get himself out of there. And this is why the double sustain is annoying, right? PX7 just bails them out when things get really tight.
That's it. Dax has 1 star now. He committed Grand Theft Purple, successfully got away with it too, with impunity. Same story still up top. Gold-wise, that is Falcon Esports up by, wow, a whopping 2,000 gold already. 2 kills, a turtle, and I wonder how much of that is on Benny.
Well, let's have a look here.
Wow, 500.
Oh, okay. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
Trickle-down economy.
It is a trickle-down effect, right? And you can see that, like, every single motions on the map have costed them something. Even for PX7, he is quite significantly ahead against E1. He's 2 levels up on E1 right now, and all because a bad turtle fight, and more importantly, didn't hit level 4 on time by the EXP lane.
The EXP lane skirmish really benefited Falcon Esports, and I'm pretty sure that was to plan. That was on purpose. And now they're going to continue to pressure top lane this time around because this buys Falcon Esports more room to rotate. They can try and engage, and if anything, they can do it through fronts. Look, down bottom.
KLVJ is going to get hit by Lycan Pouch Shot. Residue procs Petrify as well to make sure that Dax has no insurance policy to find the kill. Astro Echo, ooh, skill shot right direction, not enough range.
That was close. That was close. Maybe about an inch or 2 from death. Dax was going to be able to regenerate off these little minions, these creeps near the turtle, spawning in about 10 seconds now as Falcon Esports alights from that top lane pressure. They're going to go ahead and go for this turtle now.
I'm curious. I would like to check in with Lung here. How is he doing in his lane? Because he's been left on an island for quite some time, and it looks like he, I mean, previously he was leveled down on Benny, but that's because the wave was pushing in. But let's look at the turtle for now. Black Dragon form already out from KLVJ, but no Fury to follow it up, and it looks like, nah, Dax is going to be able to get the retribution, no problem, with Zed as a consolation prize. It's pretty impossible for XYG to walk in like that, right? I mean, with the Minoan Fury alone is a big issue.
Well, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, well, shame on me still. I think the other one goes the other way. I think shame on you. But yeah, no, I think this should be the last straw for XYG. Maybe don't face him up front. The kill's gonna go down here. Unless...
Oh! What? He walked out of it! He walked out of range and ended up dying!
I'll count that as an outplay. The king does it. I'll count it as an outplay. That was a 3v1. There was no reason for him to do that. Let's watch it again.
Look at Dax. Just look at Dax. You can see the range of PX7's Netherrealm, right? And Dax just so happens to walk out of it and gets tapped by the shot.
It was the Shah, and right out of range too. Shah has larger range than Netherrealm.
Oh, it's so funny.
No, that's mechanics.
Dude, that's so funny. Oh, man. I mean, Dax is probably like, it's not the biggest deal in the world. A little sad, of course. Yeah. But let's look at the item builds, because right now, I think that, oh, man, Zed, he is greedy. A brute force breastplate, first item to be able to not only run away from his opponents, but if XYG can turn things around, he's going to be running at his opponents.
It's tough because, again, Falcon Esports has multiple damage sources, very different in nature, too. There's physical, there's magic, and by getting brute force, I guess that's the most economic way of him getting both. It's hybrid, and again, less CC. So you're looking at less from the Minoan Fury, less from the pull, less from the hook from Royal Milk. So I get it, I understand, but it is a little greedy, I do agree. Now in mid, Royal Milk dancing around 2.
their comp is so unkillable. I mean, just look at how minimal damage they're doing to him. And like, even if he does take the damage, he just walks down to the bot side of the map, heals back up to full, comes back to the neutral, and it's just like, I don't need a recall ever.
I'm good. Let's go. Turtle here, started up by Dax. KLVJ watching from the bush.
Wait.
River control in.
Oh, what? And then Zed gets pulled in. What's going on now? The interception from Falcon Esports. XYG just let it happen. They just turned a blind eye to it.
Less of an intersection. I think Zed was just going the wrong way. Zed was just walking in, assuming he wouldn't get punished.
I mean, he flickered out of there. I think they didn't read the situation right. That's the only way that we can explain this.
You can almost see it in Zed's face. Like, how could I have let that happen? How could I have walked into Falcon Esports crosshairs like that?
Oh, that's such a feels bad for XYG. And I mean, now with the lead and momentum that Falcon Esports has, you can definitely tell from where they come from, their region, they get real aggressive when they have that lead.
And now they're the ones facing this kind of aggression. Again, folks, as a recap, in the finals of the China qualifiers, XYG swept their opponents. XYG swept KBG. So this is the other side of the coin for them. Now Royal Milk, 3v1.
Oh, Royal Milk, saved by PX7. Oh, Royal Milk, he almost made the mistake. Nearly walking out of it before the projectile connected. Again, this is the beauty of the double sustain comp coming in from Falcon Esports. They love doing this, right? They love having the Netherrealm. They love having motivational roar. It could be switched out for Florence, Do. It doesn't really matter as long as you sustain.
And even without those supports, all of them have some level of sustain. Benny with the shields, Dax with the lifesteal, Royal Milk with the ungodly amount of lifesteal and spell vamp as well. 5-1, 6K gold lead ahead for Falcon Esports. XYG is gonna struggle to keep this turret.
I mean, they can fight if they want to, but they find the I'm offended flicker backwards, and it's too late. The Manila Fury stops any aggression from XYG, and even KLVJ, he hunkered around for a little too long, and the Netherrealm is going to keep everybody alive. How many chain kills can you get? And it looks like XYG admit, okay, we're only giving you 2. We can't give you any more, man.
Uncle, I call Uncle, and they back off. They're eventually gonna get the orange and that turret up top that they started. Odd how mid lane tier 1 hasn't been touched. Look, now just eventually they'll push.
I don't know. I don't know what to feel about this game. I feel like XYG aren't playing that well this time around in game number 2. I think they did much better in game number 1.
Something in game number 1 broke them.
I think
something must have snapped. Something changed because now XYG, they've been playing on the back foot since minute 1. There were small outplays, small little mechanical, double 2 steps here, but Falcon Esports have been calling the shots. They've been setting the tempo and the pace, and XYG aren't ready to dance.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, let's look at the items first before we continue the subject, right? Because now we finally see fully completed boots from Lung. He was greeting out with the Haas Claw into the Berserker's Fury, and I think he's going to go into the Malefic Roar as his third, but it's kind of late now that Benny has the Holy Crystal, so he still can't win that 1v1 if given the chance.
Yep, and the Radiant Armor and God Yang and Zed, sure, it'll help you from PX7 and Benny, but what about Dax and Royal Milk? Now that Dax is the endless battle too, you're playing with true damage.
It's a little tough here, but let's see whether an inhibitor falls, right? They've got synchronized waves. They're all pushing at the same time. It's really stretching out XYG and E1. He's so low. Look, he's already down 50%. Here comes the Black Dragon farm because KLVJ needs to force them away to protect these inhibitors. They don't want checkmate angle this early on into the game, but Falcons one last wave up on that top side and maybe cracks it open. Yes, gets it open just in time, and now they back away. Checkmate angle set up.
All according to plan. About 2 minutes until another Lord comes through with a contest from XYG far from the horizon. They can't even think of defending here because they have to watch out. They can engage.
I mean, God, yeah, he tries to get on out of there with the Primal Wrap, ends up getting punished too with the I'm offended, and that's going to be GG. Well played as FCON1 has just landed. The crystal going to get cracked open after Dax gets the Maniac. Falcon Esports does it again.
Both teams tried to draft as close a lineup to as they did in game 1. And eventually, it's Falcon's aggression, what we were expecting from the early moments of game one that won them through. This is the Falcon we know.
I mean, you guys can't see this. Leo's eyes wide, and just the way that Falcons played, how quickly this double sustain comp, which is known to take some time, really ramp up fast.
It's like they loaded up a new game plus save. That's what it looks like. They picked right back up from where game one ended, and you can see here the faces of XYG. The little monsters. I mean, I don't want to be the one to say it, but I think it's official. This is it.
I think this is pretty much it, and I think that XYG, they know that their performance in Game 2 was not up to standard. It was not the way that they wanted to go out.
Game 1 looked better. Game 1 had promise.
Yeah.
Game 2, I think our analysts were right. That there were several decisions that exacerbated the point here that allowed for Falcon to go this fast, that denied XYG the capability to come back. GG well played to the champions from China, but Falcon Esports, they look like they might actually try to make it through the knockouts.
Well, look, I mean, I've been watching them throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series, and PX7 is a monster on that Faramis. I'm surprised that he got it honestly 2 times in a row, especially not against a Valentina.
And let's talk about how Royal Milk is stepping up to the plate. Royal Milk, despite all of the critics saying, hey, he's usually the one to slack off. He's usually one of the reasons why Falcon takes a while to take off. Hey, here today, he proved that he can be part of that campaign, to be at the front line and say, hey, we could put Burmese MLBB back on the map.
I mean, they have a very clear identification card about how they play this game, and I think a lot of teams who are, the top 1% want to crack down on them as soon as possible, because this momentum, it's only going to go 10x.
Kid X, talking about X, we do have now Benny on stage. We're setting him up to talk to the Wood Sandstorm and Marakino alongside Edward. They'll be telling us all about this match win.
Here with us on stage, Benny, congratulations. I was asking him how he's feeling right now, and he said happy. Now, this isn't your team's first time to join the MSC. How did you prepare so this time you can get even further than your last visit?
MSC ပထမဆုံးအချိန် qualify ဖြစ်တာမဟုတ်ဘူးเนาะအဲ့တော့ဒီပို့ပြီးဝေးတဲ့နေရာရောက်တဲ့အထိရောဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်ခဲ့တာလဲပေါ့
So you can get past the group stages onto the knockouts.
အေးတော့ဆိုရင်တော့ဒီအခုဆို group stage ကနေပြီး knockout set တက်သွားပြီပေါ့เนาะအဲ့ဒါကိုဘယ်လိုမျိုးပြင်ဆင်ခဲ့တာလဲ
တပွဲချင်းတိုင်းကအပြည့် focus ပြီးတော့နိုင်ရမရှိဘဲနဲ့နေ့တိုင်းဒီ game ပဲထိုင်စောနေပြီးတော့အများအား focus ပြီးစောနေရအောင် screen အများအားစောနေ
we play daily screens with full focus on this game. We train daily.
Train daily, no days off.
No days off. He said no days off. Play screens daily and focus on this game.
And it seems to be worth it because now you're getting more points and you've gotten a sweep. Congratulations.
That's right, and they basically guaranteed themselves a spot in the knockout stage. Now, I do have one question for you, Benny. Since the teams that you will face off in the knockout stage have been predetermined, which team would you prefer to face? Team Liquid Echo, NIP Flash, or the Selangor Red Giants? Which team would you like to face?
လက်ရှိမှာဘယ်တင်နဲ့တွေ့ချင်တယ်ပေါ့နော် Liquid လား NIP Flash လားဒါမှမဟုတ်ဘဲနဲ့ Selangor Red Giants လား
ဒီနေ့ကုန်လုံးလည်းတွေ့ကြပါတယ်
We went to face with every teams.
Okay, well, you know what? I always like a player who likes to give us a statement. They don't really care about which team they face. They are up for any kind of challenge. That's exactly the kind of attitude that I want to see from Benny. Thank you very much for joining us on the stage. We're going to go back to our lovely boys and girls in the studio to break down the previous game and get ourselves ready for the second series of the day for Group D here at MSC 2024.
Nice, Sue. That's the kind of mentality you need, right? It's like, who do you want to face? All of them. At the same time. At the same time. Just put three on one. I'd win.
I'd win.
I'd win.
I'd win. Wolf.
I'd win.
Let's talk about this game, by the way, because I believe that here we have an agreement that this game is won and lost because of the draft.
Yeah, and as we are watching the highlights, this is merely an evidence of what we were saying during the draft. Unfortunately, it was difficult. There was a time where we're looking at the items. Long as well as Benny were just battling out up top, but Benny was ahead for 1,000 gold over his lane matchup. Dax was essentially freely running across the map because of the Faramis as well as the Minotaur. If there was a Faramis, if he is about to die, Faramis ult is up. Actually, the only reason why he died was because he himself went out of the range of the Nether Realm.
Yeah, he's his worst enemy.
Exactly. And then during Lord team fights or Turtle team fights, the Mino 1 Fury as well as the Mino Motivation Roar was enough to sustain this Roger. So yeah, unfortunately, all that you've seen in the highlights are just evidences of what happened in the draft.
You know what's weird is going back to the Bruno pick, this is an 11, almost 11.5 minute game. Bruno was one of the marksmen where you would just need an item or two to actually hit that power spike and pop off here, but I don't know. This is not a good showing for, you know, all the Bruno mains out there. And as you saw, he wasn't able to really get a kill, get anything. I mean, even with the Novaria pick.
There wasn't any movement to the top lane. That's the thing with Edith plus Novaria. Very strong when it comes to just the mid lane. But when it comes to rotating to other lanes, it's difficult. And they're also facing up against the Faramis as well as the Minotaur. You might not have seen it in the highlights, but during the game itself, and you can review this, the lane was frozen against the Novaria
for a long
time. That's why the Novaria didn't have enough impact as well as the Edith, because they can get out of their lane just because of how strong the Faramis as well as the Minotaur is.
Crazy how even here in her astral form, the Minotaur is able to knock her up, and then damage full one coming in from Faramis. Yeah, that mid lane was frozen for who knows how long. While this is playing, we got to talk about the stakes here, because now having 2-0'd XYG, 2-0'ing Cloud9, the next matchup is going to determine whether they're going to the knockout stage or not, because if Falcon EP Brands wins the next one, that's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Even with the tiebreakers, I think they had a great time, because I think this game was 11 minutes and 23 seconds. Thank you, Floor. Thank you, Floor.
Thank you, Floor. 11-23. What was the first game? What was the first game time? It was also pretty quick, 13-ish.
Yeah, around there,
Yeah, very quick games.
We should give the floor a name.
For another time. What do we?
For a time, yeah.
Maybe for knockout.
Albert.
I'll go with Albert.
Right.
I'll go with Albert. But for now, we gotta look at the Sony match MVP of this game. And you know what? The choice is all over the place. Like, this is an amazing showing coming in from Falcon Esports. Looks like he's going to be Royal Milk, where Neil was talking about him a lot.
There was this jump where he did the flicker. He gets the level 4 after quite a while. And KLVJ might have not expected that. With just the flicker and the I'm offended was already enough.
I think when you look at this lineup too, Royal Milk, Ruby back-to-back.
Yeah.
Even the Faramis back-to-back. You know, we heard this now time and time again. Like, how do they keep getting these strong picks and utilizing them really well?
Yeah.
But that's just the experience that they have.
I definitely agree. This double snag mechanic as well with I'm Offended as well as the Shadow Stampede. Hard to move, definitely. So even makes it so that Fredrin is unfortunately not viable in that game. Both games, in fact.
Here's the thing. XYG is likely to be eliminated. They have like, what, 1% chance of survival. But while we're on this, very quick one. I'm going to ask the analysts. How would you guys describe the playstyle of Falcons Esports after watching that game?
Oh, they're crowd control centric. They're good with their box, and they're definitely late game centric. I think the only outlier is this previous game.
One, yeah.
But when they faced up against Cloud9 in the first game versus XYG, they really want to take it to the late game, and they want their crowd control. And it seems like sustain is key for both games that we've seen.
Yeah. For me, I would say, you know, from what we've seen from the region before in the past, it's almost the same resemblance of that. They like to play very aggressive, but if they have to go to the late game and possibly turn things around, then that's in their pockets as well. But if they can finish in under 12 minutes, why not?
They're the Combat Kings so far, right? 3 combat games. So I think we can crown them the Combat Kings so far in this MSC.
And now we got to look at the STC play prediction results here. What did you guys see? We gotta check it out in terms of the numbers. 68% said that Falcon Esports was gonna win. 32% thought that XYG was gonna win. And I gotta say, who was I voting for again?
You were voting for XYG. So was I.
My
Because
bad.
you opposed me.
My bad, fam. My bad. Maybe I'm the reason why. You know what? My bad. It's on me. But speaking of which, for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code and let us know how we can improve our broadcast. What would you name our assets? Because the floor is now called Albert.
Albert.
Yeah. What do you call a telestrator?
Albert and Bob.
Bob. All right.
The telestrator is Bob. And with that being said, we're about to go to the second match of the day, which is going to be Falcons AB Bren going up against Cloud9. But before that, we're going for a short break. Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 at Esports World Cup. LaFell here, still joined by Naisu as well as Wolf, and you guys are watching the players coming to the stage. It is Falcons, AP Bren, as well as Cloud9. And as you guys are watching, they're entering the arena. And when they're entering the arena, we're going to see both of our hosts to welcome both teams on stage, getting ready to go into the battle. And with that being said, we're not going to take any more time here because we're going to pass it over to Maracino as well as the Wood Sandstorm. It's your turn to introduce both teams.
The Amazon Arena is set to welcome the second teams that will headline today's second match.
That's right, and it is going to be the reigning world champions taking on the pride of NA.
The Bees had the Hive's heart racing in the first match of MSC 2024, looking to establish their dominance in Group D. Let's welcome Falcons AP Bren.
Falcons AP Bren have a high chance of qualifying for their knockout stage after their 2-0 victory over XYG, and now their opponent waits to see if it's going to be another sweep or if we're going to have another upset or surprise today, Mara.
Qualifying for the knockout stage gives them one step closer to completing the only title, international title that they don't have yet. They've gone on a world tour collecting trophies, and the MSC 2024 is the only one that they have yet to get their hands on.
And on the other hand, we have the pride of NA looking to get their redemption here at the MSC stage in the Amazon Arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the second team participating in the second game of the day. It is none other than Cloud9.
This is Mobazane's comeback in the international stage. The first time he was introduced to the world, he captured the hearts of MLBB fans. And since M4, he's back for vengeance to show us more.
And when we're talking about NA, they are looking to redeem themselves because ever since M3, NA has not been having the best time when it comes to international tournaments. And this game right here against Falcons AP Bren, the reigning world champions, would be one heck of a step to take on that road to redemption.
They have a lot to prove, and they want to redeem themselves from their last performance. So how about let's get this match started?
Let's do exactly that by starting over and heading over to our lovely ladies and gentlemen in our studio. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you very much. And now, analysts, you guys got to help out the fans here because the STC play prediction. What are you guys thinking?
Cloud9 all the way.
Cloud9 all the way.
Cloud9 all the way?
Despite being a Filipino and being part of Falcons AP Bren, they don't need this win. Cloud9 needs it.
I don't know if he's like trying to activate what you know. His
No, there's no foul play here. Cloud9 all the way.
Hey, I'm half American, half Filipino. So, but I'm gonna go with Cloud9.
You know what? For you guys at home, make sure you guys lock in your predictions at stcplay.gg right now. They said Cloud9, but really it's up to you guys. Falcon AP Bren or Cloud9. Again, stcplay.gg. We heard it from you guys. No biasness, of course. No biasness.
How about you?
Me?
Yeah. Who you signing with now?
You know what? I agree with our analysts. Cloud9, Cloud9 all the way. Cloud9 all the way. But yeah, let's talk about this. Why does Cloud9 have a chance? And what does it mean if they get a 2-0 here?
Okay, I think when it comes to just raw pound for pound achievements, obviously you're going to be favoring Falcons AP Bren. They have stellar, their coaching staff is experienced, their players are experienced, they are the world champions. So it's definitely difficult. Now, what can Cloud9 bring to the table? Honestly, I think it's the understanding of the meta game, perhaps because of how Falcons AP Bren played before in the finals of the MPLPH. Are going to have some doubts because they got to play very slow compared to what is expected in the metagame. Also, maybe this time Mobazane can bring up fighters instead of going for assassins and utility junglers. Maybe the fighters like Alpha. Maybe, he picks up the Roger. He's one of his favorites,
I think for Cloud9, anybody rooting for North America here to pull through groups and make this miracle happen, because that's honestly what they need.
Yeah.
Biggest thing was learn from the mistakes they made in their previous matches. Learn from that. adjust from that, and then hopefully, I think even when you go to the draft, you know, have a better draft here, because I know you mentioned this, Wolf, you know, the play style from Falcons AP Bren, they're known for playing a little more slower and controlled utility junglers before, but now it's changed.
Yeah.
You know, and they've refined that style, I feel like. So for Cloud9, and based on all their scrims and everything they've done so far, I'm hoping that they are able to get a favorable draft and then can just improve what we saw from before from them.
If I'm Cloud9, I would worry, because I just saw this thing called the round table, and then there's this guy, this host guy, like
stoic kind of guy.
Nasu or something.
What's Joseph? His name's Joseph.
Joseph, yeah. He was talking to Falcons AP Brand, and then they were saying, we love it. We love the meta.
Yeah.
Now, I don't have to use these tank junglers anymore. Like, Kyle's like, I'm loving it. And even Flap was like, oh, you call the EXP meta boring? Well, I haven't played yet, so.
Remember what they called the group, by the way?
The easy group.
The easy group.
The easy group.
I can't blame them for that. I think
you can't blame them for that?
Yeah, Falcons AP Bren are like these are confident young lads. And probably the oldest one is Few, but then if you look at Few's age, he's actually pretty young still.
He's still young.
20,
he's still young.
Probably
it's
24, 23.
He's not 25 yet.
Yeah, no, I believe he's not 25 yet, you know.
It's crazy. As he grows, I grow too.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like our age gap will get closer, but no, it stays the same.
Yes, yeah. That's how. That's typically how age works, Lafel. You know.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess you learn something new every day.
Exactly. But then again, you know, if you're looking at Falcons AP Brand, surely they made a stumble during the playoffs when they were 4-0'd by Team Liquid Echo.
Yeah.
At the same time, there is a way for them to play in the meta game that might, and you can really see through the round table that they understand. They said that there is no Lord Dance anymore.
Yep.
It's all about clashes, it's all about team fights. Which really benefits them. Maybe this time Kyle TZ shows us his assassin skills, you know?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because I think for part of this is Kyle TZ goes assassin, Mobazane doesn't. Maybe he goes something different. He picked Alpha twice.
Yep.
In their previous match, you know, when we got to see them first day.
I mean, here's the thing though.
Cloudy.
It's crazy though. What if Mobazane's like, I've been hiding the strap for a while. You guys haven't seen my fanny.
Huh?
And then when he shows the fanny, he's like, okay, maybe you should keep it hiding. But you know, it's like things could happen. Things could happen.
Yeah.
But we got to talk about what Cloud9, like some of the mistakes, because they were going up against Falcon, and to their point, they got like 6,000 goal lead. So honestly, it's looking pretty good. It's just, they just couldn't end the game.
Yeah.
So going up against Falcons AP Brand, maybe just try to end the game.
Lock on the base.
Well,
lock on the base.
Lock on the base.
You see heroes and you see base. Attack the base.
Hey, Falcons AP Bren are notoriously known for not also being able to close out games.
They are.
So maybe we see an endless game.
Maybe we go 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe we go 30 plus minutes.
Exactly.
Okay, now it's your turn.
Your turn.
Wait,
it's my turn.
How long does it need for the Lord to get the full stack of the penetration?
Oh, I thought
10
it was
seconds.
No, like how long in the game do we need?
I think there was a figure that was like patches ago. I can't remember anymore, but yeah, there was a cap.
As long as he's hitting them, it stacks, right? It's up to 10 stacks?
You're talking about the physical penetration, right?
Oh, the physical penetration.
So first hit is 10%, and every second it raises by 10%. So after 10 seconds, 100%.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry.
There you go.
That's why it's changed the course of Lord dances, man.
Yeah, exactly. So we've seen teams just like, if we see the Lord, we're bursting the Lord by 10 seconds. If we can't burst the Lord by 10 seconds, you know what? We'll relax.
Yeah.
We'll let the other team try it out first.
So I have this theory that come the late game, maybe if you want to if you're kind of forced to do the Lord Dance, maybe the one that holds it probably is the marksman, just because of the lifesteal.
I agree.
And then HP, if it's HP based, I mean marksmen don't have the highest HP anyway.
That's true.
So technically speaking, but then that exposes you. Just don't get hit by the knockup and you're gonna be fine.
And now we're jumping straight into the draft. Falcons AP Brand, blue side. Cloud9, red side. Falcon AP Brand banning out the Angela and C9. Without thinking that long, banning out the Ling and follow it up. It's gonna be a Valentina ban. So what does this tell us, Wolf?
They want to go assassins for sure. with the Valentina ban, and I think they're respecting Marquide. And by the way, Marquide has been performing well. Like
yeah, yes.
I think he's not originally part of the C9 gang. He went there during the finals.
During the finals, yep.
The finals. Came from Area 77, a team that I also thought that could be a finalist from NACT. They're pretty strong. Shout out to my boy Jay, who's still playing there. Jay Cutie.
Jay Cutie, yeah.
It's IGN in.
I can't believe you guys haven't talked about the GOAT.
The GOAT?
The GOAT.
Milo the
Yellow?
GOAT.
Milo the GOAT.
He's against. Oh man, the GOAT versus the GOAT.
It's just Flapteasy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just MVP of the M5.
Yeah, it's just MVP of M5.
He just has his own unique emote in the game, you know?
Yeah. Did you guys see that picture going around with all the GOATs?
Oh, what?
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Which picture?
Like Flap was there, Coach, Ducky, Carl Peasy, and then I think they're like, Milo, you should be in the photo.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Milo's the GOAT,
Milo's
man.
the GOAT. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yep. He's going to pick Edith in there, and everything's going to be fine.
So now we see the chip ban. It should be a Lu Yi ban,
It
right?
should be.
It should be a Lu Yi ban. You don't want to give Few that pick.
Yep.
But then after that, what happens? Are we thinking a Harith, a Roger? I'm personally, for me, I prefer Roger at this point. Harith hasn't been winning a lot of games.
Had an argument for but for me, Harith, Roger's easier because it's a flex.
It's a flex, yeah. So you get to play around that, but again, this is part of the fact too. You know, Super Marco's performance throughout the season leading up to this. What was the nickname we gave him? Bulletproof Marco.
Yeah, but something like a bulletproof Marco, like a Superman.
Yeah, he was just impossible to kill. So I think even if Marco doesn't get the Roger, or let's say the Harith in the gold lane, he could just pick up the Claude and do the same thing.
Okay, so that should be a Lu Yi ban. We did not see it exactly. So there's the Roger, the first pick coming out from Falcon's AP Bren. Everything's normal now. I think you pick up the Harith as well as Edith if you are.
Definitely Edith, yeah.
Yep. What
is Harith worth considering?
Yeah, I think with all due fairness, I think basic plays a main Harith. So that should be and you obviously don't want to give both Harith and Roger to Falcon's AP Bren, right?
Oh yeah, that sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah, it really is a bad idea. So you're better off at just picking up. So which makes us think, what is the actual pick that is combined with that? I'm thinking Edith just because it can be played by both Cold World as well as the GOAT Nido.
As well as anyone from Falcon's AP brand. It's crazy when we come to the pick and bans. It's like you have to consider if the opponent can use it, you want to snatch it as fast as you can.
But at the same time, you will have to assume that Falcon's AP brand can play almost anything.
Yeah. Well, we heard that in the roundtable actually. It was like I think it was Flap that was like, yeah, you could basically put anything in the jungle almost.
All right. Yeah.
He's like. Yeah, and it's funny because if you guys have actually been watching the streams leading in to the MSC, a lot of these pro players were testing some crazy things out.
Yeah.
I know it's on stream, but they were just testing that limit. Yeah. Can we actually bring everything to the table? Looks like, okay, Lu Yi was locked in, so we just don't have the UI, but you saw it there.
So this was Harith that was banned, I would say?
Yeah, I'm guessing. So it looks like for Cloud9, they pick up the Edith as well as the Moskov. And now for Falcon's AP Bren, they have the Roger, they have the Charizla, they have the Lu Yi.
It's an alpha.
It's an alpha.
It's an alpha for Cloud9. You guys were talking about shopping spree. Wolf, Falcon's AP Bren, they're shopping.
I'm pacing.
Oh man, I'm scared about
I'm pacing now.
Yeah.
Do you guys still feel good for Cloud9?
I'm not feeling good.
And it's the Moskov.
Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling well. Oh man.
Hey Trex, how you feeling, buddy?
Trex, how you feeling?
Oh man, okay, they go Alpha Edith Moskov. We've seen this a time or two, and they're playing into the Lu Yi. I'm so surprised that the Lu Yi went through.
How did they answer this? Maybe fair miss, but then FCAP can just ban that out. Novaria, you can also ban the Novaria now if you're FCAP, and then you don't have anything to worry about. Moscovire is still a big combo, and it is great versus Lu Yi. And I'm saying great just because of the natural idea that you scout out where your opponents are.
Yeah.
But it's not great. I mean, it's not a hard counter.
It's not better than great.
Yeah, it's not better than great.
Right now, looking at the draft,
there's the Novaria ban.
Should this Edith go to the Roam or to the XP? Now that we see the Charizla and we see the Lu Yi.
Yeah, I think you're okay. You're okay that it is in the EXP lane, go for a sustained kind of hero in the roam role, like a Minotaur, for example, for Cold World, so that whenever there is an initiation, at least you can help your teammates. Matilda actually is good with the Alpha.
Oh, hold on. I gotta say this from Moma Zane. I think the easiest server is probably Malaysia. Sure. The teams are awful, and they always get group exited. For me, the weakest server is Malaysia. Sure, man.
Why did you want to read it?
You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm not going to talk in the draft. You know, you guys can.
This is how traumatized Lafel and Gideon are.
Yeah.
For the past 2 days, I have been nothing but complimenting Malaysia, but he's not accepting it.
Why is he attacking me?
That's not an attack. That's a compliment.
Yeah.
Malaysia's doing great, man.
Yeah, it is.
Because we're an easy server?
No, because you have 2 teams in the knockouts.
Multiple teams have. Oh wait, no. I guess no.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Well, let's. I think you want to go Valentine. Oh, the Valentine is banned. Maybe you're left with the Faramis if you're C9.
They don't go Vexana, do they?
No, they can go for anything, and then they might still not win. I'm bitter.
Yeah. Yep.
Is it fair? But either way, honestly,
yeah, Faramis is great. Great versus the.
Yeah, Faramis is good.
Great versus the Roger.
The only thing is that Faramis going up against Louis as well as Turizla is a bit iffy, you know.
In a way, yeah. Oh,
Aurora.
Okay.
Aurora.
So you're kind of not incentivized to go for assassins now if you are FCAP, right?
Wow, she has a 100% win rate, huh? You don't see her pop up that often, but all right, Aurora.
Yeah, Aurora. So you're looking for
going up against an alpha, you kind of don't want to go tanky as well, right?
Yep. You're looking for a roamer here for FCAP. I think Matilda looks great. You kind of shut down it, scout out where they are. Minotaur, they snatch his Minotaur. I love that a lot. Busa. Okay.
All right.
The hey of Busa, man.
Okay, so I think you're left with Group B. If you
guys were talking about FCAP, that maybe they're playing for the longer game, but looking at this draft, I kind of feel like as long as they see anyone, they're gonna go for it.
Yeah.
Yep. I think the hardest part about this too for Cloud9 is, okay, they lock in a Cho pick, but still, the idea is the same. Playing against the momentum that we're going to see set by FCAP and the diversion.
Cho might be able to slow them down, but for now, the casters, you guys have heard what the analysts have said. The stakes are high for this one. Cloud9 needs to win, because if not, they're knocked out. With that being said, we're passing it over to our casters.
It's all or nothing for the Warriors from North America's Cloud9 face off against the defending champions of the world in Falcon's AP Bren. Leo and Gideon here at your service, casting this best of 2. And can I just say, FCAP got away with so much in the draft in an order that would surprise you.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, it really just came down to that final ban on the first phase, that Aerith ban. Maybe they could have considered opening it up and then hopefully get a decent pick. But I think at this, it's as good as it gets for C9, right? I think that C9, I like the Aurora a lot. It's going to be able to buy some time here, but let's see how creative FCAP are going to be with that Loyi.
And it might just be that creativity that Cloud9 might use to shock the world, to shock everyone watching, and to get into a position where maybe they can fight for the knockouts. Here we go, an early start. Cold World getting into Cloud9's face.
Forces out an early retribution, which is exactly what you want to see. But in the meantime, right, you can see that FCAP, when they receive a push, they're going to be pushing somewhere else. They're going to find other places to find small advantages. And that's a very early recall on Mark QT. If he commits to it, but no, he needs to be around just to fight for Litho. Doesn't seem like this is going to be much of an engagement.
Checking out the bottom lane here, Basic and Super Marco. Again, this is as even a matchup as you can get. Super Marco definitely can bully the Moscow, but the Moscow can find an angle to CC the Predator that is the Roger. See, like that. Checking out Mobazane's emblem of choice. That is a killing spree. Long time no see.
Yeah, I think it's bold that he's going for killing spree here. I do feel like I don't think he's going to be able to snowball as hard as we would like to imagine. But then again, I could be entirely wrong. I think that C9 could just be pivoted towards playing around Mobazane then, rather than Basic, just to let Basic kind of sit on an island by himself. Because right now, his laning phase seems to be perfectly fine. No real bad trades coming in from him.
Yep, it's an honest approach to the scaling. Cloud9 is going from 0 to 30 to 40 to 50 to 60, and then maybe jump the gun when Mobazane is ready. Turtle coming up in about 10 seconds. You can see in the minimap Kyle TZ playing around with his quad shadows. And is this right, Gideon? Can we expect for Kyle TZ to do this? A delayed take first on the purple and then commit to the turtle? Because look,
I think
Mobazane is rushing it.
I mean, he could rush it potentially, but I do think that there is a gank opportunity on the top side of the map. But for Kyle TZ's sake, again, he's an assassin. The early levels doesn't really matter. And I think even Mobazane recognizes that, right? As long as he is keeping level with Kyle TZ, these neutral objectives honestly don't really matter as much.
Oh, Chris, aka Cold World, looking to reach level 4. He needs a kick. There we go. It's online. It's a fair fight.
Oh, wait. Mobazane turns around. He's not actually taking his purple buff. He's coming for the contest, knowing that Falcon's AP Bren are all around Cold World, trying to force something out from FCap's side. Great ult! It lands on the 3 targets. Can he steal Kyle? Finds the turtle. Minoan Fury gets the knock-up of first blood. It's going to be Cold World who goes down as Mobazane takes out Flap TZ. Mielo ends up dying alongside them.
2 for 1 plus the big one. The SOD coming in. I'm sure it hit someone, but that's not a position you want to put yourself in the early game as a Moskov. One more look at the team fight. It would have been great. That Frigid Glacier from Mark Cutie was picture perfect, but the follow-through, it was slightly lacking. And I think in essence, right, theoretically, that's the perfect time to go in with the Spear of Alpha, maybe even jump in if you're bold, SOD in through basic, but the items just weren't there yet. The firepower wasn't present.
The firepower definitely wasn't present, and I think more so, it's kind of difficult to lock down the Hayabusa without having the space to do so, right? You can see that Mark QT doesn't want to go further than he has to, and Kyle TZ can just sit back with the quad.
This is the kind of situation wherein you look at the emblems and you see the difference maker, even if they were at relatively the same amount of items just yet. The war cry made the difference for Kyle TZ's basic attacks, definitely.
100%, 100%, right? That's why war cry is pretty effective on assassins. We're seeing Ling users pick up the war cry because it's just that good.
In the early, it helps you get the extra 10, 15 damage per basic, which would eventually lead to the win. In the late game, don't get me started, it amplifies the damage all the more because you get the late game.
I mean, so far, considering everything that has been happening here, fun fact, 73 unique picks already here at MSC. Like, we've gone through a good amount of heroes, and I think people are digging deep to try and figure out how to win on red side. Like, I feel bad for C9 because they need that 2-0, but they're starting off on the weakest side of the meta.
70 plus. What's the number?
76.
76. So we're approaching 60-something% of the total hero pool, which, by the way, Jushin is not yet a part of. So you're looking at the 124, 125. Second turtle started up already. Less than half health. Cold World jump in and get the kick.
He gets a really good kick. They can burst him down. Oh, it blows up. And Kyle, now he has to be a little bit careful. He doesn't have his bodyguard no longer, but Super Marco can clean up a fight if he finds the opportunity. A great play from Cold World as Flap TZ now just peeling away Mielo. He's too low to be part of this fight in Cold World. He's got nothing left in the tank. So C9, this turtle dance, kind of looking a little different. Flicker forward coming in from Flap TZ to get the penalty zone, but it looks like he's out of position with no follow-up and a backup. Kyle only gets the double here. Pretty good considering how everything panned out for Falcon's AP Bren.
That's deja vu for FCap. Another 2 for 1 now with the backline basic.
He gets hit still. He dashes out of the way, but the dive is complete. The fast diversion from the side of Falcon's AP Bren never misses.
A fast break from coast to coast they went, and Basic didn't see that coming. I mean, he tried. That's good news for Falcon's AP Bren, though. They forced the flicker out of Peter Bryce, and now there's another 2 minutes that they have to wait until Basic is at full mobility. Check out that replay brought to us by STC. Wow. All it took was an Oogie Shadow kill and the sudden burst on Mobazane, and if I'm not mistaken, Cold World, to turn that all around, to make sure that Cloud9 disperses, sends Basic back into his lane, and give them a false sense of security. All this while, Falcon's AP Bren were thinking of the next step.
I think it's totally fine that Cold World goes down there. I think it's really unlucky that Mobazane actually dies there. Now, Mark UT, he still has his passive. He should die here regardless, because Kyle, really great position of the Quad Shadows. SOD is already out, but I don't think Basic wants to get in there just yet. He's heading to the top side of the map where he still has the protection of that tier 1. But let's see Kyle, how greedy is he going to get? He tries to go back in, doesn't get it, but he does lose out on his retribution.
All right. C9 putting their foot down, saying, you're gonna take these turtles, maybe a few kills on us, but not my buff. All this while, Super Marco working up on that top lane tier 1. The map has shrunk, Gideon. Where does Basic find farm?
Oh, wait, sorry. It's actually 73 unique picks. I added an extra 3 on top of that.
Okay, all right. Well, to be fair, there have been a few heroes picked up. Now, Zayn in trouble. Oh, my. Sky Piercer.
Unlucky. Yeah,
online.
Sky Piercer is online. Dude, if that was the first execution, right? How many kills he had before that could have been? I didn't see when exactly he got the Sky Piercer, but let's see how this neutral plays out.
Let's call it 2.
Let's call it 2?
Let's say 2 stacks now.
All right. I think that's fair. I think that'll be fair. That's a free turtle for the side of Falcons, AP Bren, and I think that C9, they've lost so much tempo from that one diversion play.
Everything currently on the map belongs to Falcons, AP Bren. Looking at it from a roll-to-roll, lane-to-lane perspective, what is the biggest gap we've got? Kyle, slightly up.
Unironically, I think it's between Flap, TZ, and Mielo as of right now, right? Based on, I mean, Mielo is 2 levels down. Oh no, he got hit by the edge of it. No, the Middle Fury already finds the pick.
Oh, and Few can now put himself in the front lines a little more. Despite this being a Luo Yi, it can be a CQC mage. Start him young. Look at this father and son do. I would assume that they're father and son. Hello, enjoying the show in the Amazon Arena.
It's great to see the families come together, especially showing their love for esports here. Now, let's see how this is going to play out, because MLBB, he probably doesn't want to be there longer than he should. He still has Spirit of Alpha to get on out of there, and even the Frigid... Wait, that's a kill coming in from Mark UT, and now they start to initiate. They get in. Phew, the next fall doesn't get out of there as Mielo is going to follow up to try and get as many stragglers as possible. He gets hit by the penalty zone, and then Super Marco fires one. Kaltizi's already godlike, but MLBB says, no, I move forward. I don't back down. He never gives up. Oh my God, Cold World saves MLBB's life with a flicker away of the dragon.
Straight up martial arts. The kick into the spear, into the true damage from Beta. Cloud9 are here to play. They are not gonna bow down and take this lion down. Falcons AP Bren have to respect Cloud9's micro now. That top lane engagement deep behind enemy lines. Cloud9 showing up, man. What's the gap right now? About 3K, 2K? They definitely shrank that.
They definitely shrank that, and they're back into this. Yes, they're missing a lot of structures. Don't get me wrong. It is still a tough position to be in, but C9 definitely showed that they have what it takes to win out in these fights, and Falcons AP Bren must respect them.
Good news for Cloud9 as well. They give a chunk of those kills over to MLBB. He's making bank. And yeah, they'll take whatever kills they can, but what is good to know for NA fans is there's 10 seconds left on Marco and Fuse Purify. So if somehow Cloud9 find a kick, if somehow Cloud9 find an engage off of Mielo, then maybe this could be a free Lord. But bad news is they spend a lot of battle spells. Look at all of those flickers on cooldown.
I think they need to play around these battle spells, right? That's their big X factor from the side of C9. And Falcons AP Bren, they recognize it too. Oh, BOD for the side of Kyle.
All right. That is a BOD, yes. Diversion in. Kyle TZ picked up by Few. Here's the fight.
MLBB does get the lore, but now the Frigid Breath is already down. Kyle finds Kohler instantaneously as the Minone Fury is going to be coming out, and unlucky because right now he's just chaining kills upon kills upon kills. This man's making stacks.
That is the most expensive Lord I've seen in a while. 4 for a major objective. And now Falcons AP Bren making a beeline for this mid lane inhibitor.
Oh my goodness. Like, can Kyle not, like, he lost at least 30% of all, 40% of his stacks. He got it all back in a single fight.
Maybe even more now, because he just got 3 out of that single engage by pressing his ult. Looking at the items, there is the Sky Piercer, the Blade of Despair, and the Hunter's Strike. As for MLBB, he's definitely building a little chunkier now. Oh, diversion out. War Axe, Queen's Wings, and Oracle on his way to a BFB.
Huh, interesting. I definitely think Coldwell, I guess C9 called him off. I think Coldwell was thinking the same thing that I was. He maybe could have gotten a single kick onto someone just as the diversion is completing, just to isolate one person.
Yep, a kill is a kill for Cloud9. You'll take anything you can, but you have to consider A death on a member of Cloud9 now could mean suddenly an inhibitor lost. A death on a member of Cloud9 could mean suddenly Falcons AB Bren calls it the GG push and says you can't defend without Mar, you can't defend without Cold World. And where does this put Basic, right? Basic is still scrounging for farm, man. He is down a level from Super Marco. And I don't know if he has the Wind Talker by now, or rather the Wind of Nature, but he needs to survive the Yogi Shadow Kill.
Yeah, I think the Yogi Shadow Kill is the biggest problem. It's chaining too much, and I think that Kyle TZ is just way too far ahead in the game, right? Just him throwing the shurikens alone is pretty devastating.
It's gotta feel like a third of Basic's health at this point. He's on the way.
So close.
He has a Trinity, but he's still afraid of the Yogi Shadow Kill. And we're not even talking about Flap TZ. We're not even talking about Super Marco. This has been almost 80-90% of the game now, 12 minutes elapsed. Kyle TZ wreaking havoc.
Pretty much, right? Like, Super Marco wants to get in there and be like, hey, guys, like, you know, I'm the big executioner. And Kyle's like, nah, I got Sky Piercer. It's all good, man. You could take a back seat.
Yep, just clean up.
Yeah,
the ones
just
they can't kill. And that puts Cloud9 in such a bad place mentally. Because they can clump up, feel the wrath of the Shadow Kill, or clump up, feel the diversion, the yin-yang, and even defending the waves. Looking at their wave clear, Cloud9, Mark Cutie, and Basic are really their only hopes. Because if Mobazane puts himself in a weird position, then he's using Beta in his skill set to clear waves. He wants to get into the fight as soon as possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really tough because even so, right, it's not like Cloud9's composition is very fluid when it comes down to team fights. They usually just want the traditional front to back, and ideally, they always want to keep moving forward. That's what's really cool about this composition. But Falcons AB Bren, with the addition of Kyle TZ, they have 4 members that basically hunker down in the fortress while Kyle is like, you know, throwing artillery at C9, forcing them to kind of spread apart because he's just that much of a threat.
Yep, and of course, there's the penalty zone you're thinking about. 2 big ticket AoE ults from Ogwin and Flap now that they
they find it outside of the map. They at least get Mobazane as well as Cold World. What a fast play from Falcons AP Bren. They did not see it coming.
Basic saw it coming. He saw the diversion destination and he threw the SOD, but really there's not much you can do. As a Moskov at this point, again, 14 minutes in, Big Lord in mid, top lane in jeopardy. This could be it.
Oh, once again, they're going to be using Glacier very early on, but they're going straight for the Crystal. They're ignoring a majority of the members, and FCAP take this 1-0 against C9. Wow, Kyle, he is nasty. I thought it was going to be a Nolan game, but man, his Hayabusa is just as good.
The fact that the Hayabusa can come in and out more fluidly than a Nolan can makes this dangerous. Again, I think between the pop-in from target to target, that might be Nolan's specialty. But if you're just looking for target acquisition, you're looking for the quick in-out to just exacerbate the fact that there's a Luya on the other side, makes it worse for C9.
Immediate profit is the name of the game. With that being said, let's throw it over to our analyst to break down this game. It's all yours, LaFell.
Thank you very much. And we're looking at the C9 players, and even they're trying to think, like, what do we change? Like, what went wrong? And I think we got to start with Kyle TZ here. That Hayabusa is nasty.
Just like I said during the roundtable, or he said, I should say.
He said, yeah.
He was excited about this change, and he can bring the Assassins back to the meta.
Unfortunately, it's still a problem, especially on a team like Falcons AP Bren that have intense amount of and I said the word intense, right? Intense amount of in-game knowledge because of their experience.
It is pretty intense.
Give it to one of the veterans. Give it to someone who played from MPLPH Season 1. Give it to a 2-time world champion, my personal GOAT, Few, and he can make wonders. This teleport alone is like he's just oozing with confidence. Well, eventually they did die. But definitely oozing with confidence. And it wasn't called for. Eventually, Kyle TZ will die after this, and this will be a little bit of hope from Kyle TZ. But there will be another TP play that they did where Hayabusa showed himself in the bottom lane, and then what happened was, Few was just laughing because, like,
yeah, overconfidence.
Overconfidence.
Nice. Isn't it like a caster thing to say? It's like, look at how good this TP was, and then the team immediately died.
Yeah, like I said, it was oozing with confidence.
It was oozing with confidence.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't have to be good confidence. But anyway, we're looking at the itemization here. We got to talk about the Hayabusa's itemization. There's a lot of burst damage coming in.
There is. And there was that little bit of hope that we saw from Cloud9 in the exchange that Wolf was just talking about too. But I think even if they had that, there was just no answer for the amount of momentum Kyle TZ got alone on the Hayabusa, especially when the Skypiercer was locked in. That made it very difficult for them to deal with. And, you know, I think just letting them get the Loyi and the Minotaur, for example.
It's a bit much.
It's a bit much.
We gotta see as well how, honestly, Mark Cutie on the Aurora actually set it up quite well. It's just that, like our caster said, sometimes the follow-up wasn't really there. Like, it's like an entire team not really on the same page.
Yeah, I think it's also difficult to play against this composition where they're like all over the place. If anything, the only two heroes from the side of Falcon AP Bren that aren't that mobile is the Turtles as well as the Minotaur, but at the same time they have their own ways to be mobile with the flickers, and I think that both Flaptizi as well as Ogwin have reserved their flickers so much that they only used it in important scenarios.
Honestly, looking at this match, it does seem like Falcons AP Bren, they're making sure they control the early as well as mid very, very well. And part of that is because of Kyle TZ's retribution, man. Like, we saw Cloud9 trying to control the early and mid by taking away those turtles, and then Kyle is just like, thank you. And then he gets out.
Kyle gets a double kill after the first turtle.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult to play right after that.
And even if that wasn't a Hayabusa, like let's just say it was another assassin, it would have been the same result. Like the amount of pressure that comes from an assassin jungler with Warcry, mind you, getting a double kill plus those turtles, it's pretty devastating, you know. And they couldn't really deal with. I feel like once that was set, they were just constantly trying to catch their breath.
I like that you're talking about how it doesn't matter the kind of assassins they picked up, which shows that his hero pool is wide. So even if you ban out the Hayabusa, it's not going to mean much. And now, Wolf, can you explain us a little bit more about what happened in the game with the Telestrator or with Bob?
Bob will be helping us as this is another showcase of the patience as well as the in-game knowledge coming up from Falcon AP Bren. I'm going to try to zoom in once again. So you may not see it like literally, but there is the Blade of Despair. It's like, show it to us. Yeah, so that's one thing. Kyle TZ was farming, and you also with the mini-map, you can see that they are fighting around the Lord area. And you'll be surprised that the entirety of C9 actually burst the Lord. Milo activated the ultimate. Yeah. Yep, and this is because they saw the Hayabusa in the bottom lane. Eventually, they will have enough time to burst it, which is great. But then you can see the disaster happening. Freshly picked up Blade of Despair. Kyle TZ finds the angle to the backlines, gets Colward first, and then goes to the backline because of how well used the Quad Shadow was. And then Milo was just isolated from the team. There's no protection anymore. And then Mobazane, despite getting the Lord, is going to be gunned down. The damage output from Kyle TZ was great. And what I'm trying to say in this particular clash is that Falcon AP Bren knew their timings. The reason why they showed the Hayabusa in the bottom lane before the Lord fight happened, which eventually prompted the Cloud9 gang to burst the Lord, was because they had the teleport with the Luyi. Few did not show himself in the map. Obviously, C9 didn't know that even when the Hayabusa was in the bottom, that you could just TP the Hayabusa into the Lord fight, which was, I think, was insane amount of game sense.
That's why I'm going to ask. I would love to get your guys' opinion on this. More value, is it Loyi or Chip?
Still Chip for me.
Still Chip?
Still Chip.
So I think still Chip. But yeah, I think they're both great. You just don't give it up.
They're both devastating to the lineup.
The thing is, if one gets banned out, the stock for the one that's left just increases so much.
It 10x.
I agree. I agree so much. But now we got to check out the Sony MVP of the match. And it's going to be Kyle TZ on that Hayabusa. So, again, honestly, looking at the game, how do you stop him? That's the only question. Like, even though you have a Cho, you have an Edith, but it's almost like, how do you stop him?
Well, pray for the first Lord fight to go badly in their favor, which unfortunately didn't happen. I understand why they wanted to go for the turn. To be fair, Mobazane's decision making to go for the Lord. I think that's a good decision on their part. But at the same time, they didn't know that that Ogwin was already level 4 in this case. Oh well, they probably knew, but they didn't respect it. That's what I'm trying to say. The first turtle fight.
Yeah, and for that, again, when you're going to go against this assassin, I don't know. Like, I'm almost just kind of scratching my head here, and I don't know if anyone else is, but like, for Mobazane, you're playing against Kyle Teasy. He locks in this Hayabusa. You know that he's probably going to opt for an assassin. Is Alpha the only answer that we're going to see from Mobazane?
Oh, you know what? That's actually a very good question. Like, now we have to see what other options the Mobazane have, but we're still looking at our MVP here. And again, I saw it was like a 13 KDA.
Yeah.
Like, Kyle Teasy only died once, and that was an impressive showing on the Hayabusa. Now, gentlemen, we've heard your opinions, but I heard something special is coming up because both of our reporters, Steph Weezy as well as Eterna, they were able to talk with the coaches for both teams. So we're going to hear from both of them, but let's check it out.
Hi guys, back again with me, Eterna, and with me right now is Coach Ducky. Now, Coach, a lot of people are wondering, and I'm pretty sure a lot of viewers are also wondering, how is your preparation with Falcons AP Bren this time around, especially coming against Cloud9?
We don't really prepare for a particular team. We just, train to improve, our team chemistry, cohesion, and stuff like that. So just to answer your question real quick, we don't really prepare for a specific team. Yeah.
Okay. Last question before I let you go. What is your message to Coach Midnight?
Come on, man. Put on some show.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach. We'll bother you later on again. But of course, we're going to throw it over to Steph Weezy. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Steph Weezy. Anyways, listening to the coach, it looks like he doesn't have a specific plan for any of the teams. He just prepares the general plan, and then it works out for everyone. And to Midnight's like, come on, bring us a show. But you know what? Since Eterna threw it to Steph Weezy, you know what? I'll catch a throw, and I'm going to throw it over to Steph Weezy.
All right, guys, we are backstage with Coach Midnight as his team is on the stage getting ready to go up against their opponent, Falcons AP Bren. I got to ask you, Midnight, how has Cloud9 been preparing for this battle?
A lot of scrims, a lot of watching of AP Bren games, and just having fun.
Having fun. I think that's one of the most important parts, often overlooked. Well, for you, do you have a message you want to give out to Coach Ducky?
See you back in Manila.
There you go. See you back in Manila. Cloud9, good luck on your guys' journey in MSC 2024.
But what does that really mean?
I don't know what that means, actually.
What does that really mean? I'll see you back in Manila.
Sounds aggressive, Midnight.
It sounds very aggressive.
Yeah, I think it depends on the time. Like, see you in Manila soon, or see you in Manila after MSC.
Is he saying that both of them are gonna get eliminated?
Yeah, that's what I felt too.
Like it, right?
Yeah, like okay, yeah. I don't understand, but yeah, sure.
Is that confidence?
That is him putting on a show.
Is that confidence or negative confidence? Where's the aura here?
That's negative aura,
hey,
maybe.
What is the theme today?
Confusion.
All right.
With that being said, just letting you guys know, Midnight is a close friend of ours. You know,
Yes,
shout
sir.
outs to Midnight. Shout outs to Coach Ducky again. Both coaches are showing, I would say, charisma and enthusiasm for each other. But we got to talk about the games here for now, because going into game number 2 is definitely going to be an uphill battle for Cloud9.
Must win. I think if they lose 0-2, this means that they've just literally forfeited their chance of getting the knockouts. Even winning the next game, they will have to wish for a different scenario. Maybe get it through the tiebreaker. So definitely a must win.
No, it's easy, just win.
Boys.
It's easy, just win.
It's not that hard. You know, just like get a few kills, destroy some turrets, and then go to the base, and then just destroy that too.
Why is it? Why are they finding it difficult?
Don't overcomplicate it. You know what, Midnight? Maybe you should let the player.
We won't go there.
Okay.
Don't overcomplicate it. It's like, you know.
Okay.
Get good heroes.
Pick your hero. Well, maybe that's. I don't know. The alpha has to change, man.
Yeah, maybe the alpha has to change. What? Like a Balman?
Yeah. Yisun Shin.
Yisun Shin. You know what?
Throw it
you know
back.
What? I like that.
Throw it
I like
back.
that.
Granger.
Oh, I like that better. I like that
Granger.
better.
Actually, the Granger looks interesting because
you need some early game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think well, the revamp hasn't kicked in yet, but the upcoming Granger updates will be nasty.
Dude.
But it's not usable now, so.
Great. What's the new spell that isn't a war cry? People.
War cry?
No, the one with that's
Temporal Rain?
Temporal Rain.
Temporal Rain.
Temporal Rain Granger. Yeah.
Okay.
After you deal the Death Sonata, you're just
You're moving and grooving faster.
You're moving and grooving. You're moving and grooving. You may not get kills, but you're moving and grooving.
At least you look cool.
At least you look cool.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Jumping into the draft, because the problem with drafting against Falcons AB Brand, because we heard the coach say it, they don't prepare a specific strategy for Cloud9, meaning to say that they're not like, oh, against them we got to use the bait, against them we have to use the Hayabusa. It's not that. It's like the draft is open because they don't prepare a specific hero for them. But Cloud9 seems like they prepared specific heroes for AP Brand, but it's not working out.
Now I have my opinions about like drafting as well as specifically for the alpha argument. While it's true that maybe they should not think about the alpha anymore, I think that conceptually letting go of a Luyi is bad.
Yeah,
I agree.
For Cloud9.
I concur.
Because not only is the Luyi very strong, they also like to play utility junglers like Fredrins, for example, the Barats. Technically speaking, the alpha is there, but all of these heroes, they struggle facing up against the Luyi because they essentially kind of amplify the potency of the Luyi, because they just bounce off of that. Yeah.
You know, speaking of Luyi, because we didn't talk about her much, but I feel like that one diversion play to catch basic was like enough early pressure, and it stopped any build-up for basic.
Yes. You know what? Let me just throw this question just to show how strong Luyi is. You're talking about how this hero is bad going up against the Luyi, right? Who's good going up against the Luyi?
Chip.
If you can get There's an argument for the Ling, actually. Because you can really catch up, and honestly, you can kill the Luyi as the TP was charging. You know, that's enough time for the Luyi to be killed. But yeah, but frankly, there isn't any good hero to face up against the Luyi, unless of course you get your own, which is the Chip.
Yeah, but I don't see a world where both Luyi and Chip gets through. Even crazier. Even crazier. Imagine if you first pick the Chip, and then the opponent doesn't pick up a Luyi, and then
you get both.
And then you get both.
That's
too much.
Yeah.
What is Luyi's win rate now? I mean, for a while, she's 100%.
Only losing one game.
Twice.
Lost twice.
Oh, twice?
Yeah. Fnatic Onyx won against Luyi.
Love this new setup, by the way.
Oh yeah.
We're in the draft.
Yeah, right now looking at
We
draft
are
here.
the draft.
We are the draft.
We are the draft. Cloud9 has banned Ling as well as Luyi. And for Falcons AB Brand, they ban on the Chip as well as the Valentina. So again, it looks like Falcon AB Brand, just like Wolf said, wants that damage dealer inside of the jungle. So Valentina is just not part of the options now for Cloud9.
Yeah. So that means that you are prioritizing Harith now if you're Cloud9. Hopefully. So that means that you can ban the Roger now.
It's crazy how C9's first pick and now they're banning the Luyi.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot of blue side Luyi bans nowadays, huh?
Well, we did see that in game number 1, Cloud9 passed up on Luyi. Luyi was actually third pick, right?
It was open.
It was open. They didn't pick it. It kind of tells me that maybe they're not that adept with the hero.
You were talking about Harry, but what about Cloud9 picking up the Roger for Mobile Zane?
Yep.
You talking about first pick?
First pick, yeah.
I think they could. I think a lot of people have actually asked this. Like, Roger's meta now, he's been more than ever. And you get that power of, oh, we could actually flex this into the hands of Basic.
Yes.
And we saw what they did in their grand finals with Basic on that Roger as well. So it would make sense that they pick it up, because even if it goes in the hands of Mobazane, I think that would set the stage for a better draft for game 2.
By the way, can I just say something for now? Because for Cloud9 to proceed to the knockout stage, they need 1 point win here. And XYG just has to get a 2-0 off of Falcons AB Brand.
Yeah.
Sorry, Falcon.
Falcons Esports, yeah.
Yeah, Falcon Esports, yeah.
So Cloud9 needs a one. They need one.
And then XYG needs to 2-0 for there to be a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Edith Roger. Just makes a lot of sense now for FCAP, right?
Wow. Okay.
0 win. Oh yeah, no, it's just
the Harith though.
Yeah, Harith.
Hairstyle?
Harith.
Yeah, Harith.
Harith Hairstyle? That's his full name.
Harith Hairstyle.
Harith Hairstyle.
Okay.
The more you know.
Is this actual lore?
No.
Okay.
All right.
I know you've been,
Well, Leo could confirm.
I would say
Leo
the historian.
The historian, exactly.
Okay. I think, Roger seems natural as a pick for
Roger
FCAP.
Edith.
Yeah, Roger Edith. Apart from that, what's the Valentina, perhaps?
Valentina
Banned out.
They
banned
banned them. Banned out themselves. But I think, yeah, Roger just makes a lot of sense.
And they banned out the Minotaur as well.
Oh, there it is,
Okay.
Roger.
Yep, so you go Terizla if you're Cloud9, that's great. And maybe, hopefully not Alpha.
So pick up a mage here, like
yeah,
a Faramis, perhaps? Or a
yeah,
Farsa?
Faramis great.
Faramis, right?
Great. Great against Roger, but not the best versus Edith. Edith actually likes playing against the Faramis because you can just melt the extra shields.
Okay,
You go
Grok.
Grok. Okay, with the Valentina being banned, they're confident with the Grok. The Grok looks good. So Falcon AP Bren might pick up their few hero now. You go
Vexana.
Yep.
Vexana for the knockups, you know?
Yeah.
You play the Eternal Guard knockup into the Edith with the Onward and Earth Shatter.
Yep.
You have knockups for days. Yep. And honestly, when we've seen a lot of teams utilize those combinations, whatever it is with the Edith, she seems to be the main staple.
Yep.
It ends up working out in a lot of their favors.
Farsa also looks good for FCAP. That way they can go for a hard lockdown on Ogwen, and then they have that burst with the Edith as well as the Farsa. There's enough range for you to kind of outplay the Harith, because Harith wants to play around the Zaman Force. So if you just try to get out of that zone, get out of the box, you can then punish it with good range through the Edith as well as the Farsa.
We got to talk about how the draft coming in from Cloud9, now that they have the Harith, and because they have the Terizla, the EXP later is more of a setup guy. It's more of a tank.
Yeah.
So you need your damage coming in from the jungle. So the question is, what is going to be the physical damage dealer that Mobazin is going to dish out? And you would have to assume is the Alpha, but at the same time, you're hoping for something else.
What is going to be different? I think, yeah, maybe Granger.
There has to be. Like I mean, so far from everything we've seen from C9, it's only been Alpha. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. So I think at this point, when you're down to we need this point, you have to change things up, because so far, a lot of these game plans from C9 have not worked out. And I know it's a tough task, because we're talking about the defending world champions here, Falcon's AP Bren, and after game one, all that C9 saw was that little glimpse of hope when they were able to turn that one fight around for them.
I feel like Fighters is difficult now just because of the Edith. Right, you want to stay around in the team fight, but then you're just getting tossed up here, you're going to get knocked up there, and then imagine if the opposing side actually has a Vexana, and then I'm like shaking, I'm dancing, I'm terrified. Too much crowd control for fighters in the jungle. So, you know what? Saber. Gorgeous said it. Oh, right.
Gorgeous, yep.
Gorgeous did say it. Saber.
If eventually Falcon AP Bren picks up an assassin, I'm really liking the Saber. Like,
unironically.
Yeah, definitely. Like if they pick up Hayabusa, for example, if that is shown, maybe Fanny was picked up by Falcon AP Bren because they're that bold.
Yeah.
Even the Roger actually can get one shot by the Saber.
Yeah. No.
So I hope I mean, like this is essentially tournament life for Cloud9. Just show us something.
Get one notch on the unique heroes for MSC so far. What was it? 73 so far?
73 so far.
We had 63 last MSC, was that right?
64.
64. Wow. Man, we are making numbers.
That shows how healthy the meta is right now.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Well, we're not seeing any of the draft.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're actually still going with those picks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, anything could happen. So we might as well talk about the significance of this match, because it's do or die, not just for both teams involved.
Yeah.
For the entire group.
Oh, wait.
There it is.
Oh, okay.
They still went Fireman's X-Borg.
X-Borg.
We forgot about this. This could be a good flex. It could be played in the... It could be played in the jungle role. It can also be played the XP, but of course the Terizla was already open, so maybe X-Borg is indeed the pick.
Honestly, X-Borg against Terizla is not a confirmed win, just because the Terizla actually has a lot of damage on the second skill, so that you can actually take down the Friaga armor.
No, I mean like Terizla is already the EXP for...
Sorry, I did.
Cloud9, right?
Oh yeah.
So they have they confirmed the X-Borg in the jungle. We have not seen most of the draft.
Falcon's AP Bren picks X-Borg.
Okay. Oh, Falcon's AP Bren.
Yeah, they pick up the X-Borg.
I wonder what that reaction is.
Oh.
Okay, wait. Oh, there's YSS?
Yeah.
Was that the reaction?
We talked about it.
Hey.
We talked about it.
Love it.
He's just like, you know what?
I love it.
Send it.
I love it.
Reaction.
We did say
win or lose, we love it.
Yeah.
Yep.
YSS.
This is gonna win.
If not the Granger, the YSS.
This is gonna win, man.
You know what? Clip it. We called it first, okay?
Yep.
We called it.
What are we calling it? No, we called the YSS.
Yeah, we called that YSS. Like, I have his WhatsApp number.
All right.
It becomes an awkward conversation. I'm like, yo, when are you coming back in the meta? And then he's like, when did I leave? And I'm like, okay, you know what? You know what? Fair enough.
You have Yi Sun Shin's number.
Phone number.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Wow.
Locked in.
Fair. So Cloud9 has Yi Sun Shin and Farsa, and Falcon to be red. They're the last pick of the Fredrin, so the Xborg is going to the EXP. So
Oh, I love the Fredrin.
you love the Fredrin for this draft?
Yeah, especially going up against Harith. And there's, I guess the only problem here is the Farsa, but then you have Edith and Faramis together with your team, and then you have the expert that kind of some players actually call it the bidet.
The bidet.
Yeah.
You know what? With that being said,
the bidet. I don't
just
know.
to confirm,
Flamethrower.
right now the draft has been completed. Yi Sun Shin is here. I hope the casters are ready because it's your time to shine.
Breaking news, Yi Sun Shin makes it into the Land of Dawn here, upping once more the unique hero picks in the Mid-Season Cup 2024. Get in, Leo, about to bring you game number 2 in the second broadcasted game of this series. And just to address what our casters were wondering with, does Harith have a last name? Does Harith have a last name?
Harith Styles?
No, he does not have a last name.
Does he?
He is just known as Harith.
Is he just a species? No, the species is
Leonin. They refer to him as Lieutenant Harith under the Monian Empire.
Lieutenant?
Yep.
Interesting.
He's a officer in the Monian Empire's army.
Interesting. Okay, did not know that.
Yeah,
did
so
not know that
they
at
just
all.
call him Lieutenant Harith.
They just call him Sir. Sir Harith. How you doing? Good to you.
Yep.
I mean, when we talk about this draft, with the fact that we see Yi Sun Shin is already very, very impressive.
I'm not so sure if Cloud9 was ready to bring out the Yi Sun Shin though.
I mean, I felt like, based on the lip reading here from Coach Midnight and MLBB, he probably gave him a bunch of options. He's like, you can play what you want, but here are some of the options that I'm thinking.
So.
So. And I'm thinking that it's Yi Sun Shin, Granger, and to a certain degree, Julian.
You're right, the Julian was open, but I'm thinking, hey, if those prior 2 choices were legit, the Granger and the Yi Sun Shin, why not the Bane?
That's the thing, right? I will admit, the Bane would have been very interesting to see, and it definitely disincentivizes Kyle to actually play the only other assassin available, technically, which would have been Nolan, right?
Yeah, or even the clumping up through the Faramis.
You're totally right about that. But I mean, they've got answers, right? They've got the penalty zone, they've also got the Farsa as well. Hopefully that's not too much of an overkill, but at the same time, hopefully this Yi Sun Shin will work, because I'm scared that it's going to come to a point where it's like, it reminds me so much of the previous meta. You want to be farm heavy, and then Fredrin casually walks in, level 2, steals away 1 camp, level 4, comes back, steals 2 camps, level 8, takes your entire jungle.
And what are you going to do about it?
Yeah, what are you going to do about it?
What's interesting is the way Cloud9 is looking to inject a new flavor into the current metagame that is still, I think, at this point, developing. You're now inputting global presence via the jungle. I think the only real global presence we have now comes through mid and Rome, if I'm not, like, sometimes you still see Rome Angela, right? So you have Loyi, you have Angela, you have Florin. And now they want to go like, all right, maybe we can go for the Earth Shocker, a Mount Shocker rather, and see if we can use that as a way to influence team fights across the board.
I think that's fine, right? Like, as a utility ultimate, you're not using it as a means to an end. You're just using it to kind of identify where your opponents are. Are they setting up a dive? What are some of the motions they're making across the map? You can even delay the motions because of the free information it gives you.
And the slight slow. Oh, no, they took out the slow.
Yeah.
See, it's been so long since Yi Sun Shin has been in the meta. They've changed him a couple of times, and we didn't even notice. We didn't even feel it, except for those Yi Sun Shin mains.
Yeah, Yi Sun Shin mains.
Like MOBA Zane.
That's the one that he was known for, right? He loves those marksman junglers. And I think, in this game, if he is able, well, I do think they still need, quote-unquote, a tank buster here. And I think by the time Yishinshin gets to that point of tank busting, DHS, like it's so far down the road. I mean, I'm thinking that Mielo, he already has a hard time, but he has by far the most important job in the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yep. Again, not just them, not just Mielo, not just Zayn, but all of C9 have to be on the same page, because that might be one of the main points of what made game 1 seem so one-sided. That's why it seemed like FCAP were always just right in C9's faces, is because it seemed like they weren't communicating as much as they should have.
I suppose. I mean, we did hear from Coach Ducky. There's like, we don't prepare for anybody. We work on cohesion. And I'm like,
it's us. It's about us.
Yeah, it's about us all the time. And I'm thinking about it. I'm like, wait a minute. Where else have I seen this before? Who else is just talking about like cohesion, not really preparing for anybody else? I'm thinking about SRG, who has, we have a great bond. That can be associated to cohesion too.
You can also now bring up
Falcons.
Liquid Echo.
Oh, Liquid Echo is also a good one.
Just says, even Cardi says, I'm happy when I see other teams lose. So that means they don't care about what other teams do. It's all about their tempo. It's all about their aggression. Now, after a quick sweep of the current metagame, I forgot to name a couple of other possible global ult heroes that are currently in the metagame. Moskov, SOD, and the shortcut on Le Chip. So there's a good chunk of universal ults that are in meta now.
I mean, there's also the Xavier with the DNS. Oh, sorry, DNL.
Yeah. That counts. Yeah, that is global.
It is global. It stretches across the entirety of the map. You know, gives you that free info.
And he has a very good win rate despite not being 100% in contention.
That's true. That's true.
He's a acquired taste, but if you love Xavier, if your team plays Xavier, your team plays Xavier.
An acquired taste. I like that. I like that a lot, as a matter of fact. But even so, right? I think that if C9 wants to have any chance of winning this game, it's really going to boil down to like some strong decision making, right? Even in the previous game, we saw a couple of times where like, hey, Zayn is already making his way over towards the purple buff, and then they all corral together despite having that level lead. The team says, hey, we might actually be able to do something, and it turns around. They need to not waste that time walking back and forth. If you make a decision, you commit to it, and it's too late to go back on it.
And I think the way that they forced Falcons AP Bren to respond, or the kind of lineup that Falcons AP Bren ended up with, allows for that. It's not a Hayabusa or a Nolan that suddenly snowballs out of control. It's a more controlled kind of push forward combat that Falcons AP Bren are playing with. Okay, now in hindsight, I'm a little afraid, because an assassin can slip up, but a utility jungler can just choke you slowly but surely like a vice grip.
I mean, I still remember the previous meta, right? It really boils down to like we've seen these matchups time and time again, where that's why these utility tank junglers were so effective, because it's just, how do you punish them? You have all this damage, you make a mechanical mistake, and I can just eat the damage, make a mechanical mistake, and still kill you.
Which makes this a scary thought. It's like the metas of 2023 and 2021 are clashing in one matchup here in Game 2. Falcons AP Bren versus Cloud9. Here we go. Mobazen secures both his buffs so far, while Kyle TZ is still trying to get his.
I mean, he is power farming, right? He is quickly trying to be as efficient as possible, leaving the very small camps to pick up later on, because he knows that Falcons AP Bren, they want to get aggressive here, right? And Mobazen wants to be ahead of the curve, which he is right now.
Currently about 200 gold ahead of Kyle TZ, who is taking his sweet time. Both junglers now working on small camps, but mind you, Kyle TZ is still behind, folks, despite... basic.
Oh, man. Super Marco was playing this lane perfectly. He's got a slow push on his side, even throws out the taunt, knowing that he's basically won this lane. Like, basic, he's got to land a really good Synchro Fissure.
Yep. And we'll check in on mid now. There you go. There's the Mount Shocker. Able to check in on everyone, Flap TZ. Putting down the damage on to Mielo, the GOAT. And finally, they're at level parity, but still XP lead on Mobazen.
Yep, he's been able to clear out pretty much all of his camps in, honestly, quick fashion, and even picking up on the gold crab, well, technically river crab, on towards the gold lane instead of passing it over to basic. They've made sure that Mobazen is going to be scaling really, really quick, and I think that's a good idea, but that's on the assumption that their laners are going to be all right, and considering basic's current standings against Super Marco, it's not looking good.
Check this out. Falcons AP Bren everywhere right now. All 4 members here. Oh, there's the Earthshatter onward.
Oh, he flickers away. Penalty zone's on top of it, but that just means that he's going to get just run down by Flapteezy. Even the Feathered Airstrike kind of in a weird position. They needed to make a call there because for sure you could see that MLBB didn't really want to be part of that fight anyways, so they should have just backed up. Maybe slow it down, I guess, but when you're at 50% HP, it's too dangerous.
The question is, where does that leave Mielo? Was he necessarily supposed to stand around there? Did he want to put up vision? Did MLBB need it?
I suppose he didn't need it at all, to be fair, right? He just needs to make sure that they can slow down Kyle and make sure that MOBA has tempo, which I think he has right now, but at what cost, right?
Yeah, there's a stolen small camp away from Kyle TZ. And they do win the Little Wanderer, so that's extra vision, extra mana, extra move speed alongside the river to continue MLBB's power farming, which is now put him in range of, I'd say, maybe 300, 400 gold away from a War Axe.
Yep, and he's picking up, like, farm from the mid lane, too. Like, they are supercharging him right now. They are injecting him with as much gold as possible to get him to where he needs to be as soon as possible. And I think that, even so, right, Mielo has taken too much damage. Now, the only way you can really get that big surge of gold is when you start invading your opponent and steal away their resources. And yes, MLBB does have tempo on Falcon's AP Bren for now, but the side lanes cannot back him up on the invade.
Nope, he's on his own. He's in that little chamber, ready to pop out like Weapon X maybe after 4 or 5 minutes from now. There's the War Axe, but he definitely needs one more. I think he needs one more to really punish whoever comes in. And there's the Mountain Shocker checking in. How's everybody? Where y'all at? Okay, I can take this purple and then maybe contest, but knowing what Cloud9 is going through right now, what they have on the board, I don't think they'll even fight for the second turtle.
Yeah. I like the way that Falcon's AP Bren are dealing with Mountain Shocker, right? Because, oh, wait, hold on. Simon Force has already been popped. It's 2v1 up on that top side of basic. He's trying to get on out of there, but he's getting a little low. Ogren, again, plays it really well, but here comes the cavalry here as Mark QT is able to find the trade back. Super Marco, honestly, kind of beating out his friend just to get a free kill.
Yeah. Still, I think that's a win for Falcon's AP Bren. Oh, no, Super Marco! Taken down, and down bottom, the trade.
Yep, and we're seeing trades all across the board here. I was about to say hold your breath because MLBB and the rest of the gang are coming up to that top side, but they will get that tier 1, and in the meantime, Kyle gonna quickly run up and hopefully save this tower.
Nope, unless Kyle TZ coming through, looking for the charge.
Uh-oh.
There's the stun. Fuse in trouble.
All right, gets away from the Appraiser's Wrath at the very least. MLBB still alive. Mountain Chakra to reconfirm positions. And Few, he cannot let go of the left stick. MLBB now in some trouble as, like it pounces well. Super Marco finds it. Great microwing from Falcon's AP Bren.
Whole world maybe 2 or 3 seconds away from a response. He does not have the wild charge, so not much he could have done to save his jungler. Now it's Kyle TZ's turn to dig into MLBB's farm as there's a turtle spawning in about a minute. This puts Falcon's AP Bren up by about 1,000 gold. That's what happens when you shut down MLBB's power farming. The fact that he hasn't been on the map for like 20-30 seconds means that the lead for Falcon's AP Bren will slowly balloon up, close the gap, even push him further.
I mean, let's think of it this way, right? It's like music. He's 2 steps ahead, but now FCAP, wait, hold on. Full world, no, still gets it. I mean, MLBB is still making sure that he is still on top of that retry. He is a full level ahead and make sure he says, hey, get out of my jungle. This is my property. But as I was saying, it's all about that tempo, right? C9, we're 2 steps ahead, and then with that 1 kill on MLBB, they fall back 1.
Here's another Mountain Shocker. Checking in on positioning. Wild charge!
It hits on towards Ogren's side. Earthshatter doesn't connect as well as Basic leaps past him, but away from the Salmon Force. The key doesn't slow Ogren down. They do lose that tier 1 regardless, but even so, at the very least, they don't give another kill over.
All right, FCAP on the defense up top.
Oh, so Marco, interesting, turned into the Lycan. Didn't think he wanted to pounce there, but I also think that Super Marco wasn't expecting that many people to show up.
All right, for the first time in this 6.5-minute game, looks like Cloud9 are looking to ready themselves up for a turtle fight. Unless they want to pick off first in mid, Ogren walks into a bush.
Yeah, Kohler's got to get out of there. Flapteezy has been having the time of his life with Mielo, really abusing him there. Oh man, he's getting, as soon as that heat gauge is maxed out, he is getting chunked out. But the real question is who is going to get this turtle. MLBB doesn't have to contest for this, but then again, there's nothing in his jungle to farm. He could try, but he's walking away, wants to be able to create some distance here as Falcons now going to put their attention towards the top side of the map.
Oh no, Mielo's in trouble. Earthshatter.
Yep, and even the Praise's Wrath coming out. Penalty zone as well. I would say that recalling at this point of time is worse than dying. You just lose so much more, right? Last Insanity gonna come out from Flat TZ. He's totally fine.
They're fine. Forcing out a DPZ from Yellow. At least he didn't have to use his flicker. So a defensive rotation from Cloud9 right now. Whole world gets Gogwin.
Oh, okay. I mean, I wasn't expecting that to happen. Cold World committing a lot of his spells onto the Edith, who hasn't gotten out, and better yet, very good from Ogwin's side. Not losing his cool. He just didn't even bother to flicker. Just, Primal Wrath, get out of there, stretch my hands, do some cardio, get back to what we're good at.
You mentioned cardio. I think there's a lot of cardio happening right now, meaning a lot of movements with really no violence, right? No payoff. Again, sending him home is the best case scenario. And so far, Falcon's AP Bren, despite there being more of a basic, forcing out a last Insanity from Flap.
Oh, they could have punished there, but luckily Flap preemptively going for the flicker, knowing that he's in range of the Feather Airstrike. Is Kyle looking for an opportunity to punish basic. The Appraiser's Wrath is good, but Super Marco does not want to dive in just yet. Mark QT holding the nuclear option at bay.
Again, cardio. They're just jogging around each other, moving around, playing footsies, forcing out a response from Ogwin. The flicker already spent out. Lord coming up in 30 seconds. To be fair, even if Falcons even better looking at a 2,000 gold lead here, and again, the map looking mighty red. So far, they can make their way towards any objectives that they want without much of a punish from Cloud9. I think this Lord is contestable.
It's definitely contestable, right? Let's just compare the stats ups right now. 2 towers to 2 towers, 3 turtles to 0, and I think that's the only real difference that these two teams have in terms of economy. It's just 3 turtles.
The farm is on the right places for Falcons AP Bren. Marco had a basic, few ahead of Marcuity, and that's all you need really, because Kyle's playing a very different game now than he was in game 1.
Yeah, and I think the next problem is about to occur. Like, Flap TZ is going to be an issue here, and they're going to have to like trade a resource, and I'm thinking that maybe it's going to be that Feather Airstrike, but they need that Feather Airstrike for later down the line when they have to deal with that Netherrealm, right? So this is a 2-layered problem. As now we get into the fight, Ogwin, you forced to use the Primal Wrath very early. Xamarin Force coming out basically a little early here, but Kyle, great game sense, locks him down, forces the Purify, instantly takes him out with the Primal Wrath. Nicely done as they get on out of there. Sorry, the Appraiser's Wrath. As we see Flapteezy try to get on out of there. Nah, Few, as much as he wants to save his boy, the Netherrealm only has so much HP, but they do push C9 away from the Lord.
There's that signature clean Filipino play style. We get a trade, we get the Lord, we walk out, we don't force anything else. Falcons AP Bren pushing the envelope, even taking a mid lane tier 1. Now again, a check-in on the farm here. Now even Flap is way ahead of Mielo. So again, can confirm the goal is where it needs to be.
Yeah, kind of interesting build coming in from Mark QT. Opts to go for the Genius Wand, right? Genius Wand on top of Sork Shoes, and then goes for the Bloodwings.
We haven't seen Genius Wand in a while.
Is it necessary in this case? I feel like maybe in the earlier stages of the game, he is 1-0-1. I don't blame him, but I do think that maybe even a Lightning Truncheon might have done him a little justice, but now this is what we were expecting to see. Falcons AP Bren now becoming the hydraulic press, slowly putting the pressure on C9.
Yep, the vice grip on these resources that's going to close the gap between Mobazane and Kyle TZ. And now, checking in. All right, I think Mobazane found out what he already knew anyways. Like, he just saw the rotation from Falcons AP Bren, so I think there's a part of him that's using that to clear the waves. So is this Feathered Airstrike.
Yep, I mean, it's a good way to do it, right? Keep as many of your structures alive as possible. Do not give Falcons AP Bren more control over this map, as the tier 2s are going to get knocked. And I mean, as long as they have a couple still standing, as long as they have their inhibitors, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? It's only 11 minutes into the game. It's not over just yet.
With 4K ahead, especially with Cloud9 having a core in the jungle, a true core, who hasn't really died as much. Again, one death on Mobazane isn't the end of the world, but now, the concealed play from Ogwin.
Could this be a potential flicker here? The Earth Shadow's already out, but they want to zone them away. Mountain Shocker revealing all their positions, but they're going to use the Feather Airstrike off of cooldown to clear the wave once more.
It's the same combo again, the Feather Shocker between Mark Cutie and Mobazane to clear the waves. And look at this! Cold World from the back!
Oh, penalty zone as well onto Ogwin's side, but here comes Kyle, as well as Flapteezy to zone away the back line to isolate their targets as Basic left all by himself, forced to dash back out of the situation.
That was a genius move. Well orchestrated by the roamer of Cloud9. But again, it just led to, oh, Super Marco coming for the chase!
He finds one here. And a fun fact while we're at it, that Yishin Shin was last picked by Sans during MSC 2022 when he was still playing as a jungler.
See, it's been that long. It's been that long. MSC 2022 held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, in the Maya Tech Studios. That was a long time ago.
Very long time ago. Actually, the debut, Naisu's very first international, as a matter of fact. Kind of funny if you think about it, right? 8 more seconds.
Reminisce on that, Joseph.
Mr. Rezabek, the building. Now, 3 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns here. And once it's up, I think that C9 really have to make some decisions, because unfortunately, this is going to be empowered, and it's going to have that ramming capability, which is great for taking down inhibitors.
If they don't contest this, if Falcons AP Bren walk away with this, best believe mid lane tier 2's gone, maybe even an inhibitor. Cold looking for an angle. Few Ogwin and Flap coming in. The secure by Kyle TZ, forcing Basic to drop the Z-Force.
Yep, and Mielo has to use the penalty zone defensively here as the Mountain Shocker finally comes out. All of this because they saw Mark QT show up on the top side of the map, and Falcons AP Bren just blitz the Lord.
And here we go, the aforementioned push on that tier 2 in mid. Lord spawning in about 10 seconds from now. I think Falcons AP Bren can use this while to take some time.
Whoa! The Zaman Force backwards, but now the Feather Airstrike looks good. NetherRealm comes out to save the members of Falcons AP Bren. Whoa! The emergency eject button as no.
Marco!
How? Why? And he TPs on him right in front of his doorstep.
Just for style.
He just pulled the rug, the home rug underneath Basic.
To be fair, a sudden team fight like that does not happen without a backup plan from Falcons AP Bren. Cloud9, I'm sure, if they saw that the Zaman Force could have been sat on for maybe 2 more seconds, maybe they would have had that kind of response. But for Falcons AP Bren, they saw Basic was standing around.
I mean, I think Basic was confident he could win that 1v1. He wasn't expecting Super.
Have a Purify.
He does have a Purify, but in the 1v1 against Super Marco, like, Super Marco isn't going in for no reason. But now, speaking of which, Lord already cracking down on that Crystal. Mid inhibitor still alive, and Falcons AP Bren just gonna have to back away. Looking for an opportunity to crack another inhibitor would be nice, but looks like C9 is on top of it. Great high ground defense from Cloud9.
Oh. Pushing out Falcons AP Bren from their base. Mobazane spots looking for it. Pops a NetherRealm.
Well, I mean, they've built some heat onto Basic, but so far, so good. It looks, I mean, I'm gonna say this. Falcons AP Bren, this is not looking like this is the polar opposite of TLPH. TLPH was a spin on that thing kind of team. And Falcons AP Bren, they really take their time. They're really using their lats, going back and forth all the time and making sure that this is going to be a clean game.
It's a slow burn is what they're doing. It's not just an all-in-one, you get everything you want. But now, Mielo gets spotted. Even these fights are going slower, huh? It's been a while since we've seen this metagame. Moonton has really done well to change the way we play MLBB.
I suppose. I mean, this is very, honestly, the way Falcons AP Bren is very reminiscent of what the previous patch used to be. But at this point of time, I have to give it a C9, though. The fact that they're holding out in this manner, there is an opportunity to really turn things around. And we're getting to the final builds.
Look at this. Few Idol Nama kids picking up the Lantern. Again, that's going to hurt against Mielo, going to hurt against Cold World. Even Basic's going to think twice about it. He's going to get some tick damage.
I suppose. I think that C9 are also... Wait, hold on. Basic, now maybe in some trouble. Has to use Zaman Force. Last Insanity does come out, but Basic ooh, hold on. Now with the Feather Airstrike into the Mountain Shocker. NetherRealm could have come down. Immortality. Whoa, Mielo. Whoa! Oh my God! Super Marco flickers forward. He wants another one. Give it to him. Holy cow! As he fights 2 in the middle of all 5 members of C9. Make it a triple, and now they're cracking down on the Crystal. If they keep up the heat, they might be able to make a Maniac just in time here, and that's what Super Marco wants. He goes in, finds another one. Maniac, give him the Savage underneath it. Come on, dive him. They're gonna try. Mark Uni says no.
The bees in Saudi go wild as you can hear them chant AP Bren. as the defending champions of the world sweep Cloud9.
Oh my goodness, Super Marco, after game one, he's like, I didn't get to play the game. Kyle had all the fun.
Let me.
Yeah, and now he's really showing how bulletproof his Kevlar really is.
He did die, but towards the end, it's not like it mattered. Super Marco looking to reclaim best gold laner in the world. Here showing us that they are the de facto kings of the hill in their group.
Oh, what a game that was. What an absolute banger here. Like a hydraulic press, slowly encapsulating these keys. That's how FCAP plays, man.
And that's exactly what FCAP did to literally, in just a few moments, Cloud9's keys.
Oh,
it's just about to happen. They're about to take this very golden key on Cloud9's side of the player's desk and crush it.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's tough to see. It's really tough to see here. But the Southeast Asian team's currently doing very, very well. And then there's Turkey, who's just like, we're still in it for the rest of us.
Kyle Atizi here back into a very familiar position. That's talent, I'd say. Switching from a Hayabusa carry over to a utility Fredrin in a metagame wherein the Lord Dance no longer exists. It's like we went through all of 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, up until today in a single best of two.
Yeah, I mean, this shows the well, honestly, the experience that he has gathered, right? The years of gameplay that he has done to get to this point.
Well played, FCAP, and GG well played too for Cloud9. We're on stage with the Idol of my kids, the Wood Sandstorm and Matt Aquino, with you.
We're here with the captain of Falcon's AP brand. Few, congratulations. You qualified to the knockout stage. Now you've gone all over the world. You've collected all the trophies in the international scene. What makes this MSC 2024 different from all the other tournaments that you've been to?
Para sa akin, yung pinagkaiba nito is ito yung pinamalaking prize pool ng MLBB ngayon eh. Tapos
to him, this is the most different because this is the biggest prize pool of MLBB.
Tapos ito na lang yung kulang kong title na major MSC.
And this is the only title that he hasn't received yet, a major title, which is MSC.
Yeah, and it's definitely one of the most prestigious titles out there, considering it's the first one out of Southeast Asia. Now, I do have to ask you, you will be facing Falcon Esports for the first seed of your group. How do you feel going into that series later on in the day?
Para sa akin, confident naman kami sa sa laban namin against Falcon Esports kasi una sa lahat, qualified naman na kami. Ang paglalabanan na lang namin is yung top 1.
He's very confident heading up against Falcon Esports because first of all, they're qualified and they just need to make sure that they get top 1.
That makes their road a little bit easier when we're talking about qualifying for the knockout stage of MSC 2024 here at EWC. We're going to be heading over to the studio with our lovely boys and girls to take it on over and see exactly what's going to happen with the rest of the day and help hopefully break down that last series for us. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you very much. Now, we do have to say the Yusenshin didn't work, but we still like that they tried.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was nice to see, man, but tough that, and it was a slower game. I agree with Gideon and Leo that it was a little reminiscent of the old patch, that we played on, but great flexibility that you can still see Kyle Atizi switch up to the Fredrin.
Yeah. It's just Falcon's AP Brand just utilizing this Lord as a bait. This is I would say the turning point of the game because they were able to pick up basic, then get the first Lord, and then snowball off of that. They were really good at trading and utilizing the Lord as a trap. Basic died 3 times very early. Well, 14 minutes is typically late already.
Yeah.
That's for a Harith, you want to farm as much. But this is the flex. Super Marco with the flickers, with the dashes. And look at his target acquisition. Literally finding the best targets, the lowest, the heroes that have very low HP so that he can eliminate and then eventually snowball off of.
The thing is, that's not the craziest thing about Super Marco.
It's
his reaction.
Oh, yeah.
Like after
right here.
there it is. After getting a mania, he's like, hey, what's up, guys? Great.
The only thing that made him quit was the smoke effect.
What?
Was the fog machine.
Yeah, that's true.
It's the only one that affected him during
Only
the
the smoke machine can get a reaction out of Super Marco.
Yeah. That's how.
Maybe even winning the MSC is like, all right, cool. Can I like go home now?
Yeah, he's always been like that though. He's a very
like I want some
kinda
umali. Like is that
Mali?
Is that cool with everyone? But now we gotta look at the itemization here.
Yeah, we gotta talk about like Mobile Zane as well, right?
Yeah.
Despite what we
had the most damage,
dealt the most damage. Well, Mountain Char helped with that, but I believe that until the first Lord of the fight, Lord of the game, he was a little bit above Kaltizi when it comes to the farm.
Yeah.
I think despite all of those turtles that were able that FCAP were able to get, the farm was still up for the side of Mobile Zane, so that meant that he can still fight. Unfortunately, I think the last picked Fredrin was so good for the side of Falcon AP Bren because now both Harriet as well as the Yisenshin isn't comfortable fighting.
I mean, look what this has led us to, man. It's unfortunate that that's the case, but we got two teams that are now eliminated.
Honestly, like after Albert has done his thing, can we just like have the camera focus on me just because, you know, it's like I want to officially say that the teams are eliminated. You know, just like, you know, like I'm just trying to do my job as a host. But
You're the hangman now.
What do you guys think about the game overall?
Again, nice try for the Yisenshin. Unfortunately, there were a lot of traps that FCAP was able to make. I believe the Xborg was picked 4th.
Yeah, I think so.
It was 4th picked. So that meant that still is a flex. And even when you're trying to go for the Yisenshin, surely it can work. The Farce is great versus the Xborg because the poke damage, you limit the Firaga armor. But then that last picked Fredrin, which you kind of expect will be an assassin, but because of just the innate, you know, the hero pool, I would say,
of Kyle,
of Kaltizi, the entirety of FCAP, they're able to make the most out of their first picks, like Roger, for example, the Xborg, eventually Edith, even, right? But
honestly, before we talk about the MVP, is like, it's unfortunate Cloud9 got eliminated. So sad. Anyways, we're gonna move on to the MVP, the Sony MVP of the game. I'm sad though.
Why did you just mention Cloud9, by the way?
You know,
it's XYG too.
Oh yeah, but it's like I like SYG though. But anyways, looking at the game, we gotta talk about the MVP here. And again, the performances, honestly, overall, coming in from Falcon AP Bren is outstanding.
That's one of the, I would say, misses coming out from Mobile Zane himself. Already popped the ultimate. He knew that there were two people just running, making the beeline towards him, but he still got picked off. And now it's Super Marco with the eventually the flicker place that they will be able to find out in the middle. Okay, so this is just a push, by the way. Yeah, they will just be able to push. So that's pretty.
This is the one that you want to talk about.
That's look at that. He picks up the Grok and then goes back to the Harith. Then goes for the Maniac. He knew that he had a one-shot potential. That point. Well, he did smile.
He did.
So, okay.
Like he's showing a bit of emotion.
A bit of emotion.
He's like, I'm happier than average.
Yeah.
He should be. I mean, look at the KDA. He had 9 KDA on this Roger pick. And you guys already mentioned it in the draft. You know, this is one of the power plays of teams like Falcons, AP Bren, where they'll pick these picks and then the flexibility for them, and that's why Wolf was mentioning the hero pool for all the players here. It's a huge advantage, and that's something we have to look out for in the knockouts.
Honestly, something that we do have to look out for is actually the STC play prediction. What did you guys think? And 78% went for Falcons AP Bren and 22% went for Cloud9.
Audience is right, back-to-back.
Audience is right, back-to-back. So honestly, not a lot of confusion here, but for you guys, we appreciate your opinions. So make sure you guys scan the QR code, let us know your opinions. How else can we improve? Because after this, it is going to be the knockout stage, and you know we got to ramp up for that one. So again, thank you for everyone that scans the QR code. Thank you very much. And we would also like to say thank you very much to our sponsors, Asus ROG Phone. ROG Phone is the gaming phone that we're using in MSC. Capture moments like a pro with the 6-axis hybrid gimbal stabilizer equipped camera. It's not just for gaming, it's for everything else too. Gentlemen, what was that series? That was amazing, but the next one, C9 is gonna play again. So we're gonna look at XYG going up against C9. We're going for a quick break, but after this, it's going to be that matchup. See you guys then. Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024 with me, LaFell. Alongside with me is Wolf as well as Naisu. And now we're jumping to the third match of the day. It's going to be XYG going up against Cloud9 for both teams. Haven't won yet. This is their redemption arc.
It is. It's more so like, all right, we're not going to the knockouts. Maybe let's just have some fun, nothing to lose, and let's go with that.
Yeah, they're probably going to be showing all their hand now. Like, we've seen the Yeez and Chin. Maybe
Granger?
We're going to see Granger, perhaps. Maybe Roger this time. And hopefully the Freya for XYG. We're all hyped about that.
Let the Freya go, yeah.
No?
Honestly, like, pick up the Freya in the first phase of the pick and bans.
Yeah, or maybe don't have any bans.
That's a way.
That's too confusing.
That's right.
Well, he's about confusion.
Today is about confusion, but Wolf, we gotta you know, like, make things more acceptable here. Like the confusion has to be good. Now for both teams, again, I feel like on the MSC stage, this is their opportunity to show the maximum capability that they have. In fact, you know what? One of the best situations that this could bring is maybe a 1-1.
Yeah.
Do you guys think it's going to be a sweep or a 1-1?
I hope it's a 1-1 so that technically there are no losers.
Yeah, so that both of them at least get a win. Is that what you're looking for?
Exactly, because for you guys at home, you guys can still predict the STC play. Who's going to win this one? Is it going to be XYG or C9? Head on over to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. Technically, if it's a 1-1, you guys are correct. but predict as well. Like, okay, we're thinking of a 1-1, but if it's a 2-0, who would take the 2-0?
Oh, man. Well,
Cloud9.
Cloud9 all the way, bro.
Cloud9 all the way.
What are you talking about?
XYG. XYG, easy. You know, Wolf is saying C9. I'm like, no, it's XYG. But with that being said, we've seen the intros coming in from both teams. But the thing is, we're going to send it over to the stage. And now, Mara, as well as Daoud Sandstorm, it's going to be the last time you're going to be introducing both these teams, so make it special. We're sending over to Mara Aquino as well as Daoud Sandstorm.
Two teams are back with us here on the Amazon stage for their third and final game of Group D, looking to see who will be able to come out on top with a game-winning series to wrap up their day.
Now, these two teams are about to bid their farewell, but this match is an opportunity for them to end their MSC 2024 on a great note.
And without further ado, let's welcome back to the Amazon Arena, ladies and gentlemen, Team XYG.
XYG is a young team, although they do still need more international experience. And with that, I'm confident that it's not a matter of if they'll do well, it's when they're going to be able to dominate MLBB. They're still an emerging region, and for sure they'll do well in the future.
And when we are talking about the NA representative in Cloud9 as well, they have a lot of experience when it comes to the international MLBB scene with a developing local scene as well. And also, I'm looking forward to seeing what NA can do as well in the future when it comes to MLBB, because there's going to be a lot of opportunities, a lot of tournaments, and a lot of chances to prove yourselves.
Now, attempting to end their MSC campaign with the bang, let's welcome back Cloud9.
The NA representative in Cloud9 have one last series to play and one last chance, like you said, to end their MSC journey on a positive note and with a bang. And personally, I'm curious to see, are we going to see a 2-0 sweep or are we going to see a 1-1? Because when the panelists and the analyst desk were discussing it, they were talking about maybe predictions for Cloud9 and predictions for XYG. So I want to see which way it's going to swing.
Now, Cloud9 and North America has had international experience. They did really well, placing third during M3, and we're looking forward to them rising once again in the international stage. But for now, how about let's get this going? It's going to be Cloud9 versus XYG. Panel, it's your time to shine.
Shining we are. You guys may not see this, but we're like stars right now.
Yes.
We're like blinking. And
we're like astral.
We're like astral.
Echoes.
Echoes. You know what?
Shatters.
He is casting a shadow.
He was.
Yes, yeah, Nice actually is casting a shadow. So for this matchup, for both teams, this is East and West, right? I feel like for XYG, they're definitely getting a lot of experience here going up against Cloud9, and this is a unique experience for both teams, honestly.
Definitely, and I think what we do know about both of these teams is that the way that they drafted is that it's not necessarily that their draft is bad, but more like they're giving so much comfort to their opponents. And by the way, that was a valid, I would say, approach to the draft.
Yeah.
Some teams just give up their comfort picks to their opponents and then they counter it. And I think that was the attempt from both XYG as well as the C9. Unfortunately, didn't work when it comes to their execution.
You know, I know both these teams are not moving forward, but man, for C9, I'd love to see some resemblance of an NA team stick together for a while, you know, and like get better as a team. As someone that is always keeping an eye on the NA MLBB, you know, scene in general, and I'm hoping that Cloud9 can make adjustments. XYG, it's the same sentiments, you know. I want to see them continue to improve because they're fairly new, you know, to the game.
I feel like we've seen this experiment going around all over the world where organizations have this idea of basically want to get a quick win Like, get all the good players, and then after 1 or 2 seasons, bam, we're going to be looking good. But that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Every single team, doesn't mean if it's an all-star team or a bunch of rookies, it all takes time. It really doesn't matter who. Yeah. Now we're jumping straight into the draft here. C9 immediately banning out that Edith. So I'm guessing they want to play Fires in the jungle? Yeah. Sounds fair.
Go that route. I think at the same time, like, you just ban out the Lo Yi. Looks like they might go that unless they're actually trying to draft or ban this way to pick it up. Because that's the Angela they decided to take out.
Yep. So just typical meta bans. As of now, there is a very good ban as it is very good meta pick. Lo Yi still is available, and it seems like XYG, after watching that game versus Cloud9, they might have thought, okay, maybe the Lo Yi is not a hero that C9 actually wants to play because of how many times they passed up on it. And as I say that though, they ban it out.
Yeah, they ban it out.
I mean, again, we're talking about how Lo Yi is a strong hero, but the thing is, no matter how strong the hero is, if you don't have a lot of practice with it, it's going to be difficult. And even if you get to scrim a lot, doesn't mean you get to play Lo Yi a lot.
Exactly, because Lo Yi is also being banned so many times, and even in ranked games, right? Also, Lo Yi is a more... And Lo Yi and Chip, they're
wow. Wait, sorry, Wolf. They go and solve the issue here.
It's like, okay, no alpha, we don't care.
Yep.
Pick something else.
Pick something else. Show something. Show the Asian shit again. But yeah, with specifically for the Lo Yi, it's a team pick, I would say, the team mastery kind of hero where you don't only master the hero on your own as the mid laner, but you also have to master it as a team. That being said, Roger finally the first pick for C9.
Which is weird. You would assume that C9 would have gotten that Roger quite a few times.
Yeah, exactly.
Quite a few times, yeah.
Quite a few times, yeah.
They passed up on it. This time they will pick it. Now Harith looks good for XYG unless they want to go back to the Moskov. Without the Edith, they will have to go for the Arlet. Well, the answer is quick. It's going to be Arlet.
And I feel like Kill VG will be using this Arlet, which, by the way, he was back-to-back champion in MPLPH in Season 4 and Season 5 with Sunspark. So I feel like even Kill VG needs to stick with the team for quite a while for everyone to really get up to speed, to get that championship kind of synergy.
We've seen the impact of these, Filipino players going into these different regions, different teams, and having an effect on as a whole. And that's why I think, again, I'm still standing by the fact that XYG has shown a lot of promise, has shown a lot of good things.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping, Kill VJ stays there, and maybe we get to see them, have a better time in the next maybe international appearance if they get there.
XYG, I think they want to go for... Oh,
yes.
Well,
all right.
Yeah. Somebody's happy.
Yo.
Somebody's happy.
Is this a good pick?
Why is it always when I'm, like, either involved in the stand or the cast, dude? Let's go. XYG, I'm voting for them. Cloud9, sorry.
Every time that you're involved in a draft,
Gord comes up.
Gord comes up.
Sorry, context. Gord's my favorite hero.
Hey.
#1 in the world at one point.
Yep, exactly. That's very true, by the way.
That's how he became a caster.
That is, actually.
Part of the audition is like, do you play? It's like, I'm #1 Gord in the world. It's like, you know what?
How about
Forget
#1
about the
in the
rest,
world?
You're hired.
#1. Yep. Okay. So you answer this with...
Obviously, they're going to win, right?
Yeah, they should. What XYG needs to do next is to just ban the Lolita, because probably it's the only problem now with Moscow and Lolita being active,
True.
Just ban it out.
Honestly, even having this Bara and Roger makes their draft kind of open for C9. Like, we haven't seen Baras in the jungle for a long time, but, you could still use it and put Roger in the goal lane and, et cetera, et cetera.
That's why you still have to think about the Mathilda if you're XYG. Good combo nonetheless, be it from the marksman role, be it the bats from the jungle role or the EXP role. Mathilda just amps it up, and Moskov wants to sit back in the back lines or maybe, dive, but Mathilda kind of stops that from happening.
Oh.
There it is.
Good ban.
Yep.
Good call, Wolf.
Thank you. Don't ban Freya C9, please.
Yeah. Oh.
Allow.
But even if they get a Freya, where's the Freya going to play? In the jungle?
No, that's EXP. That's Kill VJ special.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Come on. You know why?
Oh, man.
No, do you know why they banned out the Freya?
Why?
Because XYG banned out the Alpha.
Oh, yeah,
that's true. Right? So it's like,
tit for tat, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, oh, you banned the Alpha? Well, no Freya for you. Let's see how that makes you feel.
Checkmate.
Yeah. Checkmate.
Checkers.
That's like the ultimate draft move. Like, I know you're a hero. I'm going to ban it out.
Yep. I like. Oh, Gwyn.
Okay.
Gwyn's great.
By the way, first time I've ever seen Gord in AR or whatever you call this technology. Amazing. But I like that the Guinevere was picked up. I believe it was picked up. It's not showing up just yet, but okay, there it is.
Pick up first pick, yeah.
Whoa. So I was like,
she's Nezuko, okay? She's Nezuko. She's small and then she grew up.
Yeah, right.
We need a Nezuko skin for
hey, that'd be good.
Right? That would do it.
That's actually good. But I like the combination actually with them because most likely, eventually, maybe goes the Genius Wand build too. And that helps with the burst from the Gord.
Okay, so what do you look for if you're C9? Maybe a Purify carry. Claude looks good.
Yeah, Claude. I feel like Claude here.
And maybe, Lolita, actually. It's really good for C9. Love it. And then pick up Julian. All right.
Crazy we haven't seen a lot of Julians.
Not too many.
Not too many.
I almost expected to see one at least, a couple times throughout the group stage.
No. It's not C1. It's C9.
Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, C9.
Mixed up from yesterday.
So if you have Lolita, you're looking for a knock-up. Minotaur looks okay, actually, for XYG. I don't know if that's banned. I have to look back, in fact.
Minotaur, nope, not banned.
Nope. So yeah, Minotaur looks good. Good combo with the Guinevere as well.
What if it's Guinevere Rome?
Oh yeah, then pick up the Fredrin, right? Yeah, there it is, Minotaur. All is well in the world.
All is well with the world. Quite a lot of crowd control coming in from XYG, so it looks like they want to fight. And C9, finally we're seeing the Julian, which we know Mobazine has been training for quite a while. Thank you very much to our analyst Naisu as well as Wolf. Now we're throwing it over to our casters for the game between XYG and Cloud9.
Thank you so much to the panel. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. Well, you don't get to see us, but it's me, Mirko, joined here together with Mr. T-Rex. I'm still going to call you that, Mr. Trex, but, we're looking at the drafts here, Trex. C9, you had a lot to say about the previous match's draft. What do you think about this one?
They switched it up.
They switched it up?
I mean, they switched it up a little bit. They've been switching it up. XYG also switching things up a little bit. We got the Gord pick, so both teams, bringing some of those final cards up their sleeves for their final series of MSC.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome them one last time here into the game for XYG and Cloud9. We're going to jump into the Land of Dawn, straight up into this best of two. Cloud9.
All right, so so jungle versus jungle here, right? Not many times do we see the Julian up against this. So it's normally we see the Fredrin get knocked up by the Violent Requiem. It kind of works in that sense of things. How do we think the Julian's going to be able to dance around it? Do we think, for neutral objective-wise, which team do we think kind of comes out on top in the early game?
I would say, Cloud9 have a great composition to play around the early game, especially when it comes to the clear speed of Mobazane on the Julian. But the thing is, what's a big concern for them has got to be the CC. If XYG get level 4 on Godyang and all the other members, their chain CC is going to be quite ridiculous into the first few neutral objectives here. Maybe the first two turtles will be a bit of trouble. C9 will have to utilize their damage output, maybe poke them down a bit. But we can take a look at the emblems here too, and we can see a very aggressive emblem set here for the side of Basic. Master Assassin and the Thrill on the Roger with the Assassin emblem and the Quantum Charge. Mark QT, though, going for normal. It doesn't seem like, there's anything too crazy, but I don't know if Naisu approves of this. This is the Bargain Hunter. Noah Naisu, the building man himself. Maybe I expected Vitality. No, I'm just joking, obviously. The Gord here in the mid lane, though. Actually, talking about these two teams, we do know that for Mobazane at least, he wants to try to raise the level of NA again. He wants to make NA great again.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, didn't go as planned.
Didn't go as planned. Doesn't always go as planned. But here they are facing off against XYG, a new aspiring region. And XYG has actually, kind of surprised a lot of us. China in general has just grown so much. And if they can topple over C9 here, it's even more of a statement showing that, they are the new up-and-comers.
And I would say now, Detona's welcome.
Nice Detona's welcome. On to Zed. Zed gets bursted down. Mobazane with a first blood. Turtle should be going over to C9 here. XYG forced to back off, and now C9 going for an immediate steal, possibly onto this purple buff. Kelv J-Yon. The bouncing ball comes out, but no stun connects. It lands onto the creep. Cold World with a big Numenon blast, just his own way, does not connect, but Mobazane gonna be able to take that purple buff.
Great early aggression from Cloud9, right? That wave clear, the prio as well in lane for Milo. Able to bully kill VG in lane, get towards the turtle side a bit earlier. And unfortunately for Zed, he wasn't able to pop into Violent Requiem for that anti-CC fast enough. So they just punished him hard, even with the invade.
Ooh, big magic ghost, the flicker. Nice Minoan's Fury from God Yang. Mark Cuda responds with an IMU of his own. The disengage comes in and nobody's down.
The damage output still overwhelming. A bit too much for XYG to handle in the early game. They still gotta wait for the Gord, for the Moskov. And even at this point, you know, some of their frontliners to be able to take in some of that damage, because it doesn't seem like even God Yang can soak in that damage. Going back, though, to what we were talking about, you know, XYG, they're coming in from China, up-and-coming region here in MSC. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, NA was once top 3, you know, top 3 regions in the world. So definitely the pressure, I would say, has got to be on Cloud9. Technically, both of them don't have anything to lose anymore, but still, going up against XYG, I think for the most part, nobody really predicted XYG to be able to beat anyone in the group. So if they do get C9 down once a top 3 region, that's a big statement coming in from China.
Very fair. And, you know, speaking of matchups, we got a head-to-head there, but that was not our players. But I want to talk about the EXP lane, right? Milo has had kind of a weird showing so far. Wait a second, nice Numi on blast. The Magic Gush comes in, trying to stop Mobazane. Mobazane still goes in. Gets taken out. Zed able to get the Violent Requiem and take the kill. C9 lose out on that engage. Turtle gonna be up in 7 seconds.
Disconnected a bit in that initiation. Cole rolled with a great Nimona blast, but then Zane definitely overextending. Final slash into the Detonator's welcome.
Doesn't connect though. Milo misses. God Yang trying to keep up the front line. Nice Minoan's Fury. Cole World now just trying to get away, but KelvJ chases him down, finds the kill. Now Zed moving on to Milo. Milo actually moving on to Zed. One more shot and he's down. It's 1 for 1. Cloud9 trying to even the playing field. XYG still a little bit behind. Now Mobazane's gonna move on to this Turtle.
Should be for free now. No contest from Xianyu Gaming. And yo, you just mentioned it earlier. It's KillVJ versus Melo, the XP duel. And we're seeing it here, 1v1.
Ooh, finally lands that Detona's welcome. Mobazane gonna come in and try to get the kill for himself. And a good way to feed there. Mielo kind of backs off. He knows Mobazane's coming. We want to get that gold to him.
In the famous words of T-Rex, nom nom nom, right?
Nom nom nom.
There you go. You know, all the Clippers have been loving that. They utilize it at the start of every video. And we get to see it from the GOAT himself of NA. Milo chomping down on KillVJ on the Arlet. So far, you know, KillVJ, he's more of an enabler for the team. Milo has been more of the, which is strange here, a carry on the Barat. He's been doing so much damage earlier onto Zed, taking him down. Also outplaying KillVJ's final slash with the Detona's welcome. And for Cloud9, now it's a 3,000 gold lead.
And that's a good start, right? And you know, you're talking about KillVJ. He's a veteran, right? I mean, Season 4, Season 5, back-to-back champions. I think he's a big part of why XYG has, you know, improved so much. Probably why China has improved so much. And Milo finally kind of holding his own. He's 1-0-2 right now. He's had a pretty rough couple days, but I think finally, you know, at least the stress is gone for these two teams. You know, at least they know, all right, here, we're just playing. And sometimes that's when teams are finally able to kind of bring it out.
Yeah, maybe Cloud9, you know, they might not be able to take NA to where they were before, but maybe they'll be able to get an improvement. You know, last time we saw NA and MSC, it was 0 wins, I believe.
0 wins. So yeah, thank you.
They're en route, Trex, to change that, you know, path. I'm looking at Trex here. It looks like he's very excited for what's to come here in the next Turtle. This is going to be the final Turtle of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And for XYG, remember, even though in the early game they haven't been able to find proper ground, you know, stability, they will be able to do so once they hit those item power spikes. So I'm looking at Yi1, I'm looking at Long. These two members will need their item power spikes before Xianyu Gaming can actually go for these big fights. And if they don't have it, I think it'll be cool for them to actually let it go.
I mean, definitely a viable option just to let it go. If they don't think they can get the big knockup, they need God Yang to get that big Minoan's Fury that he got earlier. Comboed up with the bouncing bulb. There goes another Detona's welcome. Brought back and get the double stun. Mark Cutie now looking for the target. KillVJ able to get away. Mobazane gonna get back onto this Turtle. I think, like you said, XYG, just back off, play it safe, wait for your opportunity.
They gotta. When the XP lane is down 2 levels, and it's an Arden versus Barat. It's already a tough matchup there. Now 3 levels down, KillVJ, because he tried to look for an opening for the team. But now looking at the items here, in-game equipment, we get a quick check. It's a Sky Piercer first item into the Windtalker from Mr. Basic in the gold lane. That's going to enable the snowball to be even crazier here in the 6th minute of the game. But meanwhile, for Long, it's still quite a bit away from that power spike, man. He only has a corrosion scythe building towards the golden staff now, and then we'll have to wait for the DHS. So at this point, maybe 11th minute, that'll be when Xianyu Gaming can get Long online. But it might be too late because Mielo, he's building up to be an absolute beast on the Barats early on, having that massive lead against Kill VJ and having those defensive items. So XYG, it does really feel like at this point they can only just react to the plays that are being made by Cloud9 all around. And here's another one of those plays. MobaZane trying to go on to the purple buff, but it seems they're just going to try to look for an angle to siege.
Yeah, I mean, taking it slow, not trying to force anything. Gonna get this bottom tier 2, and even if they don't steal the purple buff, they're getting ground. They're slowly pushing XYG back a little bit. Cold World with the bulwark, able to send some shots back. Now, you brought up Long earlier, and wait a second, Cold World might be a little bit of trouble. Able to dash back, nice final slash, connects onto MobaZane. MobaZane still dancing around. Zed looking for the knock-up, not able to connect. MobaZane still keeping the pressure on. He wants to contest for this orange buff. Long, though, locking onto Mielo. After that is welcome, but the Marcuti gets the IMU. No knock-ups from either side. In comes God Yang, though, with a nice 3-man knock-up. Still not enough. Responded by the Numion Blast, able to connect onto Zed. Long now, along with God Yang and Zed, back into the base. Cloud9 got what they came for.
Great plays coming in from Cloud9, attacking Xianyu Gaming from different angles, knowing that for XYG, it's all about creating a very, very coordinated front-to-back composition. If they can't formulate that kind of formation here, it's just so easy for Cloud9 to dissect them, get them, pick them off one by one, and even Mielo flickered forward. He knew exactly how much damage he could take, how much punishment he could take, took E1 out, and then into Cloud9 as they now try to go for the translation of that team fight into the Lord. They get it for free.
I mean, free Lord, and again, just like the third turtle, I think it's smart again for XYG not to take that. I think it's at a point now, you got to try to bide time, or let Cloud9 come to you, get into that bottleneck, and once again, God Yang just needs to land the big knock-up. They got to get the combo. They have the final slash too. They have a lot of displacement skills, and as long as Long can, he's almost on his way to that third item, just a little bit longer, that's when we could see maybe Long really popping off.
Yeah, you get to see the replay here. Mielo with the instant initiation. He saw E1 and went for it instantly. Well played, man. Very, very decisive. But if you take a look at the items, I don't know if you guys realize, Zed on the Guinevere, Sky Piercer. Seems like a very interesting build to go for right there. You can
Starlium Scythe
again. It's a Starlium Scythe and a Sky Piercer. So they're actually going to try to utilize this Guinevere as a damage dealer, even despite getting picked off early on twice. Now a Lord in the bottom lane. They've dealt with a holy defense. They might be able to go for the siege.
Ooh, Cold World in the backside, able to dash through a little bit. Magic Gush does come out. Zed misses the knock-up. Mielo holding down the front side as well. Marcuti there, looking for a possible angle. Basic gonna start putting damage onto the mid inhibitor. Cloud9 just looking for a little bit of material. Mielo does not fire off with the den as welcome. God Yang tries to respond, but misses once again, and now pushed back. Basic doesn't want to force it. Nobody wants to force the engage at all. Marcuti back down to the boss side. Wow. Inhibitor does go down. 2 inhibitors for the side of Cloud9.
Clinical stuff from Cloud9, doing a very good job at just picking these turrets off. Zed wants to go in there, a bit too aggressive. Kill VJ.
Kill VJ as well. Mielo now back to the front. XYG does want to force it, but Kill VJ taking a lot of damage, down to about 20%. Gets A and up with the flicker. Den as welcome. It's a lot of ults though to commit. Mielo does go down for that one. Yon with the Magic Gush, and comes an Nolan's Fury from Marcuti, gets a knock up onto Zed. Basic still playing the distance along with Cold World. Basic gets another shot, but Zed does not go down. Cloud9 decides to back off. It's a 1-for-1.
So 1-for-1 trade there. The XP for XP, the matchup we were talking about. 3 levels ahead still. Mielo still holding on to that gold lead, but now Basic has the Malefic Roar. And when we were talking about that power spike, it's kind of on time now for Xianyu Gaming. Long has finally gotten those item power spikes, but like we said earlier, because the frontliners coming in from Cloud9 are just so ahead, it's going to be very hard even for Long, despite him already picking up those item power spikes, to deal damage to the front line. I mean, take a look at that big Dino Man.
Big Dino Man walking down the map. Bloodwings does come in for Marcuti there. And Marcuti, man, of all the players, I feel like he's really... Marcuti. Marcuti is in, and you're the man. He's Marcuti, man, whatever you want to say. But Marcuti, I feel like out of all the players, he's really showed up this MSC. Cloud9 definitely, they fall a little bit short this MSC. But Marcuti has definitely showed that he's got what it takes for being a rookie player, for being on the world stage. In my opinion, he's played some of the best out of all 5 players. Excited to see where he goes from here, but now in this game. Second Lord is up. Does XYG even try to contest?
I don't think they can, right? I mean, they don't really have enough damage. Those item power spikes, like we said, even though it's ready for long, he'll only be able to go for the trade up top. And it's a tier 2 for Enhanced Lord. This might as well be the final Lord for Cloud9 if they're able to find those creative angles that they've been able to find all throughout the game. If they can still hold on to that discipline, something that was pretty tough to do as well in their first match, you know? Yes. But if they can, it'll be very scary for Xianyu Gaming. They still have a great wave clear, but the thing is Cloud9 have so much damage to play with. They can just dive in, wait for the Lord to charge in, and then take control. Long is on it already, as all 3 lanes will be manipulated in a way while they're crashing, well, they'll be crashing down.
Zed's going to try to come in from the back here. Let's keep an eye on him. Lord does get melted down. Cloud9 just looking for the top inhibitor, not trying to force anything too major. Zed still looking for an angle, decides not to get the full engage. Cloud9, Cold World, able to get the stun on him. They're going to try to re-engage on this. One more inhibitor to go. They got a wave of minions coming. Can C9 shake something here? Can XYG get the response? A lot of damage coming out from Long there. Nice final slash, but it gets immuned out. But the Daytona's welcome. He's going to get gobbled up. Taken down. Wait, God Yang with a nice Minoan's Fury. Zed comes in, finds Mielo, but Mark Cutie responds with one of his own. God Yang getting damage. Mobazane able to pick up the kill. Long now with the spear, getting behind, locking onto Mark Cutie. That's a lot of damage. Long decides to back off though. Mobazane still in the back, but now he's alone. Zed picks up the kill. It's a 2-for-1. XYG comes out on top.
They lose their final base turret up top, but they take down 3 members. Let's take a look at the STC replay to see exactly what happened there. Mobazane and the rest of the team way too aggressive. They were able to punish Kill VJ, but then they kept on going in. Kill VJ still had the flicker to disengage, and they only lost 1. Long is online. The international marksman coming here again. That's a Melfic gun too for Mr. Long. You can definitely see the confidence building up for XYG as they have reached their item power spikes. Even the Wishing Lantern now with the Divine Glaive and the Winter Crown. Now the new interaction. Remember, folks, you can. Oh, that's a Spear of Misery that gets bounced back. That was pretty good, right? But
I love the interaction sometimes with the bulwark.
Yeah. No follow up there, but it's okay. But for E1, new interaction for the Winter Crown with a lot of different abilities. You can miss the gush now. You can be gushing while you're freezing.
You can be gushing while you're freezing. You ever freeze your gushers, bro?
We don't have gushers in it, though. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But Meal, can you detonate us welcome with the Winter Crown? That's something that I think you can do. If you get the nom down, you can just Winter Crown.
But can you Winter Crown before the dash?
Now that's a question that shall be answered by the GOAT himself, Mr. Milo. Cloud9. But Zed still sticking to that item build, a very, very aggressive item build. If he does get a pick with the Spatial Migration, you can pretty much say goodbye to whoever gets picked off. And you can already see here for XYG, it's a bit of trouble really for them to take control back of the map. They're going to have to group up together at all times to look for pressure on the map. And right now, they're prioritizing the far lane, clearing that bottom side up so that they can try to contest for the Lord, because at this point, they really gotta.
I just want to say, wait a second, Denna's welcome, does look on to God Yang. God Yang taking a lot of damage, able to use the Winter Crown. Out comes Anumi on blast, does not connect. Does connect onto Long though. Magic Gush does come out from Yon. XYG forced to back off. The only ult they have left is God Yang's Minoan's Fury. Can he make it count here? Mark Cutie still has an IMU up his sleeve along with a Denna's welcome onto Mielo. Lord down to about 50%, but minions are on the base. XYG has to send someone back.
It really is all about the decisive move for both. Final slash!
Big final slash into Violent Requiem. Comboed up Long, able to get the kill. Mark Cutie responds though with the IMU Minoan's Fury. Members dropping, God Yang first. Hell J gonna be next, basic with a huge Lycan pounce. Out of the way from Eon's Magic Gush. The knockup does lock onto Zed there. Spear does not connect onto anybody. Cloud9 gonna try to move back onto this Lord.
Slowly but surely, Cloud9 utilizing their advantages up top, making it so that for Xianyu Gaming, they really got to send someone up top. With a man advantage, they strike, and they were able to pick up the 2-for-1. But now Zed looking to play.
Zed able to come in, but he gets hit by the Denna's welcome. Just a frame, a millisecond, and Mobazane takes the Lord. It's 3-for-1, all for the price of Cold World. Long, though, going to try to force something. Basic in a little bit of trouble. Immortality does pop. Long has the health to fight it out. Finds the kill, the shutdown. It's going to be some nice gold into his pocket. Will it be enough, Mirko?
Oh, I think it will. The Lord's going to be marching down in the mid lane here. And remember, for XYG, they have a lot of wave clear to play with. They got E1, and they have Long. Let's take a look at this replay here to end things off. I don't know why Basic was recalling with such low HP there. Oh,
Basic, man.
XYG, they can actually go for the clear right now. They don't have a marksman, Cloud9. They have MobaZane and Marcutie, but they don't have sieging power.
Oh, the damage! MobaZane down! XYG with the magic gush, and here comes Long, looking for more. He's hungry. Marcutie forced to back off. Cloud9 are choking down right now. They gotta figure something out. This is reminiscent. This is
exactly.
Do you remember the first game they lost in MSC groups?
I do.
It was up against a Moscow.
I do.
It was up against a Moscow.
I see your passion. I see your anger. I feel your sadness. But
We're here
did
for
not
MLBB.
expect
We're not
it
sad.
to happen again. Ladies and gentlemen, Cloud9, 3 base turrets, an enhanced lore that they were able to get with such disciplined macro play. But again, one big mistake. Basic recalling in front of them. That might cost them.
XYG
9-9,
with the gold lead
17
now.
minutes. Take a look at the item builds now. It's a BOD for Mr. Long. I would call him Mr. Chadman now. Long Chadman.
That's a Long Chadman.
That's a... I mean, that's what you want to do with the Melfic gun, right? I mean, you shoot from afar, you deal more damage, you do, I mean, with the BOD, extra more damage.
Extra more damage.
Extra more together was usually...
Big extra more damage.
Big extra more damage.
Big extra more big damage.
Skibbity damage. I think we can just simplify it with just skibbity. That would work. But look at this. Look at how they're able to play. Again, granting themselves some more pressure on the map with the clear. And it's really great that they always send Long down below because you can always just match it with the Spear of Destruction. You almost read where Mr. Basic was there on the Roger. I don't know if he would take
That's
that
Captain
one.
Basic.
Captain Basic.
Basic takes a lot of damage though. Zed able to come in. MobaZane there as well. Let's see if Cold World can find an angle with this Numeon Blast. Does he have an inner shark in him, you know? The Numeon Blast, the sidestep, Numeon Blast, a nice look from Mielo, but it gets purified out. Now he's in a bad spot. Winterground does come out. Mielo goes down Long, able to pick up the kill, and Cloud9 are on the run. KillJ with the force through the Vengeance, able to get the dash. A lot of damage. Numeon Blast comes down. Cold World trying to find something in the madness. MobaZane there as well. KillJ brought low, but not taken out. And Zed finds MobaZane. Long with the long hits from downrange. Cloud9 still on the run, but minions on the base of XYG. They gotta send back Yeon. Basic looking for something. Marcutie there. Can they find an angle here? Basic in the backside. The Wolf is out. The El Capitan. He's gonna go for the minion first. He's gonna look for an angle. He locks on to Long. Can he make the play? Too much damage, Zed. Finds Basic. Marcutie picks up the pieces for Cloud9. Can he get another? Marcutie, the saving grace of NA right now. Final Slash does connect. Marcutie still there though. Yeon comes out, sends a bouncing ball, connects onto no one. Cold World, Marcutie against the world.
19 minutes in, we got a game in our hands. Let's take a look at the SDC replay again. Marcutie, the savior of NA. I think that could not have been said better. You can see the smile on Mielo, the GOAT's face here. I don't know if that's, you know, a smile, laughter of acceptance or of like disappointment.
You know, like
but
the five stages of grief?
yeah, exactly. The 5 stages of grief. We're seeing the acceptance very, very soon, very, very early. But at least for Cloud9 here, with the advantage that they got, they're going straight for the Lord, and it's an evolved one.
All right, they're going to be able to get it. Numeon Blast does connect onto 2. God Yang still trying to hold down the front side. Out comes the Spirit Destruction. Long coming down from Longfield once again. MobaZane locked up against the wall and taken out of the land of Dawn. Back to the Shadow Realm, Cloud9, and there's another Lord. And they're down Marcutie, they're down MobaZane, and Long's just gonna shred it down.
It'll continue. They cannot end. Long is doing so much damage at this point. They're down 2 members, like you said. No Marcutie, no MobaZane. They got Basic, Mielo, and Cold World, but I don't really think they're going to be able to help this Lord at all. That's an evolved Lord completely wasted now. XYG got the gold lead. They've been farming up all these Lords to a point where they got the gold lead back. You can see MobaZane there. Unfortunate stuff, man. Long just too good on the Spear of Destructions. You might as well call the BOD the Blade of Destruction, too. You can see the face of Cold World there, too, you know? Zane as well, just with the ultimate face palm. I cannot believe that hit me. And now, Mr. Dynaman in the mid lane. Mielo has already used a big resource. Long?
To run away. And now, Long along with the team. going to be shredding down the mid. They still have their inhibitors. They still can survive this out. But XYG has brought it to the full amount of a game. Big final slash. Numion's blast connects to nobody. It's looking rough. Basic trying to lock on to KillJ here, but Cloud9 can't get anything. At this point, is it 50-50?
I wouldn't say it's 50-50 just yet. When it comes to the team fights, yes, it's 50-50. But if you take a look at the map again, 3 waves of super minions coming crashing down. So for Cloud9, they've been losing a lot of these fights when it's all been on them. The advantages have all been on them. They've been dominating in the early game. Xianyu Gaming in the early game, we're just waiting for that item power spike. Once they got it, they started going for these big fights, and it has been working out for them. But Cloud9 slowly but surely are losing that advantage. If Xianyu Gaming get the far lane base turret, I think then it'll be a bit more 50-50, because really for the mid and the bottom, Xianyu Gaming have been able to control it really, really well. And take a look at Lung Chadman on that Moskov damage earlier. That was
big extra,
ridiculous.
More damage.
Big extra skibbity damage. God Yang.
God Yang brought down to about 50%. Mobazane! 60 seconds on the clock. When you're down a member with 30 seconds till Lord, and you got 60 seconds on the clock, the waves might not matter anymore. XYG, and I have a question. With 3 lanes going in, even though his record has not been great, should Basic go for a sneaky backdoor?
You know what? At this point, I don't know.
Skibbity.
Skibbity. We're just gonna throw out some phrases here, because oh my goodness, 23 minutes in. It seems like Xianyu Gaming, they found a way back into the game, and this might just be a play that can get them to win. That's as welcome. Beat it out.
Ooh. He doesn't take the dash. Okay. He's going to be able to get away here, but Long focuses on a Cold World. That's a lot of damage. Mark Cutie there as well with some damage of his own.
13 seconds.
They're trying to stall things out, and watch for Basic up in the top side. Watch for Basic in the top side. He's going to try to go for it. Basic, the hero, the man who has tried this multiple times. Can he finally complete it? Yon, they're going to send him back along with 2 members. Long, not taking long to shred down this this Lord. Cold World there to try to help out. Ooh. Nice damage. Long responding back. Mielo able to take out Zed. That's big. Mobazane just shows up in the nick of time. Lord should go over to Cloud9 there, and now Cold World collapsing down onto Long and God Yang. Mielo there. Marcuti with the sidestep coming in. A nice knock up, and the Immortalities are popping. A final slash response. Cloud9 in a little bit of trouble. Still able to find KillJ. It'll dash back. Look at the Lycan bounce. Basic trying to lock on. Gets stunned. Stop. Not able to fully commit, but the minions are here to back up Cloud9. Mobazane comes in. A lot of damage coming from God Yang, but the base will not stand. All they have to do is lock on, and Cloud9 takes game number 1.
Despite the massive hurdles, Cloud9 able to get through it all here in game number 1. It's a victory, but I don't think they're going to be very proud of that one just yet. They're going to have to make a lot of adjustments to come into game number 2, but for XYG as well. Losing out in the early game, those massive advantages over to Cloud9 gave them so many more ways to take control of the game. And finally, even though we didn't see it in the 17th minute all the way to the 23rd, we finally got to see it. They finally utilized Mr. Basicman up top to clear out the way, to force an error out from XYG. And all that pressure was just too much to handle. It was hydraulic.
But either way, man, XYG took it the long haul there. They've done such a good job at hanging out in games and trying to just, push and push and push.
You can even say that's a long game from Mr. Long Chadman, and I believe the analysts here have a lot to say about that game. So we're just going to throw it back to them. What do you guys have to say about this game?
I say that was one of the...
It was a long game.
My eyes rolled back so far behind when you say it was a long game. I mean, it's a fun game, right? It was fun. It was long. It was intense.
It was a long game.
Okay, don't encourage him.
Okay, yeah.
Gentlemen, don't encourage Mirko. Okay, the more encouragement you give him, he won't stop.
Oh, by the way, LaFell said that verbatim, he said, so this is how the better servers play. That's what he said.
That is what he said.
Yeah, this is how a difficult server plays.
Yeah. So it seems.
Yeah, yeah. I can't comment on much. Okay, I'm the host here, guys. I gotta behave, but still, looking at this match, we gotta say, a lot of opportunities were presented by both teams, Some were able to get it. Some did. Like the biggest blunder was definitely around the Lord.
Yep. It was that factor where they were kind of pressed to go for the TP out. I think you always have to think about the death timers, right? So even when Mobile Zane was dead and the Lord was respawning, he will have what, 12 seconds or what, 12 to 20 seconds of a leeway, which is not going to be enough to actually take out the Lord. You can see that because of the fact that there was a lot of physical penetration that was actually put onto Zed, that moment that when Milo, the GOAT, landed the Flicker Barrett's ultimate onto Milo, he's already half HP. Like one hit from the Lord. You're going to see it.
Yeah,
you too.
Yeah, we looked at each other. Yeah.
Milo the GOAT landed.
The Barrett on Milo.
The Barrett's ultimate. Yeah.
On
Zed.
himself.
Zed, yeah.
That's
confusion.
Okay.
That's confusion.
That is confusion.
That is confusion.
Confusion is the topic of the day, but we gotta talk about this game. Speaking of confusion, we don't usually see Goodavir using the attack build or damage build. But more so, first item Sky Piercer. What you guys?
I think
too high risk, too high reward. I mean, we got a Malefic gun as well.
I think that's true. I think the Sky Piercer was second item.
No, it was first.
No, I think he completed the Starlim site first.
Nope, first.
Are you
first
sure?
I'm quite sure.
Okay, well, I don't have an explanation for that.
No,
if it was the second item...
No, okay, so I watched it the moment the items popped up. The Sky Piercer was there, and the Calamity... the
Starlim Scythe.
The Starlim Scythe was not completed.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes you can just have the first item of the...
Go big, go home.
Yeah, whatever. I still don't have an explanation.
I think that's what it was.
I still don't have an explanation because they needed the front line. I would have accepted the Starlim Scythe, but I feel like you need some sort of like Athena Shield perhaps, or maybe a Radiant Armor, or even a Blade Armor at a certain...
little bit of defense, basically.
Exactly.
And at the same time, you already mentioned it, I love to see the Malefic gun get brought into the game. It was Malefic Roar and then the gun, I think, for long.
That's right.
So interesting that we finally get to see this a little bit of extra range. I'm not sure on the...
Yeah, that was 50% extra range.
It's extra range when you use a skill-based attack. Enhanced basic attack or something like that.
If you land a spell, basically.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Which... Yeah.
The stats aren't that great, which is why we don't usually see the Malefic gun. Like the effect itself is good. It's just the stats surrounding it.
Yeah. There's a movement speed every time you attack. And there's attack speed, I believe, or was it attack speed or movement speed?
There was attack speed.
There was attack speed every time you attack.
And some physical
for 1 second. So kind of fits the bill for the Moskov, obviously. But I guess at that point you don't have any more items to pick up afterwards.
Honestly, C9 they're laughing a lot for this game. Like they enjoyed themselves. Okay,
that looks like some relief, by the way.
Yeah, that's relief, not enjoyment, I would say. Yeah.
Is it relief enjoyment though?
It's both.
It's both. Yep.
When I'm relieved, I'm enjoying what?
What?
I'm happy. I don't know where I was going with that one.
A sigh of relief.
Sigh, yeah.
You already said the words. You cannot take it back.
No, here's the thing. Like, you do with what you will with the information that you have. Speaking of information that we have, game number 2. How is that going to look like?
I believe that what I noticed after the games of XYG, God Yang was phenomenal with a I would say setup.
Minotaur.
Yep. Minotaur. Set up tanks. I would say Minotaur, for example.
He was a goal laner, by the way.
Yep. Before this. And God Yang landed many good ultimates and also baited the Numinum Blast with the Winter's Crown. I think he played well. I think at this Minotaur pick, although it was last pick, I think this is something that Cloud9 should also look into because God Yang was comfortable with these setup tanks.
I think at this point too, we already mentioned this, like both teams should get a win here. So XYG, they got close. They nearly turned this game around again that we've seen them do before. But this time around, if XYG gets the win, hey, at least they end their day in group stages both with a win.
And now we got to check out our MVP, our Sony MVP of the game, which I believe is going to be Mark Cutie, and he definitely deserves it. Like if I remember correctly, even Trex was like, Mark Cutie is performing better than the rest of his own team. Which, since you're the MVP, yes.
Yep. I think particularly in this game, there was a very clutch moment where in the bottom lane, he was able to use skill 1 onto Valentina, landing on both Zed as well as Long, who tried to go to TP out, literally one-shotting them. And of course, this was that team fight. Look at that burst coming out from Mark Cutie. And this is so instrumental because now XYG just forfeits the Lord once again. It's always the fights around the Lord that XYG loses. That's mostly why they eventually lost their target of this game. And also, he was the one who also took out Zed during the last Lord fight. So, pretty much deserving of the MVP award.
12 KDA. That's a lot for about almost 25-minute game.
And it's funny because when you look at this, I think most of the time he was taking the final slash.
Yeah.
Like most of the time he was just grabbing that and then following up with it. Whole lot of, I guess Valentina players in general are going to go ahead and scale up really quickly. We always see Valentina at the top of like damage meters, I would say, generally. But I agree with Trex. Mark Cutie, even back in their old, the games they played before today, he was usually the one that was, I feel like, mostly positive KDA, doing a lot for the team. And unfortunately, it's not a one-man game, so even so. But great performances, though, so far from Mark Cutie.
Notable performances as well, even in their losses. When you look back at their series versus Falcon Esports, he was I would say, the constant of the team. He was always
consistent.
Mr. Consistent, that's very true. And he is making the right decisions as well. Rarely being frozen in the mid, but when he does get out of the laning stage and out of the early game, he does perform well during the Lord team fights.
We gotta say though, that was pretty close. Close enough that I would think if XYG won that one, maybe Trex would get traumatized. He's been seeing that for quite a bit. They're already at the base. But then,
I don't think it's just Trex at that point. And I think it's like the whole region rooting for C9. Hey, there was last match it was 22%, I think it was on the predictions. So it's Trex and 22%.
All right, so I feel like for all of us here, we're pretty hyped up. But for now, let's actually throw it over to Eterna and Steph Wheezy. What you guys got?
Welcome to MSC 2024. My name's Steph Wheezy, and I'm with
Eterna.
And today, we're at the EWC Merchandise Megastore to check out some of the hottest merch and jerseys from all your favorite teams.
Yeah, instantly one caught my eye here. Wheezy, I gotta admit that this looks pretty slick.
Ooh.
And I think it looks good on you. It looks good on me as well. I think it's a good size, a good fit for you. What do you guys think?
Definitely agree. Liquid Echo, support your teams. Definitely let us know which way you think it'll go for them in the group stages. But there's some other teams we got to check out. Speaking of teams, there's one that caught my eye right there for you, all the way out from Indonesia, Fnatic.
Oh, you're right. Wait, let's take a look at it, actually. Oh, it's fancy.
See, this one's a little bit more lightweight. It's a jersey, so it is hot out here in Saudi Arabia. It's perfect time to get a jersey.
Okay, I'll take it.
All right.
What are you going to take?
I'll tell you what, you found something for Indonesia, so I need to find something for my region, which is North America. So let's see what's over here. Couple more jerseys on the way. Wait a second. Here we go. Cloud9. I think I'm going to get this one.
It looks pretty good.
Yeah, maybe even better than yours.
I like that size.
I do too. I think it fits.
I think I'm going to pick that up
Nope.
real quick.
Wait a minute.
Thanks,
What's this?
Wheezy. Bye, guys.
Pro tip to Steph Wheezy, you don't take something from your own region. You can buy that anytime.
That's actually true.
Right?
Hey, it's his first time here, right? Of course. Let him have some fun.
I also love the fact that Steph is wearing the C9 colors too.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah, so I know that he, alongside Trex, he's feeling all of those emotions.
He's feeling under the weather.
I'm sure.
Well, he's casting. He gets to cast this game at least.
True.
I don't know if that's going to help him feel less under the weather, but...
You know what I feel bad about this?
What do you feel bad?
Trex is casting with Mirko, and Mirko is not really there to make him feel better.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Mirko is also not in a great shape,
That's true. After yesterday, hey, they're both, casting, and they're both got teams going home.
And we saw the jerseys. It was Fnatic on the end.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. And guess what? Malaysia and Philippines here at the panel. 2 teams in the knockouts.
2 teams in the knockouts.
Hey,
Yes,
listen,
sir.
I don't get to celebrate always, so, every once in a while.
Every once in a while, yeah.
But now we got to talk about this game. So XYG has to win this one. Like, make it canon, make it 1-1.
How do you make? I was gonna say, how do you make this canon?
Get the Freya, get the Moskov.
There you go. There you go.
And the Minotaur.
Freya, like, take right side. Freya, Moskov.
At this point, just no ban.
I hope so. Or maybe just Chip and Louis, then no ban.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, you ban Chip, I ban Loya, then no ban.
Everything else is open.
Yep. That's
But
how
I
you do it.
I do agree. I want to see that Freya. Like KLVJ, this is where you don't set up for your team.
So
this is where you just go Valkyrie mode and jump in.
You know,
exactly.
The previous game was the first time that I actually looked at the chat. Shout out to the chat, by the way.
Shout out
chat. There were lots of questions about that Freya, and I understand why. And for all of the viewers out there, for the uninitiated, I know that the Freya is not meta. I know that the Freya is not played in the XP at all, but this is canon. XYG likes to play the Freya on KLVJ. That's just it. There's no other explanation. So don't be surprised if Freya has been banned 3 times already today when going up against XYG.
He needs to pick it up. He needs to show the chat. Why?
He's got to show the chat.
He got to show the chat.
All right. Well, they've been asking, so Wolf answer, you know?
Yeah. For good time's sake, please, Midnight. Don't ban Freya.
Wait, are they actually going no bans? Like, I don't see anything yet.
Yeah.
They're not that crazy, right?
Hey, it's your last match for MSC, man.
You know what? When you say
Why
like
not?
that, like if I were to own a team, I would be like, you know, it's our last match. It's our last match. 5 assassins, why not?
You guys do you know? I think for XYG, though, regardless of if these are going to be bans or not, similar things. Let's just pick what you're comfortable on. We know that even coming into the MSC, they had, I feel like, a limited playing field to go ahead and practice on until they eventually got out here and everything.
Yeah,
so,
very true.
You know, that's probably partly due to the fact that why they've had to fit certain heroes into their playstyle or meta.
Oh, that's literally the explanation why they are picking up the Freya in the XP lane.
Maybe that was part of the Bruno, right?
That's also true. Like maybe the only choices were Bruno, Moskov, you know. So I think we're gonna see some of the picks. We don't know the bans, so Harith.
Was that actually no bans?
There should be bans.
There should be,
we are just not seeing it.
But it's okay. Either ways, Harith is the first pick for Cloud9 XYG. Like,
they're gonna go Moskov Edith if Edith is available. If not, they're gonna go Moskov
Edith,
Minotaur,
man.
Moskov Arlot, I would say.
Moskov Arlot?
Yeah. That is going to be the case. If not Moskov Edith, Moskov Arlot is the case. Unless, of course, they're both banned, which we don't know yet.
The only thing that I can really, like, confirm that would be in my head, like, worth banning is Chip and Loyi. Everything else is, like, on the table.
Yeah.
Everything else is debatable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice, though? Like, don't you guys enjoy? Oh, wait. There's some picks. Okay, so we're going to look once again at the AR here.
Is that Aurora?
Is that Aurora?
I think that's Aurora.
That looks like a...
Yeah.
There's the Aurora.
Like the Ice Queen.
It looks like an icy queen. So...
It does look like a queen of ice.
Yeah.
Teresa is the choice. I mean, it's difficult to kind of guess now because we don't know the bans.
Oh.
Akai enters the scene.
Okay.
And, well, we don't know the band, so I don't know what to guess.
Akai is basically just Naruto in Sage mode. Even his ult resembles the Rasengan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really think about
I don't know Naruto.
Yeah, I fell off on it, so...
Yeah. But I kind of know Sage mode, yeah.
Oh, you know Sage mode? Then it's good enough.
That's a Toad, right? A Toad
Yeah. Toad Sage mode, yeah.
Well, they get a Kagura.
All right.
That's great.
We saw that lack of damage on Kagura yesterday.
Oh, I love... Don't say that. Kagura's like... I love Kagura, man.
No, I do too. She's actually one of the first heroes that I started playing in
really?
MLBB, yeah.
Oh,
I remember,
love their mechanics.
I remember like Terizla into Akai Ultimate, which is like anti-Sergi in a way.
Mm-hmm.
How do we feel about Akai Ultimate and Kagura Ultimate?
Like pushing them away from
like,
Yin Yang Overturn?
Like push him even more away? Is that how it is?
That's gonna happen with that kind of attitude.
Yeah.
You need to.
You're right.
So you have.
Yeah. Of course.
That the Akai will pin them down, and it's gonna be a perfect Yin Yang Overturn. Like,
yeah. Of course.
Attitude, man. Attitude. It's all about the mindset.
Yeah.
It's all about the mindset.
You're right. I saw a Fredrin. I believe that was in combination with the Teresa as well as the Aurora.
Okay, I'm gonna talk you guys through this. Do you guys want to know what C9 banned out?
What?
Edith, Angela, and Moskov. And
well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And they're betting out a Roger as well. For XYG, they bet out a Chip, Barats, and Valentina.
So that's the reason why
there's no Edith, there's no Moscow.
Lolita as well. The XYG banned out Lolita.
Okay, so it seems. So there's a Roger ban and probably a Louis ban.
Wait, the Roger went through the first 3 picks without getting picked?
I guess so. So that was so we are going to see a different hero for long. Hopefully not the Bruno. Hopefully not the Bruno.
Well, maybe. Maybe if he decides to... I don't know about that.
Hey, Innocent brought it.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, he mentioned it in the roundtable too.
Yeah, he did. He was like, I'm not scared of a Ling.
Maybe that's a knockout special.
Knockout special.
I think they're saving it for the knockouts.
Yeah, grand finals.
I don't know. I don't want to go that far ahead, LaFell. I know. This is, by the way, oozing with confidence.
Yeah, that
we
is.
were talking about oozing with confidence earlier, Wolf. This now LaFell and Gideon are.
Yeah. Oozing with confidence.
Hey, by the way, our good friend Jay's too as well. Doing a great job speaking about MLBB on the panel.
Oh yeah.
For EWC.
Oh, that's.
Oh man, it's.
Oh, it is the Bruno. All right.
Okay.
At this point, all they need
That
is
ship has
a
sailed.
roamer, so there's no way for the Freya. So I guess.
Unless.
Hey.
Unless.
What?
Hey.
Fredrin Rome?
I was gonna say Freya Rome.
Oh.
Something you'd see in your rank games.
So that is Kagura, Akai, and Harith, right?
Kagura, Akai, Harith.
Kagura,
Yes.
Akai,
And
Harith.
going for Rome. How about a Kaja? Kaja Bruno is not too bad of a combo.
Matilda? How about
So
Matilda?
Matilda
Yeah.
and Benedetta.
Benedetta. All right.
Ooh.
I am hoping for a Kaja from XYG, but then we're looking for like a big AoE, like Tigreal perhaps, actually. Tigreal looks good, doesn't it? Yeah, Tigreal for...
Anything that you say honestly looks good.
Yeah.
At this point, yeah.
Yeah, anything that we can look at might look good.
Khalid Rome, sure, you know, like...
Yeah.
But honestly,
Lubukan Baloy, bro.
Lubukan Baloy.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, if it was a Helka Rome, that would be intense.
Oh.
That would be... But yeah, there's...
Oh,
Rafaela.
Rafa Bruno, all right. What a
Oh.
classic.
Hey, this is a classic.
Yeah, we
Classic.
haven't seen this in a while.
Rafa Bruno.
Yep.
Brunoella. Anyways. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your services during the drafting phase.
Yep.
I'm very sorry, Trek, but I'm going to have to pass it over to you that's working with Mirko. Sorry, man, but, you know, it's your turn.
Well, sadly, we had to get rid of Mirko. I had to dispose of him. So here we are, casting.
I thought you disposed of me,
I'm
man.
sorry.
What are you calling me now? Okay, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk. It's me, Miracle, and Trex. You know, Trex, you can deal with me, right? If Wolf and Nice can deal with that nerd on the panel, you know, you can deal with me, right? Let's get into the game, ladies and gentlemen, though, because this match here, it could be a 2-0 sweep for Cloud9, or XYG could finally get their first game in MSC 2024. We're going to jump into the portal that opened up in front of us to the Land of Dawn for the final game for Cloud9 and Xian Yu Gaming.
All right, so this means a lot for both of these teams, right? It's your final statement in MSC. It's your final moment to show the world something here. We've seen a lot of almost from XYG so far, and I would actually love to see them push the envelope. They came in once again with a slightly different comp. Is this our first time seeing Rafaela, I'm pretty sure? First show at MSC so far. A little bit more of a, classic support, but some possibilities around it, especially with the utility jungle.
Co-World, Marcutie, this is, I mean, they spoke a little bit about it, right? The anti-synergy that you kind of get with the Kagura and the Akai, but it's all subjective, bro. You know, it's all in your mind. It's all the mental state that you need. If you're a Chad, you can make it work. Marcutie seems like he wants to go for the aggressive route. Getting the minions and recalling, just like that. That's the flair.
Just for the minions.
Just for the minions.
You got to, man. You got every time you get a small win. In the great words of LaFell, you know, it's all mental, man. If you think you can win, even if you've already lost groups.
Winning is relative, he would say, you know? Everything could be. But here, this time, it's already a bit different, right? For basic, he went for the bargain hunter. Long is actually doing a good job in lane this time around on the Bruno with the Master Assassin and Fatal. So Long should be able to actually bully Basic out, especially considering, Basic's already very, very low. Up top,
Milo taking a little bit of damage, but Yoan is there as well. Gets the first blood. E1 showing up there. XYG with first blood on the board.
They want to continue, it seems. Cold World.
It's a lot of damage on a Cold World. Ain't nothing funny here. MLBB now trying to make his way up top, but XYG doing a great job of blocking them off, and that's going to give them some gold plating. It's going to give them everything they need. They're going to move down to this turtle, though. MLBB with Marcuti and Cold World, but it's 4 members of XYG ready to stop them, ready to not even let them enter here, and it's a tough start for Cloud9.
XYG holding out on this. Milo trying to go in. He doesn't have level 4 just yet, and you can see how much damage he is taking on that Benedetta. Zed's still on it. Marcuti looking for an angle. It does seem like for Cloud9, they can't go for it, and XYG will just be able to secure it without any contest whatsoever. And it's going to be tough for them.
And not only that, but Cloud9 wastes a lot of time even like trying to contest it. You know, sitting around the boundaries, they could have gone elsewhere, cleared some jungle, you know, cleared some lanes, maybe try to make a push onto the gold, but they just kind of sit on that distance as XYG does an amazing job at zoning them out of that box.
They really did. Xianyu Gaming utilizing these picks in the mid lane, getting the prio up against the Kagura, and also getting more mobility with the Rafaela, the holy healing that gets you more movement speed. Milo very aggressively maneuvering forward here, but if we take a look at the XP, even though, you know, the Akai, we kind of thought that it would be very hard for him to go and farm up. Akai, MLBB is still on top of the XP board. Long finally taking some damage, but this is the combo that they were talking about as well. Right as it was picked up, it's a flashback, a throwback to back in the day with Rafaela and Bruno being a very, very good combination. And this is why. You get to dish out so much damage, you get that additional healing, and most importantly, later on, mobility in the team fights, back and forth. You can make these fights a bit longer.
And you can dribble the ball, right? You can do the back and forth using the Rafaela. You can kind of do the dance step and get a couple shots off back. Oh, but Basic taking a lot of damage. E1 with another one. That's 2-0 right there. Cold World in a bad spot as well. MLBB trying to come in, does have a heavy spin ready to go, decides not to use it just yet. Zed unloading. Marcuti now also in the fray of things. Frigid Glacier does come down. Cold World takes an abrasive rat to the face. Zed and XYG still dancing around the distance of this tower. They're going to try to make the push in. MLBB down to about 30% health here. Up against Zed. Basic finally showing back up to things. Melo just locked in the Hunter Strike up top, and XYG, they put so much pressure on the mid and to the bottom, he's able to get all the gold plating off that top tier 3.
He does, right? But again, I feel like for Long, he did the same thing, and it's going to be way more worth it for him on a snowballing pick like the Bruno. And they're already setting up for the next neutral objective this time around. It's Zed first on there. E1 has been phenomenal. And a lot of these skirmishes circling Eagle.
Cold World. Oh, gets a knock up on the runaway there. The fadeaway, I would say. Marcuti hiding out in the bush. MLBB going to be showing up soon. Can they contest this one? It's a 4v4 or a 5v5 at this point. Everybody in the turtle pit. Marcuti still playing the distance. Maybe looking for a nice yin-yang overturn. Unable to throw anything out just yet. Mielo finally with the Electro final blow into the midst of the fight. Nice purifying onto Zed. Mielo able to find the turtle. KLJ taking a lot of damage. Marcuti able to find the yin-yang overturn onto Zed there. KLJ does get away. Cloud9 walking away with a member and a turtle.
Good response. Great from Cloud9. Able to just play it out. Force Xianyu Gaming to a spot that they're not comfortable with. Again, for Xianyu Gaming, it's very front-to-back composition. They need to have a very, very coordinated fight to actually make it work. Meanwhile, for Cloud9, it's kind of the same story that we had in game number 1, where they could actually attack from different angles, and that's exactly what they did. Mielo, final blow to start things off. Even though it looked kind of awkward, you know, he was able to get the Petrify without the final blow. It still worked out for them. They made it chaotic enough to a point where Xianyu couldn't go for the proper front to back. They couldn't attack any of the frontliners. They had to be zoned away by MLBB, and this is why the heavy spin works out. That was what Lefel was talking about. Just look at it in this kind of way, man. Don't be pessimistic.
And everyone just has to do their own job and do it right. It's not about, you know, this comp isn't really as much about fighting as a team, right? Everyone, as long as Marcuti can get a yin-yang onto somebody, comes one possibly onto Zed. A lot of damage onto Cold World. You know, even with the nerfs, the Appraisal's Wrath still hits hard.
It really does, man. Oh my goodness. It hit so hard, he had to purify out of it.
Most definitely. MLBB now. Maybe in a little bit of trouble. XYG. Frigid Glacier does come down, does not connect onto anybody, but he's still frozen. Mielo goes down long with a long shot. Able to take him out there. Mobazane now just trying to fight for his own purple, but XYG might not want to let it happen. Marcuti with the ending overturn, able to get some nice damage. Zed still gets away safely. Cold World going to try to chase him down, unable to get the kill and gets killed himself. Yi1 is the one, 3-0 and 1.
Oh, now Pride of Ice used up basic. Try to go for it, unable to do so. But I like for Cloud9 now, penalty zone, kill VJ.
Basic with his Mon's Force needs to try to run away, kill VJ. But to get some nice damage. Marcuti there to help out. Flickers back over to the tower into safety.
Up top though, Long.
Ooh, nice eye for an eye. Getting a little bit of damage onto Long there. Able to use the Petrify, force out the Purify. But here comes Zed, pulling up. Braze's Wrath comes down. Mielo in a little bit of trouble. Zed wants to force the objective here. Force the moment. Looking for Mobazane. Mobazane also taking a little bit of damage. They're down low. They need to get back to the jungle. XYG not letting up on the gas right now. They're going to try to drop down onto E1. Pride of Ice comes out, but it's not enough to save the day. Basic able to get the kill. Cold World goes down as well. It's a 1-for-1, and Basic escaped with his life.
Crazy fights all around the board. So many fights, and Cloud9 utilize the chaos to go for the turtle. Mobazane does have the heavy spin, but take a look at the rest of XYG. Gonna go for the contest. Will Mobazane do it?
Mobazane taking a lot of damage. Penalty zone does come down. Heavy spin just to escape with his life. Turtle goes over to XYG.
Final turtle of the game going to XYG. Basic in the bottom lane, still just trying to look for the farm here, trying to look for a trade. A mirror play as he looks for the cross map there. But yeah, again, so many chaotic skirmishes going back and forth. Treks, and it does seem like for XYG, they have been able to pick up the advantage with that, right? They got a turret up top earlier. They got the turtle as well. They are able to stay consistent here in this game. But if you take a look at the farm department, it's Zed. 1,000 gold behind now of Mobazane. Mobazane on the Akai has been farming a lot better. And you can even see here for Zed, his priority isn't really on, you know, more defense or more damage. Usually, sometimes you see the Thunderbelt. He went for the Oracle. So he's trying to enable that Rafaela healing to be more prevalent as we get into the mid-game, together with Long, together with the rest of the team. And really, it's all about staying in the front line for Yi1, for Long, to deal some damage. I like what you said in the team fight earlier, right? The long shot, because technically that's exactly what he needs to do. Stay in the back as far as you can and dish out damage. Zed, he's losing a bit of HP, but he can always just sustain back up with the holy healing. It's all about the prolonged team fights for Xianyu Gaming as they wait for the next neutral objective. Cloud9 unable to look for anything on the map, but same goes for Xianyu. They have to just really hold out for now, wait for these objectives to go out, and I guess for Mielo, he can go for the wave clear, he can go for the split push, and that will force XYG to rotate, and they do rotate really quick. So again, it's kind of like a stalemate at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely a good spot. Kill J. Taking a little bit of damage, force the penalty zone defensively. Cold World also getting taken down. Also getting taken down to about half health. E1 though, man. This guy is 4-1-1, and you mentioned gold earlier. The crazy thing is, even though Zane is far ahead of Zed right now, ZU Gaming is leading right now by about 1,000 gold overall. And it just goes to show that a lot of members of ZNU Gaming are kind of stepping up. You mentioned Long earlier, and I think as long as they can play around that, if they can put all the eggs into that basket, they have all the utilities they need to prolong the fights. Like you said, they have the heal, they have the freezes and the CC coming from Yi1. There's a lot of possibilities in their composition. Cloud9 needs to find a way to work around it if they want to take this game back into their hands. Zed gets a taunt onto Mobazane there. Oh, nice Yin-Yang overturn onto Long, but not able to do enough. Now Marcuti's forced to run away here. Marcuti still needs a little bit more damage, one more item.
That was great. They bait out the Purify and the Retribution. That stops Xianyu Gaming for really holding out on the Lord, and now Cloud9 get a massive advantage out of it. It's a massive advantage because we really haven't been seeing a lot of these proactive plays, right? For Cloud9 now, the fact that they got a turret up top, that tier 1, enables them to step in the jungle a bit more aggressively, to look for these flanks as well. And for Mielo, he's going to be able to do that now. Look at that, clearing up top wave, shoving it in, and then looking for an angle to rotate over to the turtle to find a flanking position. And just like that, Cold World goes in.
Cold World with the Kaka trying to come in. Out comes the penalty zone from Keel VJ. Not going to be enough. ZNU, and hold up the top side. Long in a little bit of trouble. Mielo able to get the kill along with Marcuti. XYG trying to vert up, and XYG are kind of really stuck in this grouped up composition. And Cloud9, you know, they're able to 3v5 them, they're able to 4v5 them, get these little skirmishes. Maybe no one goes down, but as you mentioned, they're able to get something to the top side, other towers. But XYG finds one of their own. Cold World goes down. MobaZane with a heavy spin, able to bring Zed all the way back to the tower. Price's Wrath comes down, and MobaZane forced to run back. Mielo able to find Zed, though. It's a 2-for-1. Cloud9 does get the Lord, though, so it's a big win for them.
2-for-1 and the Lord. That's incredible value for Cloud9, and that's exactly the problem for XYG. They have a front-to-back composition that does really well in these team fights, but when are they ever going to go for these big team fights? Even here, penalty zone.
Penalty zone on to Mar and MobaZane. Kill VJ, able to pick up the kill. Mielo now on the run, basic as well. XYG always finding a response, and look at Long going for the long shot once again. Basic back onto the towers. Mielo able to lock down with the eye for eye. MobaZane there, gets hit by a freeze. Mielo dashes back and catches a high tail out with Cold World. That's a little hit and run there.
Well played again to Mielo there. We were just saying, you know, for XYG, they needed to look for a fight in Cloud9. They utilized Lord in the bottom lane, looked for a fight in the mid lane, did get picked up, but they were able to win out in the prolonged battle. That was something that we said XYG should have an advantage for. Another engagement onto E1.
Oh, MobaZane just hanging out under the tower. Fearless. I mean, when you're at this point, you gotta be fearless, right? Lord still coming. XYG just unable to keep up with the macro right now, unable to get all their lanes down. They're playing a little too tight. Basic with his Mon's Force, getting a couple shots on to kill VJ. Marcuti there, tossing out the umbrella, waiting for the moment to strike, waiting for that big yin-yang overturn. Mielo up on the top side as well, trying to find an angle, and XYG just forced back.
That was just so good for Cloud9. The fact that they were able to make it so confusing for Xianyu Gaming. They keep on going in, making Xianyu Gaming think, all right, yo, we've been going for these fights alone, and it hasn't been working out. We need to be clumped up together. So whenever Cold World goes in, they're all grouped up. They completely forget that there are big waves crashing down on their base turrets. And yeah, you do have the holy defense, but brother, those are a few big waves coming down in your base. They got a base turret with that. That's incredible value. Sky Piercer now done for the GOAT himself, Mielo. And in the mid lane too, we got Genius Wand, Divine Glaive, and the Glowing Wand. And even Mr. Zane's having a little bit of fun there. That's why he was able to farm up so fast. It's the cursed helmet here. With the Molten Essence, I believe he just picked it up early to out-farm Zed. And you can see the effects of that. 2 levels ahead of Zed. Yi1. If you thought, you know, for the Aurora, she's icy enough, no. She's got the winner to crown, fool. On top of the Pride of Ice, on top of the Frigid Glacier. I know it's hot in Riyadh, but is it that hot?
She's cold. Cold-hearted, cold-blooded. Winter crown, fool. I can't get over that. I can't get over that. Now, all right. Kill VJ. He's been always with this team to where we've been seeing Mielo kind of dodge up to the top side, dodge down to the bottom side. And we noticed it a bit last game too. Kill VJ really likes to kind of guide the team. And I'm wondering, you know, that has been almost one of the downfalls here. Kill VJ needs to be the one to kind of watch these off lanes sometimes. And the rest of the team needs to be able to survive and fight without him sometimes. Because the thing is, they can't send Long over because he's the big damage dealer. They need Long to be hanging out behind E1 and behind God Yang, just unloading those shots. And until they're able to do that, Mielo's just going to keep thrashing this top side.
Slowly but surely, again, for XYG, they gotta clump up together whenever they want to go for a neutral objective. For Cloud9, they'll utilize XYG's strength, and they'll utilize it to create a weakness. The weakness is up top, the far lane, always. Now it's E1 who's up top, and Cloud9 get all of the pressure back, all the prio around the Lord. This time enhanced, so they'll have a little bit more of that bargaining power when it comes down to these fights. And again, for Yi1, if he steps out a bit too far, if he tries to go and clear out the wave away or outside of that base, he's going to be caught by Mielo. He's going to have to use the Winter Crown. He's going to use a Flicker at least. And now, for XYG, they try to just go for the fight. But again, these waves are making it as though they can't. Yi1 in the mid lane now has to deal with 2 waves. A slow push up top and a mid lane wave as well. XYG, they got to make a decision.
Basic brings out his Mon's Force. They're trying to delay XYG from even going back. XYG's not going to be able to contest this one, man. I think they need to just back off and start. I really think they need to send KillJ up there, someone else, because they need the CC.
Look at that.
They need the damage from their mid and their gold.
And now for Mielo, it's all about the waiting game. It's something Basic hasn't been able to do, but maybe Mielo is the one that can do it.
The GOAT.
The GOAT.
The GOAT.
XYG, you can see them, again, they're just sending E1 because, again, I mean, I get you, right? Kill VJ is the guy who should be the one matching up against Mielo, but again, he's also on a Terizla. The Aurora isn't mobile either, but I guess, you know, she clears the waves a bit faster compared to Kill VJ, especially here in this game where he's really, you know, the frontliner for the team, so he doesn't really have a lot of damage to actually go for the clear. Godyang picks up going on too, and again, Mielo just
still up at the top side,
forcing E1 to rotate over. But even then, Zed is still here. So Mobazane, every time he tries to go for the Lord Dance, there's a new Lord passive top of the mid lane.
Big jump on a Marcutie. Marcutie not going to be able to survive that one. Monsports does go down. Cloud9 able to rush the Lord, though. So it's a trade of Mar for Lord. And Mielo goes straight back up to that top side. Mobazane now getting taunted up. Takes a couple shots from long. Basic there. Maybe help out. He doesn't have his Amon's Force. He's already used it to rush that Lord. Mobazane able to get the heavy spin. Brings Zed all the way back to base. Cold World just trying to help out. Mobazane goes down long, able to pick up the kill, but there's a Lord coming down the top side with Mielo waiting on it.
Again for XYG, they win the team fight, they lose on the enhanced Lord, but for XYG, this is great because, unless Mielo...
Mielo gets stunned up, though. The Holy Baptism does lock on. He's able to just get back with the Electro Final Blow, able to just escape. And now there may not be able to be a push from Cloud9.
Cold World?
Hold on, Cold World. Able to just back off, but Cold World gets himself in some sticky situations sometimes.
That's why he brought the Purify. He can get out of these sticky, chaotic situations. Long up top, look at this. This is going to be a long battle on top, you know, with the Lord. It's a 1v1. And he has the Athena Shield. He has the Windtalker too, so he's properly built up. I'm looking at the build, and yeah, honestly, yeah, the Athena Shield definitely a bit more value compared to the Wind of Nature here, but at this point, it really does feel like for Xianyu Gaming, Long might actually sell the top boots to go for a Wind of Nature or for some more damage. That's the trend that we've seen for Long, right? In the later stage of the game, he even goes for BOD, so he's a very aggressive gold laner. Maybe this time he doesn't, because the tenacity on the tough boots does help you a lot, especially when you already have the healing, the mobility there with your team and everybody peeling you away. The CC could be the biggest hurdle that you have to face off, so I completely understand if he doesn't go with the item swap. But still, even though, you know, Xianyu Gaming were able to you know, clear out the Lord, they're able to equalize the gold. Again, it's deja vu to game number 1, literally, but it's still the same thing too as game number 1. Cloud9 have the advantage when it comes to utilizing the far lane. Mielo is always there, and you can see him just trying to find an angle. Again, Mobazane walks up.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Long. Can he get the final shot there? Mielo with the Electro Final Blow. Able to lock on, but too much damage responding. Mielo, Immortality pops, and comes Marcutie with the yin-yang overturn. Still unable to find a target. Mobazane able to get the heavy spin onto Long there, but nobody's there to follow up with him. Mielo just trying to escape with his life right now. But look at Basic on the mid side, able to take the inhibitor, and this has been the mind games all game. Just playing the field, the whole map right now against XYG.
They're playing the basics of the game, the fundamentals.
The fundamentals.
And it's Basic who gets the basics down. Get in the mid lane base turret, that's another massive advantage. They were able to get the 3-wave super minion push in game number 1. Now in game number 2, it's not 3, but it's 2. It's close enough, you know, quick match, just one off real quick. But for Mielo, he's going to be able to just clear out these waves so easily. And again, for XYG, it's the same problem that they've been facing all throughout the game. Who do they send to match up Mielo? I would say at this point, try to kill Mielo before the Lord. Try to go for it, right? You lose the Evolve Lord if C9 are quick enough to do so, but you got to be decisive as well. They actually do shove in the bottom lane, and now they have a lot of pressure. Basic walks up, has done a lot of damage to Zed.
Mobazane gonna get frozen up, brought down, able to just get away. No, Kill VJ finds the kill, and that's no retribution for Cloud9. XYG, this is probably the opportunity to just go for the rush, try to get this Lord as fast as possible. Basic into the backside, catching that Eagle. A little bit of damage, loses his Amon's Force, waste it, just sitting at the Lord pit, and he's not able to capitalize on anything there. Cloud9 maybe looking for the steal here. Zed able to get their first Lord here. It's going to be huge for XYG. Minions are on the base, but they should be able to free up some space now.
Evolved Lord for XYG. That's a massive, massive structure or objective to take here at the 20th minute of the game. Now you're able to go for the base turrets. And again, the biggest problem for XYG has been the far lanes. If now they get a few base turrets, if they're able to get 3, phenomenal stuff. But if they get the base turret in the far lane, that's going to be good enough, because then they will actually have at least, you know, the bottom lane go head-to-head, 50-50. It won't always be a slow push towards their side. Up top, E1 versus Mielo.
Ooh.
Winner Crown Fu!
And Winner Crown Fu, and he's not able to get that kill. And now he's got to try to get back to base. MobaZane just taking so much damage in a huge penalty zone from Kill VJ. XYG looking for a possible finish here. A lot of damage on the Cold World. Milo goes down. XYG just got to lock onto the base. Basic drops down to the Mon's Force. Base down about 60%. Down goes Kill VJ. Immortality does pop. Lord finally melted down. MobaZane able to just defend, and XYG unable to close it. They decide to back off here without E1. They're unable to get the big play happen, but Cloud9 forced on the defense.
They have more waves to play with. It's not over just yet. They can go with the enhanced minions now in the mid lane. And remember, it's only Mar and Basic, one frontliner to play with.
Yeah, and it's 30 seconds on the clock for Mielo, 33 for Cold World. Zed able to get the taunt. The Frigid comes down. Basic does not get thrown, but in comes Kill VJ once again with a big penalty zone. Out comes the Winner Crown from Arcuti. One cannon minion left. XYG still unable to close it out just yet. Cloud9 hanging on for dear life, though.
10 seconds. They got another wave in the mid lane. Mielo is up in 6 seconds. They can go for the base drift first here, and Zed, they're making a decision. They're going to go for it.
MobaZane dashes up. Zed gets a lock, the taunt. Down comes the Mon's Force. Basic now trying to respond. MobaZane low, use the heavy spin just to get away. Another wave coming down the boss side. Cloud9 still trying to defend. Finally, minions come out of their base to relieve some space, give them a breath. But XYG have taken the game back into their hands.
Ooh.
Whole world getting frozen. This is dangerous for Cloud9. Look at Mielo once again trying to play the angle, trying to get to the backside here.
Okay. Now finally, for both these teams, they're able to reset completely. Mielo unable to really force the issue on XYG. Bottom lane base turret, that's the far lane. That is exactly what XYG need to go for these neutral objective contests. You can see the bit. Oh, massive shield, by the way, from Basic there. Zed still wants to fight here. By the way, again, for them, this is it, right? It already kind of denies the threat of the split push, of the segue play from happening from Cloud9. Mielo is going to struggle a whole lot to actually clear those waves. Even if he does build a wave, it's always going to be good for XYG. They're always going to be able to defend that wave. So all they need to do now is take care of the close lane within their reach in the top lane. Yuan's been able to deal with the far lane. He should be able to deal with the top lane push all the time, unless Mielo, of course, goes in final blow.
Mielo once again going in for it. The Winter Crown does come out. And there's still a Pride of Ice there. Can he get the kill? No! Mielo with the immortality, it pops. Cold World trying to come in and save the day, but KLJ already got the kill. Zed now gonna be able to possibly hold down this pit. Mark Cutie clearing down the bot side along with Basic. What is Cloud9's plan here? They're completely split up, and ZNU Gaming are ready for any cheeky plays they want to pull.
XYG just need to stay decisive at this point of the game. They have a big advantage with Mielo down. Bottom lane, it's Cold World with Basic. It's an immortality.
They're locking on to E1. A lot of damage. E1 still finally does go down. The Pride of Ice does pop.
Immortality.
Has the immortality. Can they get the finish here? The Frozen, the outplay! E1 is the one once again, and Basic is gonna go down. Kill VJ showing up. That's a 2 for 0, and a Lord falls down to ZNU Gaming. Cloud9 in shambles right now. MobaZane up against 3. 10 seconds on the clock for Mielo. MobaZane just trying to get away safely using the heavy spin, but there's a wave of minions coming soon, and it's nothing but a tank and a support to defend. ZNU Gaming have long. They've taken it the long haul. Mielo back up right now. Minions locked on. KLJ trying to lock on as well. Just get onto the base, but there's 2 minions still standing. Smon's Force does drop. Too much damage onto Mielo. It's looking like they're out of trouble here, possibly. Minions coming out, but there's still a Lord coming soon. ZNU gonna try to close things out.
Calm down, XYG. You have an evolved Lord to play with. You can still play around with it. 22 seconds on Basic, 26 seconds on Mar. You can wait for the evolved Lord, but they want to go for
Penalty zone. Cold World sent back to the base to try to heal up. Lord about to close the distance. ZNU Gaming seconds away from a victory. Put one on the board. Cloud9 back off, and ZNU tie the score. 1-1. China has showed up.
XYG gets the first game of MSC 2024 for China here. And they do it in style. Again, able to prolong the game to the later stages. to actually force out some of these big team fights, the front-to-back composition. Yi1 clearing those waves all alone, dealing with the 2v1, outplaying these missed timings as well. Well played to XYG. They have shown up, and it's about time that they have. We're gonna send it over to our hosts, I believe, here on stage to get an interview with XYG. But
no. There's not gonna be an interview this time, Mirko. And that's okay.
It's okay.
These players have had long days. They've had a long group stage. We're gonna be sending that back over to our wonderful analyst. It's been a great game between Cloud9 and XYG. Let's see what they have to say.
LaFell.
It's canon. It's 1-1. It's canon now. I don't know what's canon, but it's canon. It's a canon. Let me just say, Yi1 on this Aurora, he's working overtime.
Definitely.
Like, how much they're playing it, it's not enough.
Look at how many times he outplayed the members of Cloud9 this game, and I saw Skypers, I think that was from Milo the GOAT. So many GOATed plays actually from Milo the GOAT, but unfortunately, during when it all mattered, when it was a 1v1 with Yi1
on an Aurora.
On an Aurora with no flicker.
With no flicker.
Just the Winter Crown, foo.
No,
that was enough.
The thing is, the Aurora kind of outplayed the Harif as well.
Yes.
Actually,
not kinda, like literally did.
Literally.
That was interesting. That was with the help of Kill VJ though too, right? That penalty zone. I know it was like, whoa, how did the Harith end up there?
Yeah. I am excited to see it through our highlights, but there were so many times where Long was like, okay, I'm gonna hit people. I'm gonna hit heroes and not the turret. But yeah, so much to say about this game, especially because God Yang was God mode 0, 0, and 13 on this Rafaela. How about that?
Can I just say, I know that Yi1 will not be the MVP of the game, but trust me, he's the MVP of the game.
I agree.
How many times
he
he cleared the wave?
Yeah.
He 1v1 against everyone.
1v2 even.
1v2 even. And he came out on top.
Yep.
We're not even going to see him here on the the breakdowns here, but I agree with you, man. I feel like that's such a pressured thing to do for any of these mid laners or whoever ends up needing to clear the lanes. Yeah, he's an Aurora. That's a good point, and you have to clear like all 3 lanes.
And to make this even more ridiculous, this was a first picked Aurora.
Teresa Aurora,
Yep.
Like, how crazy was that? Like, how do you even explain that to all the people out there? Well, the simple explanation is it is a counter to Harith. And second is confidence.
Confidence. Was the mindset.
The mindset.
However, the confidence there. And yes, it's true. He kind of just he has a better attitude, I would say.
He has the better attitude, definitely.
But man, Milo, the GOAT, as well as Basic, they were oozing with confidence in this game.
You want just like, no. I am good.
Yeah.
I can 1v1. He's like, imagine how the conversation is within the team. He's like, okay, the Benedetta is pushing, someone has to stop it. And then Yi1 is like, me.
I got it.
And then they're like, but you're an Aurora. It's like, with that attitude, you're not going to.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I got it.
Hey, to be fair, he had the passive, he had an immortality, and he also had a crown.
Yeah, the Winter Crown, fool.
Yeah, that works.
This is the MSC taglines, win a crown, fool. Shout out to Gideon, man.
Shout out to Gideon, by the way.
Gideon did an amazing job casting, but yeah, that was a game.
That was a game that ended in favor of XYG, which also means that it is a draw between C9.
But I believe C9 would win because I feel like their winning time is faster.
This was a long series, by the way. I think one of the longest ones. Both games were
24 minutes and 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That's right. I mean, like, but then again, I don't think that we should judge it by minutes duration. I think we have to make it canon. It was a draw. Nobody loses.
Nobody loses.
Do you want XYG to lose?
But they're going home.
Yeah, but they did not lose.
It's kind of losing.
No. Nice to not with that attitude. Leo,
not with that attitude.
Wolf has the attitude. It's like, you're not losing. Technically, you're not losing. Now let's check out the Sony game MVP of the game. It's Yi1, right? Has to be Yi1.
Okay.
Oh
yeah, look at that. Look at that.
It is.
It is.
The way that he handled and utilized his second skill was phenomenal. You will see it once again. Look at this. It's always at the knife's edge. It's always making sure that he hits it with the proper animation and the proper pixels. And you saw that Basic had no choice, didn't know where to go because Yuan utilized his skill 1 and skill 2 to perfect direction and perfect placement. And even the usage of the ultimate, it's always there to counter whoever wants to drop him.
At this point, I want to play Aurora. That looks a lot of fun.
You know, I was going to say, respect to Yuan because of the fact that he's one of the mid laners right now that brings these exciting picks. Previous game, it was Gord, and now it's the Aurora.
Yep.
This is not like, you remember, there's not that many picks that come up in the mid lane right now, so great here to see from Yuan to bring up some unique heroes.
Lantern eventually picked up. This, don't be fooled, this is not the first item pick up on the Wishing Lantern. This was probably around the
fifth item?
Yeah, fifth
Yeah,
item
around
perhaps.
17, 18 minutes.
Exactly. Which made a lot of sense because the skill combo of the Aurora always will go above 800. So every time that he lands it, which he does, apparently he's so good at it. He's dodging spells, he's utilizing the Winter Crown Fu.
Actually, interesting enough for all of you guys, because of the wording of Wishing Lantern, you don't actually have to hit 800 damage. You can do 200, 200, 200.
Ah, right.
At the fourth 200, it will proc, so...
It just has to get to that threshold.
That's right.
As long as you get to 800, it counts, so... For all of you guys that want to use Wishing Lantern, you know, that's a quick tip for you.
That's right.
If you do 1600 damage, then you just 2 orbs, 2 lanterns.
Oh, you mean 6.
Right now, we got to look at the result of the STC play prediction.
Whoa.
You're both right! Majority is for Cloud9, 58% and 42% for XYG. So it's pretty close. It was pretty close. And shout outs to you guys. You guys are close and you guys are correct. So make sure you guys predict for the next match as well at stcplay.gg, because the next one is going to be our ALJ match of the day. And for you guys at home, your opinion matters. Scan the QR code for the broadcast feedback survey and let us know your thoughts, because again, after this, it is going to be the knockout stage, so expect more excitement for the next one. Speaking of which, up next, we'll have the 4th match of the day featuring Falcons. AP Bren going up against Falcons. Don't go anywhere. MSC 2024. We'll be right back.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch, and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Mid-Season Cup 2024. LaFell here, still joined by Niso as well as Wolf to bring you the ALJ match of the day featuring Falcons AP Bren going up against Falcon Esports. This is the final match of the group stage where Falcons versus Falcon. Who will soar higher? The battle of the two flocks of Falcons.
Well, I would say, since it's plural for Falcons, they have a higher chance of flying higher, right? Because if you only have one Falcon, I mean, physics.
I gotta agree. I
don't think it's physics. At that point, I feel like it's English.
Yeah.
That's true. Semantics?
Semantics.
Yeah, something like that.
Nevertheless, I feel like it's going to be Falcons AP Bren. And I'm not saying this just because I am from the Philippines, but this is because if you're going to be basing on the manner on which Falcons AP Bren were able to win over their opponents, and then if you compare it to Falcons, it's definitely a clear gap between the prowess of the two teams. Falcons had to come back from 3 games just to get into this spot. Well, we cannot diminish the fact that they won, but Falcons AP Bren have been very, I would say, flawless, despite I think literally just one game that went close with XYG.
XYG, yep.
But apart from that, it was 3 clean games, 3 fast games. Even their draft looks good. It's difficult to play against them. So I think pound for pound, you have to favor Falcons AP Bren here.
It'll be crazy though. Like just imagine. Falcons Esports winning up against Falcons AP Bren. Even though Falcons AP Bren is a 2-time world champion.
Yep. This is a fight for first, right? Yeah.
This is a fight for first.
And I think getting into the first is also more important, I would say, because
it's very important.
Right now, you're waiting for, if you get second place, it's either NIP Flash, Team Liquid Echo,
SRG,
and SRG. Difficult.
I feel like those are normal teams.
And one of them is from the Easy server, apparently.
Yeah, one of them is Easy server, and the Easy server is neighbors to them, NIP Flash. So 2 Easy servers.
Yeah, I guess.
Maybe second place is better. Who knows?
Where's the hard servers?
We saw it just earlier, apparently.
Don't bring it up.
But that's LaFell's words, by the way.
Yes. Oh, he used the word difficult.
Here's the thing. I need to run away from this situation. So you know what? I'm just gonna throw to an interview, and I believe it's with Flap TZ. So let's check it out.
Hey everyone, it's Eterna here with Flap. Congratulations, Flap, for making it to the knockouts.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, we already know who's and which teams are going to make it to the knockouts. Did any of the results surprise you in particular?
Yes, I'm so surprised because 2 Indo teams got knocked out.
Don't remind us. But yes, Indonesia will not be making it to the knockouts. Now, is there any particular team that have made it to the knockouts that you want to seek revenge against, maybe?
I want to seek revenge against Liquid Echo because we got 4-0 in the MPLPH Grand Finals.
Okay. Where do you think you're going to meet them?
I think we're going to meet at finals.
Oh, so PHPH Grand Finals?
Yeah.
Is that what we're expecting?
Yes.
All right. Any message you want to give to Liquid?
My message to Liquid is don't lose in the playoffs so that we can meet.
All right. Thank you so much, Flap, for your time, and congratulations once again. We're going to send it back to the studio.
So he wants to meet Liquid Echo because he wants the revenge. Let me just say, I'm glad that he gave the words in English, because at one point I was like, okay, do you have any message to Liquid Echo? And I thought he was going to speak Tagalog and be like, well, I guess I'll have to ask you guys. But going into the ALJ match of the day, we're going to be going over to the stage with Marquino as well as the Wood Sandstorm to introduce both teams for the final match in the group stage. Guys, take it over, because now it's your turn.
Group D's battle for the top seed is about to commence here at the Amazon Arena.
2 high-flying teams are about to take it to the stage to see who will reign over the skies.
And first up, the representatives from Myanmar. Welcome to the Amazon Arena one more time. It is Falcon Esports.
some of Falcon Esports members like Royal Milk, PX7, and Benny, well, they've seen the international stage MSC before, but they came up short.
And this time, however, with their knockout stage slot confirmed, the only thing that we have to determine is who will be the first seed and who will be the second seed in this series.
Now facing them is a behemoth of a team who twice dominated the world. Introducing Falcons AP Bren.
Falcons AP Bren had a dominating performance with a 2-0 over XYG and of course over Cloud9. The question remains, who will remain undefeated in this group?
Yes, Falcons AP Bren is trying to remain undefeated and they're really dominating right now. We're gonna see if they're gonna be top one right in this match coming up.
Exactly, and the question that we ask right now to our lovely analysts, who will soar higher? Is it Falcon or Falcons AP Bren? I don't know if it's about semantics or if it's about numbers, but you boys have to break it down. I want to see who will soar higher in Group D. Take it away.
Hey, they were listening.
It's probably geometry.
Yeah, you know what? Forget about everything else. It's geometry. But he asked a question, so what do you guys think? Who do you guys think is going to win this one?
I have already.
Have we been right at all?
Yeah.
As the experts.
All right, so Falcon AP Bren.
That's right.
Nice, Falcon AP Bren.
That's right.
And because of that, I'm going to go with Falcon. For you guys, who do you guys think is going to win? Falcon AP Bren or Falcon? Difficult. Head on over to FCCplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. For me, I would say definitely Falcon has got this one.
Which one?
Yes.
Yes. That's the right way.
Yes. I have the right mindset. You know, just let you guys know. I have the right mindset.
The right attitude.
The right attitude and mindset are very important.
For you guys at home, it's important to have the right attitude in life, you know? If someone says, you can't do it, just fight back and say, not with that attitude.
You can fly.
Yes, I can. See, I have the right attitude.
Yes. I'd like to see you fly.
You know, I'll ask this to our casters. They can answer whenever. Casters, can you fly? You know, that's the question for them when they get back.
When they get back.
Yeah.
You know, at this point, I think both these teams
can fly.
Can fly, yeah, literally.
They're Falcons.
Literally and figuratively. Because I don't know, man. I don't know, like the sentiment from the community coming into MSC. What was it for Falcon Esports? I feel like a lot of people just, because they're, you know, we've seen a different iteration of Falcon Esports Falcon Esports in the past, and you know, so I'm not sure how expectations were for this team from Myanmar, but we know that they're just a great region that doesn't have as much, like I said, opportunities to compete as some of the other teams here.
I expected them top 3.
Did you?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Did you do a prediction?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, because the thing is,
you're awesome.
Me, Wolf, we go way back. Wolf, you were M1. For me, my first was M2. And during that time, it was the Philippines against Myanmar in the grand finals.
That's right. There was a lot of history. There was a time where I was very impressed about Falcon Esports when Zaya was still part of this, and it was like a different. It was a different squad. Justin was still here.
Yep.
Super Ken was still there, and then there's always that good product coming from this region. And back in M4, there was even a lot of surprises from Falcon themselves, right? Then M5, they had an okay performance, I would say. They always get out of groups. That's what I can say about this squad.
At this point, that's the what you call it, like
the standard.
That's the standard.
Hey, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
No, that's what you just said.
No, I mean, I would not say that a team that doesn't make it out of the groups is not good. I'm just saying, Myanmar's region, they always get out of groups.
It depends on your mindset.
He's saying that because the defending champions are out of groups.
No. Nice. It's all about. You know what? Now we're jumping into the pick and bans here. Falcons AP Bren, the Terizla, and the Ling. Wolf, you said you really like this combo.
Yeah, super duper good. You start with the Terizla, and then all of a sudden you have a Ling flying over your head. The chain stuns will be there. The damage output might not be enough. And of course, even if you try to survive, penalty strike is going to be a problem for you because it can catch up on you. So I like the answer here coming out from
Falcon.
Falcon. It's Valentina plus the Edith. Now FCAP. They usually answer this with Farsa, but this time it's going to be the Moskov.
Maybe they just have a different answer, Naisu. Maybe they're like, yeah, ban the Farsa. We have a gourd.
I don't know if it's going that like as much as I want to be in agreement with you here, LaFell. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
My main thought is because you already have this lane coming up early, what is the answer to stop this lane? You know, what is Falcon going to bring to the table to deal with what we saw typically with Kyle TZ on the Hayabusa earlier today?
Yeah.
It's most likely going to be the same tempo set with a Ling locked in. So for Falcon, what do they think they want to put in the jungle here, Wolf?
Maybe not the jungle, actually. Maybe look towards Boxy, which is a player that really likes to go for those catch-type heroes.
The Kaja, the Chose.
Exactly. And the Tiger also looks to be a good pickup. Well, if you're looking for jungler options, maybe you could just settle for a Boxia so that you're just faster. But then it has a bad combo with the Harriet because you need some sort of physical damage. So maybe match it with, like I said, the Hayabusa. Going up against the Moskov, it's decent. Just not the Fanny, I would say.
Haven't seen the Nolan in a good minute.
Yeah, but Nolan sort of loses against the Ling. Yeah. Especially when it comes to farm.
Not a chill pickup. So Bane is the answer. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Bane CC. That's gonna be.
Oh yeah,
it's gonna be good.
Oh yeah, CC's still open.
Yeah, CC's okay versus the Ling. Decent versus the Moskov. Gives you that physical damage that you need in the latter portions of the game. So maybe you can settle for a Fredrin or maybe go back to a Aksha. That could be the answer. And honestly, even when we're really just talking about the Gord, I think Gord might be a good pickup for FCAP in the end. So there's the Tigreal that we...
Tigreal in the... Hayabusa. Okay.
He did in the EXP this time. Tigreal makes a lot of sense versus the Ling because there's that invade potential. But at the same time, yeah, sure. Let's see the Gord.
Few Gord. It's a great up against the Valentina.
Yeah. The boring option is the Farsa.
Yeah. Which is probably...
Or Aurora.
No, but Farsa might be a Falcon. No, she's a crow.
She's a crow.
She's a crow. But
yeah.
But if you imagine enough, with the right mindset...
Maybe there's a right skin.
Imagine enough?
Like, with the right mindset, Farsa could be a Falcon. Let that be the new skin.
I was going to say, that needs to be a skin for that to happen.
Yeah. Right, a Falcon, a Peacock.
There you go, the Aurora, indeed.
All right, Aurora.
Aurora's kind of a Falcon. Okay, you know what?
That I can't imagine.
You know what? Okay, you know what? Like, only my imagination can go so far. Thank you very much to our analysts. I'm gonna test the creativity of our casters, but before I test the creativity, I'm just gonna ask, how far can you fly? Fasters, it's your turn. Fasters? Casters.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? It's the Fasters here on the Fast Desk. No, Casters on the Cast Desk, my bad. You know, I'm here
Easy
with
mistakes.
Brett. Easy mistake, absolutely. Not the easy server, but hey, you know, we'll answer some of those questions. Firstly, though, we'll make their imagination a reality. Technically, the Aurora can be a Falcon's AP Bren if they get the World Championship and they make her that skin.
And not only that, to answer LaFell's question, the reason why we're not on camera is because we are flying right now. It's Mirko and Trex, baby.
We'll show them right now. We're going to be flying into game number 1 of Falcon versus Falcon's AP Bren. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn. We'll see who gets the first game because momentum is very, very necessary. And remember, this could be a tie, and maybe we do have a tiebreaker later? Is that how it works?
If it goes 1-1, yeah. We will have a game number 3 between these two teams. No one's been able to bring Falcon's AP Bren that long. No one's been able to take a game off him so far. Can Falcon Esports be the one to clip the wings?
Maybe. Maybe it takes a Falcon to beat a Falcon. AP Bren, Kid X, early on in the Tigreal, already very aggressive, but again, this is what we expect from the Cho and the Aurora. So much of that pressure when it comes to the poke and also that mid-prio with the clear speed of this new Cho. An absolute menace early on in the game. But let's take a look at the emblems here. Kaltizi goes with the War Cry. It's Royal Milk with the Brave Smite. So they want to go for a little bit more of a longer team fight here together with Benny and PX7. They have a lot of diversified damage to go up against Falcon's AP Bren. And That's already very interesting too. That's a weapon mastery, by the way, for Few on the Aurora. So he's expecting to build up on this damage, wait for the mid game. Once he gets those big items, he's going to hurt a little bit more than the normal Aurora.
You know, I have a question to you, Mirko. Yesterday, we got to see the Ling up against the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa did lose out. Kyrie was using it, but it was the anime battle. Me and Leo were casting some of those games, and I'm just wondering, your opinion, do we think it's straight micro, or is there a favorable... You know, is there a favorable hero in that predicament?
This is because I you know...
What? I'm just asking a solid question.
Okay, yeah. Not reminding me of Indonesia's loss? Okay.
No.
But no,
not at all.
seriously. I do feel like, you know, for the Ling, it's definitely more advantageous to the Ling in the micro perspective as well. Super Marco in the bottom lane. Ooh, getting chunked down, but we'll be able to utilize that damage reduction. Kaltizi on the Ling, anyone on the Ling, you can use the Tempest of Blades to escape from the Shadow Kill. So it's... I would say it's still a skill matchup, but again, you have ways to outplay the Hayabusa, a bit more than the Hayabusa has ways to outplay you. And for now, Falcon's AP Bren remain in control in the early game.
Ooh, big kick, Way the Dragon onto PX7. PX7 a lot of trouble, will get taken out. Flaptease able to take the first blood. Kid X hasn't hit that level 4 yet, and Falcon's AP Bren will take the first objective.
And it's Flaptease with first blood on the Terizzler. Just so active around the map, getting the prio. And that's the advantage you have early on when you have a Terizzler. It's almost like you just can't lose the lane. Even if you're 0-1, you find a way to be useful. Sometimes you can be 0-4, but you're still tanky, you still have that instant initiation, and you're just so good, especially on a proactive man like Mr. Flaptease. And we get to take a look at the items here. Flaptease already going straight for that War Axe, it seems. Wanted to dish out a little bit more damage, because obviously he just got a kill. You know, you want to utilize that snowball potential, but for the two junglers, it does seem like despite that,
another big Way the Dragon connects onto PX7. PX7 gonna go down. Super Marco getting the kill this time, and Falcon's AP Bren already taking a clean lead of over 1,000 gold. And you know, Falcon, man, they need to try to find something. Dax needs to try to hit a spike, and if everyone else is falling around him, Falcon isn't gonna be able to look for these big team fights that they can capitalize on.
Luckily for them, they haven't been falling all around them, right? It's just been in the mid lane. It's been
just PX.
Onto PX7. It's not the best as well. You know, you don't want your mid lane to be dying a lot in the early game, but for Dax, I would say early on when we took a look at the gold, Dax was still able to keep it quite level up against Kaltizi, despite the turtle. That was what I was about to say before they went in for PX7 again. But now for Dax, I think it's still okay. You know, just go for the farm, especially considering, you know, you have a strong side in Benny. You might want to utilize that kill pressure in the bottom lane to try to pick Super Marco off, because the fact that Super Marco is already a level ahead of Benny, despite him being on a losing matchup, this is concerning. He has the corrosion scythe in the first 4 minutes. That's Flaptease as well, hitting the War Axe power spike right for the second turtle, and they're ready for it.
See, and there's the problem, right? Yes, the two deaths are on PX, but both offlaners getting those kills are already kind of setting up. And knowing Super Marco, knowing Flaptease, it's huge if they're able to get involved and output damage this early on. And there goes Ogwin, looking for another Way the Dragon. Gets a little off-put this time. Kid X able to save Royal Milk in that situation. Second turtle is up. Falcon is AP Bren, not trying to force anything. Dax making his way into it.
Great Shunpo earlier to disengage, and you can see Ogwin just really loving this new change. Oh, good onward.
Nice onward. I liked how that looked. We had the G Kondo right into it, gets tossed up. Looked like some acrobats there.
It did. It really looked like, you know, it was the acrobatic movement Ogwin.
Oh, not again. PX7 having a rough game here. Going to get frozen, tossed up, knocked down, and sent to the Nether Realm. Kaltizi now getting involved with the Tempest of Blades. That's 2 members down for the side of Falcon Esports. Make it 3 as Royal Milk is taken off the map. And 4. Will it be a full man wipe? The Shadow Kill does come out, able to pick up Kaltizi. Can Dax get the outplay here? No, but he finds 1 member in the midst of a full wipe.
Falcon's AP Bren are just too clean with it. I don't know if we will get a replay there. Flaptease just tanking a few of these turret shots in the mid lane, but even in that kick, the way that they played towards that kick, for the kick, was amazing. Ogwin got the Way of the Dragon, right? But I don't know if you guys realize. All right, beautiful. STC replay. Take a look at this. We don't get to see it fully, but right as Ogwin gets the Way of the Dragon, you can see Few, he held down on his Frigid Glacier on the stun. He waited for the full duration of the stun of the Way of the Dragon before he utilized his ult, and that was just amazing to see, because you get the lockdown, you get the damage. It was so perfectly chained together, and this is why I say for the Filipino teams, they are the killers of imagination, because every team that go up against them, they're like, imagine if we get a game off them, imagine if we can even go up against them in the game. No, They shut him down very early. The Dreams early, very, very.
Dream
it's like
Crushers.
6 minutes, 2 turtles, and 7 kills.
Falcons AP Bren, the killer of dreams.
Dreams and imagination.
Shutting them down. Just stopping you in your place. They got the stiff arm always out, man. You know, people are running at them, and they just stiff arm you to the ground every time. Doesn't matter the meta. Doesn't matter anything. Falcons AP Bren just holding strong. Falcons Esports, though, need to look for something in this moment of bleakness. We're only 6.5 minutes in. Gold lead is about 4,000 into the favors of Falcons. AP Bren, Dax, looking for the shadow kill, able to lock onto Flapteezy there, but Royal Milk gonna get frozen up, stunned, tossed against the wall, and taking out Flapteezy, putting another kill into his pocket. It's 3-0-1 and a tower as well.
You rotate a bit faster, you look for the advantage that you have with mobility, and then you see the Falcons AP Bren just fly without flying heroes. That wasn't even Super Marco with the Spear of Destruction. He just walked there. But it felt so quick because they're just so in sync, and we get to see it again this time. You can see that, right? It was a good flicker, good.
And then the spear, too.
But yeah, the combo together with the spear from the penalty zone to lock on for the Frigid Glacier into the Spear of Misery. Again, perfectly chained together so that Mr. Royal Milk can't really flow, can't really move. And now the third and final turtle of the game is up. Flapteezy.
Flapteezy gonna be able to get away. They're so good at just comboing everything up. Frigid Glacier comes down just in time now. Ogwin able to get the way of Dragon on to Kid X. Kalteezy comes in with a Tempest of Blades, able to take out Royal Milk. Benny forced to run away. That's a 2-for-0. Falcons AP Bren on the rise.
This is a slaughter. In the first 7 minutes of the game, it's all Falcons AP Bren. It has to be the man advantage that they have, right? Falcons over Falcon. We've you know, kind of assumed how many times they're in the analyst panel, even on stage. What is the Falcons? What is that? Is that like plural? Is just a plural form, or is it?
That's what happens when it's a Falcon up against Falcons. They're jumping them right now. They brought the whole crew.
Oh man, it's just brutal here, and it's the first item Bloodwings with Genius 1-2 for a few. Despite him going for the weapon mastery and, you know, having so many early kills, he's still going the normal route. He's not really gonna go for anything too crazy. No Holy Crystal first item. That's what I expected personally from few, but this is why he's been able to win 2 world championships. He just stays consistent. He doesn't get overconfident. He knows exactly how to utilize this kit, and it's more for utility. You already have the base damage for burst in the early game anyways, so why do you need to stack up on damage when you can just stack up on utility? It's hard enough for these members, for Falcon, especially now, to get him low, to get the Pride of Ice. Now add Bloodwings in, Benny up top.
Benny in a little bit of trouble, drops his Bond's Force, just dodges Spear Destruction. Kid X trying to help out, but in comes Kalteezy with the Tempest of Blades. The dance around and takes out Benny. Way of dragging the combo up and give Kalteezy another kill. In the mid side, Dax taken out by few as well. Falcons with a multiple airstrike all across the map.
Everywhere on the map, destruction. Falcons AP Bren finding every single fight and winning every single fight. That was a good chain CC from Kid X. He used the implosion. He used the swing back with a shove. There's not much else you could do, and Kyle still found a way to get help and to outplay, and now he has an endless battle at the 9th minute of the game. 13-1. It's a 9,000 gold lead for Falcons AP Bren as they take control of the enemy jungle. Falcon can't even fly in their own jungle. They can't fly. Their wings have been clipped by the Falcons AP Bren.
Royal Milk starting to curdle right now. He's 0-3-1. He's unable to even onward in, right? He can't even engage because he's immediately shredded down. And you mentioned Few earlier. He's been so good at the peel. Even when Falcon does get a possible play, Few just freezes him up, man. Drops the Glacier. You know, I mean, it's just such a problem. Falcons have no way to really crack the code right now.
You can't blame them, though. You know, for Falcons AP Bren, they're just playing this so well. For Falcon Esports, it's really all about reacting to the plays. They got the Edith, they got the Tigreal. They want to go for these re-engages, but when Falcons AP Bren can purify, not even purify, just Super Marco with the purify, if they can just sidestep away from the CC, away from all your re-engage tools, it's a different ball game, and you can see the respect again. Rose Gold Meteor for Super Marco. 1-0-8, 3-item power spike before the 10th minute. He got the 4th item at the 10th minute. That means he finished it up, like what, at the 8th minute on the Moskov. Up against the Herod. This is a losing matchup.
Benny doesn't even have 3rd item. It's so rough.
They're making their imagination reality, but they're shutting other people's imagination and dreams together now with the First Lord.
Oh, Ogwin with another big kick on a Royal Milk this time. Does take a little bit of damage, brought down to about half health. Benny able to find a kill, finally put one on the map. Tempest Blades comes down, Super Marco picks up Benny. Dax looking for the shadow kill, BX7 goes down. Super Marco still looking for more. Dax in a bad spot, pushed against the wall. That's a 3-for-1 trade. Falcon find nothing but Ogwin, and now Falcon's AP Bren going to try to move on to the inhibitor as well as Kid X and Royal Milk, EXP and Roamer. Falcon's AP Bren going to try to close things out. They have the minions, they have a Super Marco, they've got a Flap TZ, and they've got the game. Falcons Esports fall short.
11 minutes, a wipeout by Falcons AP Bren. A complete massacre as they take control of the game as early as the first minute of the game. Winning out in the mid-prio was the nail in the coffin, and we don't get to see that much from any team. Falcons AP Bren, you know, there are levels to this game, but Falcons AP Bren flew past all the levels. I don't even know if we can call it a level for Falcons AP Bren. They are soaring in the skies above all levels, and for Falcon, aim high, fly high, read that tagline, because they're gonna have to make a lot of big adjustments there to be able to even match the early game. And we're gonna throw it over to our panelists to dissect that match.
Thank you very much. You gotta throw it a little bit lower. You almost flew over my head. just saying. That was a bad throw. You know, be careful about it. But this is a wide gap between Falcons and Falcon.
Yeah. Yep. It's and I was just like kind of astonished at that last exchange there, because I looked at Wolf and I was like, dude, did you see the reactions from Super Marco on that Moskov when he followed up with the Spear Destruction after just moving all over the map? So I don't know. I think that's a way to put it. Right now, Falcons AP Bren, they look nearly perfect, if not perfect already.
Yeah, even the draft looks perfect. And here's, can I nerd out a little bit?
You can.
The Cho has been buffed in a way that maybe some people might not notice, but there is already added physical penetration on the passive, on Only Fast. You don't only deal more damage with Only Fast passive, you get it faster, by the way. Then he stacks up. It goes up to what, 14 physical penetration, which is almost like 20% more damage. So the nerd thing is, it's like almost having a Dyroth plus the Ling without having to use a Dyroth.
I would say it's like giving half an item worth of damage, right?
That's a great metaphor.
Yeah, it's half an item worth of damage. Yeah. Yep. So that's insane. Speaking of which, 11 minutes 46 seconds coming in from both teams. And the thing is, I wouldn't say that FCON's draft is bad. So I feel like it's still commendable. It's definitely usable to fight against the draft coming in from Falcons AP Bren. Like, is it fair to say that this is more of a mechanical matchup? Because Kyle TZ looks like he's getting unleashed using these assassins. And Ogwin on that show too.
Look at the gold per minute.
912.
Yep.
Super. And he's still not reacting to it. He's like,
yes,
it's okay.
Yeah. Already at the office. To answer your question, skill difference actually plays into it. And it's more like a comfortability, I would say. Yeah. Because if you're looking at the draft, there is the Tigreal, which I did say in the earlier stages of the draft that could be picked versus the Ling. And it does work against the Ling. What you do is to try to invade. Unfortunately, there wasn't any invade that happened because of the preemptive usage of the Aurora, which was the last pick, and then there's the Cho. If you try to go up against this duo and try to invade versus the Ling, or at least stop the Ling from farming, that's not gonna happen because you're gonna receive a lot of damage. Again, only fast passive, and then you have the Jeet Kundo in the early concussive blast. Yeah, you can see that it's difficult for the Tigreal to move, although it makes sense for the Tigreal to go up against the Ling. The other heroes prevent the Tigreal to do what he's supposed to do.
And let's talk about the Aurora as well. Like, a lot of top teams are using the Aurora, and they're getting a lot of success. Like, why is the Aurora looking good now?
I think part of it is she does provide good damage, a lot of burst. But I think part of it is the fact that she has that passive where, for a while, I think even in wildcards, we saw some Nana pop up quite a bit because of the passive that she brings in burst damage. Yeah.
The Dana.
That one. But the problem with it is that her damage was just linear, right? It's right in front of you, right? Yeah. Whereas Aurora, you can actually put a lot more threat with poke and then her ultimate. But then you have Immortality, her passive plus Winter's Crown. And that's there's so many fights right now.
I have another nerd answer to that.
Yes.
So Aurora is the anti-meta because the metagame heroes right now are Roger, Harith, as well as Ling.
Yep.
Ling and Roger are technically assassins, think about it. So what are the mages that can counter the assassins? That's Valentina, in a way Nana because of the passive, and of course Aura because of the passive and the frozen mechanic.
Yeah.
And then you have Harith. Harith usually can outplay most mages, but Aurora is actually an answer to the Harith because you cannot dash through all of those that damage, and one combo you're just gonna melt because you get frozen constantly. So yeah, Aurora is the anti-meta. I'm just happy that it appeared in the group stages, although it took some time before it appeared.
True.
But yeah, claiming it now, Aurora is the anti-meta.
I mean, here's the thing. Back in Malaysia, Stormy's been using it. But now we got to look at our Sony match MVP of the game. And it's going to be Flap Teasy. Now we got to look at the highlights here. Flap has been phenomenal. Again, just a world champion MVP, you know?
Yep. You know, it's in going back to it, again, referencing the round table, even if he has to still pick these heroes we typically see, the Terizlas, the Yuzhongs, he's still going to play them near perfectly. He's always there either peeling or setting things up for the team. And I think, even to be said, I'm expecting the knockouts that we see probably some surprises from Flap Teasy because we heard it from him as well. They want their revenge, and they have one team in mind. And so everybody else is just, you know, a step further to that goal, that possible rematch that we get to see from the MPL Grand Finals.
Yeah. The Link Terizla should be answered, honestly. It's crazy to think about. Like, you just initiate with a Terizla and then all of a sudden there's another Ling. And then you couple up with a Cho, which we saw Cho plus the Terizla already deals a lot of damage because of the physical damage amplification and the penetration that you get from the Cho. And then you also have the Ling. Flap Teasy had a field day today. It kind of felt like a very active Terizla, even when Terizla is typically, you know, typically very slow. But yeah, he played it so well. Very efficient, I would say.
The thing about Flap is that he makes me feel old. Like, I remember the time where he was just a fan, a casual fan, watching in MPL, just like, oh my god, you know, MPL players, they're so cool. And then now he's one. And then he's a world champion. It's like,
can still remember the day when I used to coach a team, or not coach a team, that included Flap Teasy. We both used to play, and I remember back then he was a top student actually.
Yeah.
It was still, he's technically not a rookie because it's not like pro, but it's like already a team, and then he was still studying. It was he was taking school seriously while grinding it out in the land of Dawn.
Now look where he is.
Now look where he is. Now look where I am.
Now look where you are.
Here. He's there, soaring high.
Hey, you're soaring too, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, look at where every one of us is, right? Like,
yeah, he's the building.
Your first international was MSC.
It was.
Oh yeah,
MSC 2022. You know, I went
2 years.
I went from being a teacher to now here.
He's actually a teacher.
You know.
Yeah, and you know what? With that, we're talking a lot about Falcon CP Bren, so let's actually watch this video that we've prepared for you guys.
Falcon's AP Bren, formerly known as AP Bren, formerly known as Bren Esports, one of the household names of MLBB Esports and one of the most decorated teams out there for the entire game. Now, I know we had some expectations for them in the grand finals of the MPL Philippines. They didn't meet them, but it makes a great story leading into the group stage here because we can finally see how those adjustments are. And I think you really have to keep an eye this time on, of course, Bulletproof Super Marco, man. He's got his nickname because throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs, he barely died. His KDA is something insane that a lot of us have not seen before. And with the way the gold lane's going right now, keep an eye on Super Marco. The rest of the team obviously also just doing an amazing job, and I can't wait to see how they've adjusted to the current patch.
I don't know. I don't know who that was.
Fine gentleman.
Very fine gentleman. Talking about Falcons AP Bren, talking about Super Marco, like, you would think that he's a fan, you know?
Yeah, I was captivated. I didn't even understand what he said.
Why were you
captivated?
By the facts that guy was spitting.
What was the facts that guy was spitting again?
Super Marco, man.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him.
Bulletproof.
Bulletproof Marco.
Yeah.
I don't know. The guy was like Nesu or something, but yeah.
Joseph.
Shout outs to KB, by the way.
Shout outs, but yeah, shout outs to Super Marco.
Yeah,
Super Marco. We definitely have to look out for that guy. Where again, it's like nowadays he's making highlight plays, and for him it's no longer a big deal. Like even if he gets a savage, it's like
nothing's ever a big deal for Super Marco. I wonder what will actually make him cheer. Right?
What was the biggest? What was the biggest celebration? It's like woo.
Yeah, literally, I think it was.
Ooh.
They actually joke about that over in the Philippines.
Yeah,
they always try to get a reaction out of Super Marco.
Yeah, maybe we should wait if they do get the big chip, the big bag here at MSC 2024. Maybe he's gonna react differently. Who knows?
Maybe not.
Or maybe not even like maybe let's ask the viewers what can make Super Marco smile at this point.
You're talking about reactions and you're talking about happy reactions. What about sad ones? Because we've prepared a special reaction here where this is looking at all the losing teams like actually, it's just Falcon, but still, like, sorry. I see 4 screens. I would just assume, right? Yeah. Looking at, they look fine though. They don't look devastated.
Well, they should be. I mean, they're going to knockouts.
This is like good news.
In a way, this is like, well, at least we get to kind of like limit test a little bit against a team that is also defending world champions.
That's right.
So, however they come out from this, it's a learning experience for them.
Yeah.
That's what I think Homeboys is telling themselves too. After fighting Liquid Echo.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we're just limit testing. Like, it's okay to lose.
You know the good thing about being grouped with Team Liquid Echo?
What?
They're not going to be facing Team Liquid Echo in the knockouts.
You're right.
Round 1.
You're right. You know what? Count your blessings, man.
Yes,
That's
sir.
true.
But then they can meet Falcon.
Then they can meet Falcon.
Pick your poison, man. Pick your poison.
Hey, it's not over yet. Maybe... Well, Falcons, maybe they get game number 2, and then eventually force a tiebreaker, then get number 3.
I mean, after this, we're gonna have a group draw, so you know.
To find
out.
Are
you gonna be doing the group draw?
I don't think.
Wolf.
I wish.
Wolf. You've seen MSC. Listen to me. We've been working for a while now. Do you think they would allow me to do the draw?
All the same, I want you to do the group draw with Miracle.
Mirko is listening, and Mirko, let me just tell you, I'm pretty sure the boss won't allow us to draw.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening, boys.
For those who don't know, because of what Mirko and LaFell did, that they didn't do intentionally, they put Indo versus Indo in the first round.
Oh, so if we draw right now, it'd be Malaysia versus Malaysia.
That's my guess.
BH versus BH. You know what? Maybe that's the best way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well, now we're jumping into the draft. Falcon AB Bren going up against Falcon.
it's going to take some getting used to.
Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. All right, so Angela and Faramis getting banned out. Louis as well as Chips getting banned out.
Yep. Should be probably a Roger ban from FCAP. And then Falcon, or FCON, will be forced to ban out Ling or Harith. So that puts them in a very good spot, actually.
Man, how do you, if you're Falcon here, how do you adjust from the previous game? Because let's be honest, that was a massacre. It was what, 11 minutes?
That's right. I think
how do you stop from that being replicated here?
Yeah,
by Falcon's AP brand.
Hopefully get a comfortable mid duo. I mean, the tie groupless, the Valentina it's okay, but at the same time, it's very conditional.
Can I just say, pick up a draft that you can use Florin.
Like what we saw before, Faramis Florin?
I mean, Falcon's style is prolonged team fight. The draft before, it wasn't really a prolonged team fight. Was it not?
Falcon goes Florin, Faramis.
Faramis bad, but maybe that's a different mage. Aurora may be able to like...
Oh, I like this.
That's right.
They're denying the combo. But if you're FCAP, you still pick up the Ling. No legitimate answer afterwards.
First pick Ling?
Yep.
Why not, right? Or maybe Caltese has a plan. It's like, I'm going to use different heroes every single game. So maybe this time he'll pick up the Julian.
I don't care. Oh, they pick up Arlott instead. Oh, no, it was the Ling first pick. Then Arlott, probably a Roger instead of the Harith. I would be more comfortable playing the Roger going up against the Ling instead of the Harith because yeah, you're easily manageable.
At this point, I just like Roger in general.
Yeah.
I think most teams do.
Yeah.
Go for the Roger. What'd you say the answer for the Ling was again earlier?
A Tiger. Yeah.
Tiger.
Edith.
Edith Arlott?
Superflex. They are.
Yeah. Both can go EXP, both can go Rogue.
Yeah. They're forcing FCAP to choose between Roger and Harith. In this case, I would rather just pick up Roger if I'm FCAP. You're going to be A-okay with that. And then pick up Valentina, which is perfect against these two heroes.
Yeah. Actually, we've seen Valentina's before even just take an either a Primal Wrath or mostly the Final Slash. But there's the Roger. There's the Valentina.
Yep. On the dot. We got him.
Got him. Now the answer from FCON here, mid lane.
I don't know about the Hive.
Maybe they pick up the Aurora.
Yeah, I feel like the Aurora is good.
They pick up Moskov. Understandably so. Good combos with the Ardent and the Edith.
I always forgot about the Moskov, man.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he's picked up probably like 80% of the time.
So this probably is the first time where Harith will not be picked or banned by any of these teams, right?
Yeah.
I love it. We are transforming. Last day and last series of the group stages, we have seen a different approach to the metagame. FCUP, though, worth it to ban the Aurora.
Yep.
We did say that it could be picked up. Now it's banned. So FCON, gonna be looking towards banning out maybe Lolita actually. That's so that they can still pick up the Novaria afterwards. Oh, they banned Ruby instead. Understandable.
Ruby's been a menace too so far, you know, in the current meta. I feel like a big part of that again is just playing into the fact that so many assassins are being picked up once again, and the Roger especially. But you know, this time around, FCON doesn't want to pick up the Ruby themselves.
Two mages comes to mind for FCON. That's Nana and Farsa. Farsa is decent versus the Valentina, and they pick up the Kagura instead.
Teams are really trying to push this Kagura.
Yeah,
I was almost even gonna say Xavier, even though Xavier is not exactly that great going up against Ling, but you know, go big or go home. Well, they're not going home, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, they're not just yet.
Yeah.
I like the odds of Lolita here for FCAP. And the Cho is still open. That's actually a much better hero. And then you look for another setup hero for Mr. Flap. Maybe a Barrett's actually, which will be a formidable frontline here for FCAP. Matilda Barrett's actually looks real good for FCAP here.
Actually, yeah, Matilda Barrett's.
Yeah.
Still left open, but the Cho is actually going to be the answer.
Yeah, there's a Cho, as expected.
What's the last pick? What was that last pick?
Yeah, it should be the Barrett's, right?
Oh, that looks like Barrett, yep. I was going to say, it looks like Barrett's leg. All right.
Got him.
Small Barrett's.
Okay, so...
That's true. He doesn't have the stacks yet.
This is immediately goes for the Fanny.
Okay. You know what? Go, if you want to fly.
If you want to fly.
All right.
If you want to fly, then you got to bring out the Fanny. So, you know what? We're going to fly it over to our casters. It's not the greatest throw, but, you know, just take it. Just take it.
Yeah, that was a pretty bad throw, LaFell, but it's
Very
okay.
bad.
We're good at catching. Me and Trex, especially. Actually, no, T-Rexes have very short arms.
You're great at catching.
We are. You know, we caught a stray as well. Mr. Wolf was saying, you know, the good thing about being grouped, and then he continued that with something else, but I don't think there's anything good about getting grouped.
Nothing at all.
We could relate.
We can definitely relate a lot.
Okay, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at who's going to cement themselves as first place here in Group D. Will it be Falcon's AP Bren with a 2-0 sweep up against Falcon Esports? Or will Falcon Esports be able to force us to a 1-1 and possibly that brutal tiebreaker? In the mid lane, KidX already getting bullied down by Ogwen on the Cho. Few on the Valentina again. Oh my god, they don't even want to let him recall.
Bro, Ogwen's been so aggressive on this Cho
for the past game, and now, even now, once again, right in their face. I mean, in PX7 this time, on the Kagura, like, yes, you have some mobility, but you're still not that crazy, and it's just a prime target. Dax on the Fanny, though, what are you thinking about it, Mirko?
You know, I really like it, again, for Falcon Esports. Something crazy to fight the Ling with should be the Fanny. I think, you know, this is a very, very good matchup. You can go with a burst, but obviously, if you lose out in the early game and this Ling snowballs, it's still going to be kind of the same issue that you had with the Hayabusa. Still very, very hard to catch him later on with the Tempest of Blades. You have an outplay maneuver in the mid lane. Again, it's just going to be very hard for PX7 to really go for the play. In the bottom lane, though, this is what we expect for Super Marco. He was already in a losing matchup on the Moskov Harith, and he won that lane with the help of Ogwin. Now, with the help of Kaltizi, he's going to be able to utilize that winning matchup even more. The kill threat on Benny, as he also went for Purify, by the way. So, once he gets all in by these assassins, it's going to be tough for him to survive.
Ooh, Dax looks like he's going for something on the top side, looking for a few. Caught on the tower. Oh, no! First blood. He missed the cable. Not a way you want to start game number 2 against Falcon's AP Bren, especially on a Fanny.
Definitely not, man. This hero requires a whole lot of confidence, and that definitely is a big blow to Dax's confidence. Especially here, Ogwin getting the prio in the mid lane, level 4. That's a level advantage as they'll go straight to the turtle, and I don't think Falcon can actually go for it without Dax. He doesn't have purple buff.
Oh, nice Denna's welcome. Locks on, Royal Milk goes down, Dax tries to come in, Kaltizi still able to take the turtle, and Dax falls as well. It's a 2-for-0, a turtle on top of it. Falcons AP Brent starting this off just like last game, and now Kid X in a bad spot as well. PX7 trying to come in and help out Ogwin. Just looking for the kick, just looking for the knock-up. A final slash comes from Few, but does not connect. Nice evening overturn from PX7. Can PX7 pick up something here? No. Few still gets away, and that's 5-0 at 3 minutes in, Mirko.
Falcons AP Bren continuing the dominance of game number 1. It almost seems like game number 1 didn't end. They just translated all the advantages over to game number 2. Few was so low. That was a great combo from PX7, and even then, they weren't able to catch him. Did you see also a little bit of a crazy thing that happened was Ogwin, he actually soaked in the damage of the Spear of Destruction, because if PX7 did all that with the Spear of Destruction connecting, look at this, Ogwin just body blocked it. I think that was unintentional, but at this point, I don't know what is intentional. It seems every single move was intentional. And then the flicker, obviously, with the G Kundo. You can see the, the reaction from Master Ogwin. The reaction as well from Falcon Esports. At least, you know, they're laughing at the plays. They're laughing at, like, oh, how unkillable they are. But 5-0. 3 minutes in, it's literally just deja vu, but a bit more, you know, crazy.
I mean, Falcon Esports are laughing because whether they win or lose this, a bird won today. Birds up, baby.
The bird pride is what we should say, right? I mean, Dax on this Fanny, they were saying in the analyst panel that if they wanted to fly, if they wanted to look for a big play, it has to be with the Fanny, but he also does need to hit those cables to actually go for these assassinations. And at this point, it's really hard to go for an assassination onto anyone. Who do you go for? If you go on Super Marco, he has that built-in damage reduction. When he goes on Lycan form, there's a oh my god, Parats. The Ling is kind of uncatchable with the Tempest of Blades, and even if you go on the Valentina, technically Ogwin will be there right next to him. Falcons AP Bren with all the prio in the world, it's going to be a free turtle over to them. Again, Kaltizi doesn't even utilize the retry, and we'll just go to the invade Ogwin.
Ogwin's always there. He's always waiting. He's even got the ghillie suit skin on right now, just blended into the map.
He's tactical with it.
He's tactical with it, as the great Arashi might say. Ooh. Now, in the boss side, Ogwin still there, always watching, always waiting. PX7 and Kid, I mean, it's literally, they're just always getting harassed by this man. Let's take a look at some of these items. Anything major pointed out?
No, I mean, the Berserker's Fury being built very early, I guess, and the Dominance Ice as well for the Barats, understanding that there's going to be a lot of sustain still for the side of Falcon Esports, especially in these fights with the Primal Wrath. And you can see even here.
Oh, no, that is bad for Dax. Dax going to go down. The Tempest of Blades right after a big kick to the face. Now in the mid side, PX7's going to fall as well. Ogwin able to get the kill. Falcon Esports still unable to put one on the map. Royal Milk just rotating in the mid to try to defend so they don't lose any big objectives there too.
Bottom lane conceal. They're going to go for it, Ogwin.
Ogwin Walking on, Kid X able to dash back, still trying to escape. Gonna get terrified though, gobbled up, nom, bashed against the wall and taken out. Super Marco gets the kill this time.
Bashed against the wall, stomped. There, as you can see, his corpse, and now in the bottom lane, Benny!
Benny's not okay. Super Marco gonna find one there. They're all over the map once again, just airdrops, bombs, left, right. Nowhere is safe against the Falcons.
They're all flying, man. They're basically making all these heroes fly. They're all Falcons. They were talking about it in the panel. How are they gonna make these heroes Falcons? How are they gonna make them fly? Well, they're doing a good job at doing that right now. The mobility is there. Dax is forced to use the cutthroat on the purple buff to clear it faster, and even then it's not enough.
Another big kick. Well, wait, a nice final slash comes in. A little bit of damage. Super Marco trying to get involved. Few able to take out PX7. The Terrify locks down Kid and secures the kill for Kyle Teasy. Royal Milk now just trying to block this tower and save something. They find Ogwin, and that's the first kill for Falcon Esports.
All right, let's read this fan's message. It's just Falcon's AP Bren. He's here just to support Falcon's AP Bren. And you know, all that effort from Falcon Esports, the way that they were able to handle the engage from Falcon's AP Bren, they were able to stop that pick from happening. It was all just to get one kill on the roamer, Ogwin.
And they lost so much just for that one kill. I mean, maybe it could have been more. You could look at it that way. Maybe it could have been a full wipe at this point. Who knows? Falcons AP Bren is just dominating. We are about, what is that, 8,000 gold ahead? 7,000 gold ahead for Falcons AP Bren. Another turtle. Bloodwings, as you said. Falcons AP Bren just taking off.
Yeah, I mean, I was just saying, you know, for the Fanny, if the other 4 members can't be picked off, I guess the Valentina could be the one you go for, but now he has a Bloodwing. So extra defense again with the extra shielding. You get the movement speed once he gets deleted as well. So many ways for Falcon's AP Bren to actually go for the counter engage or just to maneuver out of Falcon Esports' engage. And Benny, he's really looking for that item power spike, but considering how hard he's been bullied in lane by Super Marco, he's 2 levels down. As a gold laner, I would know. You know, I don't go up against Super Marco every day, but sometimes I do go up against some really good gold laners. And if you're down 2 levels as a gold laner, that means you're down by a heck of a lot when it comes down to gold. Now another invade Dax. There's no purple buff for you, not here.
Kid X able to get a nice final slash, but gets hit by the Titan as well. Come with the flicker to the side to bash him against the wall again. A lot of damage on Royal Milk. Dax is trying to do something. Super Marco able to find PX7. Kid X under the tower along with Royal Milk. Might still go down, but Bulletproof Marco shows up with a shot to the chest. Benny trying to respond. Gets a couple shots onto Few, but takes one to himself. Kyle Teasy on the run. Kid X able to find the kill. It's a 2-for-2 trade. Falcon Esports finally finding one that's even.
Finally, that's great for Falcon Esports. They get some big bounties too with the shutdown, but the big problem is the fact that Dax is still down and the kills went towards Kid X. That's a roamer, right? Yes, he'll be a bit more tanky. He'll be able to soak in some more damage, but with Dax falling so far behind, Super Marco might just be going for it.
Lycan pounce! Take him all the way back, baby! That could have been it.
Oh my God.
Super Marco with the vest on, ready to go.
That's why you call him Super Marco.
He's got superpowers.
Look at the sky. What is it? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Super Marco flying in the sky as a Roger. That's why, man. I can't believe it. I saw Roger fly away the dragon.
Nice way of the dragon. Once again, Royal Milk in a little bit of trouble. Super Marco with another kill on his belt. Put the notches in. Benny trying to make up lost ground in the bot lane, though.
The little mechanical plays, man, made by Falcon's AP Bren. That's a good macro play from Benny. He at least gets something on the board for that enhanced lord. No, just the first lord. You know, the game's been going on so crazily. 14 kills in the first 9 minutes that it feels like we're already in the enhanced lord part of the game. But even in the mid lane skirmish, tier 2, if you remember, the onward to the Earthshatter. The Earthshatter was dodged away from by Roger. Just with the Lycan form back to the human form. Ogwin, again, trying to invade.
Ogwin, okay, Yin Yang overturn comes in, but not able to connect on to anybody major. Royal Milk still defending the mid side. Dax up against Super Marco, but a big kick onto Royal Milk there. The Terrify connects as well. Flap Teasy tries to get the knockback, unable to connect, but the Earthshatter does connect onto Flap. Still nothing major from Falcon Esports. Super Marco just farming away right now. He is everywhere, doing everything all at once.
Bulletproof, super. What else do we call him, man? Mr. Marco.
Mr. Marco.
This guy has been an absolute miracle of a player. GDS in the 10th minute of the game. The damage dealt also in favor of Mr. Super Marco, man.
29,512, followed then by the Valentina, the Ling, and then we see a Falcon Esports player, and it's the Kagura, who's actually been able to dish out so much damage. Royal Milk dashing back. They still have the Holy Defense, and they'll be able to utilize it to clear out this wave. But it feels like for Falcon Esports, they're stuck in their own base. They can't really even leave it.
All right, so Falcon Esports, what do they do at this point? 8K behind.
Tunnel in, man.
Just tunnel in, boys. Try to get a big play from Royal Milk or a big slash from Kid X. Some sort of answer. Keep letting Dax kind of push these off lanes, go a little bit out. As long as he doesn't get caught by a flying Super Marco, he should be okay.
You know, usually you would say for the Sky Piercer, it's a good item for Snowball, right? But in this case, they are snowballing so hard that they don't even need the Sky Piercer. They don't even need the extra execute. They deal enough damage. That's why you don't see any Sky Piercers when teams are this far ahead. The Sky Piercer becomes useless. You're basically executing in every single attack that you do. And you can see for Dax at least, he's having a little bit of fun here, you know, just flying around in base. And like we said earlier, there's not really much they can do if they step out. So this is all they can do, try to soak in as much of the minions coming in, and even then it's hard. I think for Falcon Esports, again, this is gonna sound really strange, but it would have been better for them if they lost the base turret, because at least some of the super minions will be shoving back towards them and they'll be able to get farmed. Because the way that they're playing now, Falcon's AP Bren, they're freezing all waves. They're really denying Falcon Esports to play MLBB. They ban MLBB away from Falcon.
They ban it. Great way to put it. I like that Dax, you know, he's got to fly somewhere, sitting in the base right now. Super Marco still just getting the farm up. And I think they are going to try to clear this bot lane soon with Lord coming up in the top side. Make sure the long lane is pushing. Falcon Esports, I think they kind of smell it. They know it's possibly coming. And leaves the one minion just to prolong it, just to let it sit for a minute, and then eventually slow push.
That's the BBB. That's a big bad bod picked up by Mr. Kyle Teasy on the Ling. And now, I mean, at this point, they're just going to go for it. There's going to be an Enhanced Lord as well for Falcon's AP Bren. There is absolutely no chance that Falcon Esports try to contest for it. Oh, Super Marco, that's a win of nature. You get the, you know, you don't get as much the duration as a normal marksman, and he still goes for it. He knows, you know what, it's fine. I just need a second. I just need less than that. Just to survive a little bit when I go in. Oh, Gwen gets away.
Get away from this orange bomb.
This would be like, yeah, nah, this is not your territory, brother. This is Master Ogwens. This is FCAP. This is the Falcons, not the Falcon.
Get it right. This is our hood right now. Stepping down on Falcon Esports. This is my turf, fool.
Oh, immortality too. As if you're not unkillable already, Master Ogwen. You decide to make Falcon Esports' day a bit worse, and now they're concealed.
Seal play. Who's he going to go for? Benny, are you okay? Royal Milk as well. Nice Terrify. Decides not to use the kick. He had to wait for it. Just pop back up, so it's going to be coming soon. I can guarantee it. Falcons, AP Bren, Lord finally connects. Inhibitor does drop on the boss side, and they're going to play it nice and slow, wait for the next wave.
No real reason to rush, you know. If you're Falcons AP Bren, you got all the time in the world. That's an 11,000 gold lead. That's a 11-kill lead in the 13th minute of the game. Now entering the 14th, and PX7 has only just built up the glowing wand. Another siege as Kyle Teasy zones them just by standing on the wall.
I'm waiting for that big kick from Ogwen, that big punt to the face. Kid X though in trouble. Tempest of Blades does come down. Flap TC first of all to map. Dax able to finally get a kill under his belt. They do lose another inhibitor though. Falcons Esports still hanging on, looking up for just a moment, one little slip up, one little mess up. Maybe they can try to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we were talking about the conditions for Falcon Esports, how they're actually going to be able to get farm, and it is with conceding some of these base turrets, giving it away to Ogwen just dashes away.
Ooh, Dax. Ogwen does have the immortality pop, but look at the response from Super Marco. Royal Milk melts, and everyone else is melting as well. Phew, Kyle Teasy all going to kill for themselves. Kid X going to be the Nux, securing a double kill for Kyle Teasy. Dax, the only man standing, the last Falcon. That's why it's not plural. Just Dax against the birds. Falcons, AP Bren looking to close things out, and the Flying View connects. Falcons, AP Bren secure the win and show who the real big birds are.
Falcons, AP Bren with a declaration of war to everybody who have qualified through to the knockout stages. What was that? A perfect performance from a team that already looked scary, from a team that already looked unbeatable.
Just to seal the deal.
Just to seal the deal.
Let them know. We're coming for knockouts.
This time, I am really, really speechless for Falcon's AP Bren. That performance left, I think, even the comments bamboozled. Gobsmacked. What are the other words for these? Skibbity.
Skibbity AP Bren.
As you like to say, oil up, because
oil up, baby.
About to get crazy in the knockout stages. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see the sportsmanship, though, from Falcon's AP Bren and Falcon Esports. For Falcon Esports, it's completely fine. They still are able to qualify through to the knockout stages. At least they didn't get grouped, right, Trex?
That's true. They didn't get grouped.
Can't say much, but yeah.
I mean, yeah. You know what's worse than getting grouped, though?
What?
Getting grouped twice.
Getting grouped twice.
Yeah. Like 2 teams getting grouped. You know, like if NA had 2 teams in MSC and they both got grouped, I would feel really bad.
I thought you were talking about back-to-back, just like NA.
Yeah, that's
MSC
true.
Last year, this year. So, a couple different ways. That's why it's relative, right? It's subjective.
It's subjective.
It all comes down to your minds. If you believe, then you can make it happen. And Falcon's AP Bren, they believe the Cho could fly. It flew. They believe the Roger could fly. It flew. It doesn't make sense, but they did it. You know, they are a team full of imagination and full of execution because they were able to make it work. And now we definitely will get a little bit of imagination as we try to find questions for this team. I mean, at this point, how do you even ask them questions, right? They win every single time.
I mean, you ask them. They already told us they want to go up against Liquid Echo. We know that from Flap TZ.
You know the vision.
Just ask them how easy the group was. Ask them if this server is easy or not. There's a lot of things you could come up with, because right now Falcon's AP Bren are sitting at the top of the pedestal in this group, and with groups finally being over, we're going to be going to knockouts soon.
They certainly are, and I think everybody waiting back at home are also very excited for the knockouts. But before we get to the knockout draw, the knockout stage, we'll have an interview with the wonderful Master Ogwen together with Mara and the Wood Sandstorm.
And that is a wrap on the group stage as we finalized Group D. And we are here with our first seed, Ogwen of Falcon's AP Bren. First of all, congratulations on claiming first place of Group D. And now that we know your first seed, you are probably going up against either Fireflux or See You Soon or Homeboys. So tell us, who do you prefer to go up against?
I think I prefer Homeboys and Fireflux.
Why? Why Homeboys or Fireflux?
Because Homeboys, ano kasi, tropa namin yung Homeboys outside the game.
Because they're friends with Homeboys outside the game.
Gusto namin kalaban sila.
That's why you want to face them. You want to defeat your friends.
What? That's so mean. I like it though. You know what? You get to play games against your friends, but now defeating them on an international stage like at the MSC, it's got to feel different, of course.
Right before coming to MSC 2024, you're a new dad. And now you've had to travel. It's been about a couple of weeks now since you're here. How is it like being a new father, and how difficult is it to be so far away from home from your newborn?
Sobrang hirap po kasi hindi ko po natutulungan yung asawa ko, tsaka maraming salamat rin sa magulang niya kasi big help siya sa amin, tsaka lalo na dun sa asawa ko kasi siya yung nag-aalaga dun sa bahay.
Para to sa anak mo?
Oo, para to kay Rosen Erickson.
Rosen Erickson, he said it's been very difficult to be far away from his newborn because he's not able to help his wife, but he's doing everything for his newborn.
Making it to the knockout stage and hopefully even making it to the semis and quite possibly the finals of this tournament, and finally getting that trophy that you guys have been missing from your cabinet, that would be just the cherry on top of it all. And I just want to give you this chance. Is there anything that you want to say to your fans, your family, anyone that's watching at home or even here in the standings in the Amazon Arena?
Sa mga nanonood po ngayon, tsaka dito sa venue, maraming salamat po kasi di namin in-expect na sobrang daming Pinoy dito na manonood. Tsaka maraming salamat sa inyo. Tsaka sa mga nanonood rin sa Pilipinas, subaybayan nyo pa kami ng Team Liquid tsaka ng Falcon AP Bren. Yun lang, maraming salamat po.
He's thanking all the crowd that came all the way here. He was saying that he didn't expect so much support from the Filipinos. Actually, you know what? Some of them traveled 6 hours just to see you guys back and forth. He's also inviting everyone back home to support their campaign along with Liquid Echo. Congratulations once again, Ogwen, and thank you to everybody that's cheering for Falcon's AP brand. Now we're gonna head back to the studio for our panelists to break it down for us. It's all yours.
Thank you very much, Lewis Sandstorm as well as Mara. And yes, that's our final match of the group stage. And yes, in this game, they tried a Fanny, didn't work out, but you know what? It's okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay. You know, they wanted to try something out. Great look from Ogwen, by the way. But, you know, they're going ahead anyway for the knockouts. So that's what I was saying. You know, test the limits, see what you can bring to the table, see how it works out. And I'm sure Falcon Esports will also take a lot from this matchup from Falcon's AP Bren and bring it to the knockouts.
I would say this is the same formula as the previous game. You have a tanky EXP laner. In this case, because the Trillism was banned, it is going to be the Barretts. Then you have the Cho plus the Ling, which is physical damage amplification. And then the Valentina, which is also an anti-assassin. I was surprised that it didn't completely latch on to
I mean, the damage was
Fanny.
there.
But the damage was there, yeah.
I mean, like, with a good mindset,
you could have made it.
Even a doggy can fly.
Yeah. Roger can fly, apparently.
Roger can fly.
Super Marco can fly, apparently.
With the right mindset, anyone can fly.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just the same formula for FCON. They tried to go for this Fanny. Unfortunately, it didn't work. When I was reviewing our draft predictions, I was about to say that it could be in Julian territory, but they decided to go for the Fanny. Maybe because they're more comfortable with the Fanny than it is the Julian. But I feel like Julian's great in this hero composition. You have a lot of damage versus the Ling. You can actually win over the Ling. You have enough for the reserve for the Barretts if you do lock down the Barretts. And then you also have, you don't give an ultimate for the Valentina to copy. So I thought that was great, but clearly FCON weren't prepared for this aggression coming up from FCAP, and FCAP were just really good at team fighting, and then Few was just outplaying everyone.
I mean, we got to talk about limit testing, right? Perhaps they're gauging, maybe they have a different draft, like same concept, different heroes. So yes, again, during the group stage, you're already going through the knockouts. They're going to have a few days to prepare for that one. Yep. So limit testing, maybe Fanny's not the actual hero, but it's like kind of the same. You get what I'm trying to say, Nyson?
Yeah. I think maybe we still possibly see this Fanny pop up in the knockouts. Like, there might be a case where this does come up, because I believe knockouts, correct me if I'm wrong, all best of 5.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So
except the finals, which is best of 7.
So that leaves a lot of room to change the dynamic, because we actually talked about this when we had the wild card before, where it was like, oh man, best of 1s is crazy because you have to go through this. Now you have the best of 2s for the group stages. I'm still surprised that we're done with the group stages. It's been 5 days.
Speaking of crazy, you guys can see the countdown to the knockouts draw. Like, even Mara was asking, like, hey, Ogwe, who do you want to go up against? And he was like, I want to go up against Homeboys because they're my boys.
How do you feel about that?
They're my homies.
How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about that?
I'm alright. It's alright. Like,
they're friends. It's good.
Like, if you were to lose to anyone, lose to your friends. At least you guys can laugh about it later.
Yeah. Unless your friend is Mirko, which he's gonna maul about it.
Yeah, if you go to the player lounge, play some soccer,
he takes videos.
He takes videos. He takes videos
of reactions
when you lose. So it's like, you can lose to your friends, but losing to Mirko, he'll have his phone to your face like, how does it feel?
Yeah.
How does it feel?
Exactly.
I destroyed you, right? I destroyed you, right? But you know what? Mirko's our friend, but we also have 2 friends here that we want to invite. So let's invite Eterna as well as Steph Weezy, the reporters.
Where's our friends?
Where's our friends? Come on up. Come on up. Oh, they're looking very good.
Okay. Yep. Watch your step.
Oh. They can fly. I think they can fly.
Hey.
What's up?
What's up? I'll give you a high five as well.
First of all, how are you guys? How are you guys? You guys feeling good?
We're good. We're good. We've been walking around the boulevard a lot, you know, interviewing a lot of players, coaches as well.
Do you get a lot of jerseys?
I mean, am I allowed to spill yet? No.
Did you pay for it? But yeah, honestly, like Steph Weezy, like looking at all the groups, group A, B, C, D, any surprises for you so far?
Definitely, I would say the most surprising team is See You Soon. MP the King. I mean, going up against Onyx, that was a pretty interesting matchup.
Wait.
Definitely surprised the world. There's been a lot with the whole new patch and everything changing. Just seeing like the Rogers coming in more effect, the Fannies, the Lings. It's a great time for MLBB.
Why did you react, Eterna? Like what did he say that triggered you?
Nothing. I'm a professional caster. I don't react to these things.
Just mention Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Too soon. Too soon.
I mean,
Wow.
the thing is, I've learned harshly that there's no such thing as too soon when it comes to our industry. Like, the moment it happens, you just gotta
accept it.
For you,
accept it.
Eterna, any surprises for you?
I think he mentioned it already.
It's the same
right?
surprise?
It is the same surprise. And one of my largest surprises was, I don't want to say it though.
No, you can.
It's fine? It's a
fine.
safe
We have
space?
14 minutes. We have 14 minutes.
We've got time.
So it's a safe space.
It's
You have to promise me that it's a safe space for
It is.
Because Selangor Red Giants being #1 in that seed, and Nip Flash as well, by the way. These
Yeah.
are certain regions that haven't necessarily had the best of spotlights up until this point, but now we're seeing a completely different shift in these regions, and I think that's refreshing.
Yeah, honestly, it is very refreshing. And while we're talking about that, let's actually look at our Sony MVP while we're talking about all these surprises, because let's check out the Sony MVP here. We're going to look at the clips, and it's Ogwin.
Super impressive, especially with this one where he was able to block the Spirit Destruction. I don't know if that was intended, but then he nailed the kill onto Kidx and then saved Few from the hands of PX7, which eventually led to a disastrous early game for the side of FCON. And then he did not stop. He was very impactful around the map just because it is a Cho, and when you snowball off a Cho, if you're 2-0-6 at minute 6 on a Cho,
massive.
You're gonna be MVP for sure.
I mean, I feel like I think you were the one that said, well, if you're a roamer, you have to know how to use the Cho at this point, because it's a very rare sight as a roamer that you're going to get all these crazy highlight plays, because, again, the Cho is very high mobility and definitely a game changer.
Yeah, it is. I think any roam player is going to have that Cho pick in the hero pool for them. And like Wolf actually got to nerd out earlier, I think that's crucial, with the changes, a little bit of that penetration that comes through, and the concussive blast. It's a lot of aggression that can come out from a roamer early on.
That's right. And Ogwin was just masterful, I guess, with his hero. And I think that everybody from the side of FCAP knew how to play it. It's like you never waste that passive, that only fast passive, because there's always a follow-up, either Terizla or maybe someone near me.
Hello.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Hello.
Now we gotta introduce. We have a special guest. It is the coach, Coach Ducky. How are you feeling?
Hello, guys. I am Coach Ducky of AP Bren, of Falcon's AP Bren Rep.
He didn't answer how he was feeling.
Oh, I'm doing great, by the way.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I mean, when you're winning, everything feels great, right?
Yeah, when you're winning, definitely.
I'm just gonna ask simple questions here.
Well, I like the deep side.
So with all the regions now looking very good, do you feel like it's still a high possibility there's going to be a PH Grand Finals?
Yes, that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay. So
he's fishing. He's fishing, by the way.
I mean, maybe he'll say maybe Malaysia can make it.
Yeah.
Maybe Cambodia can make it. I don't know. Yeah. Do you want to change your answer? You can.
No, I don't want to.
Okay. All right. So
can I ask him how he feels about SRG? Do you think SRG is a strong team now? Because I think SRG is a very strong team.
They have a very surprising performance in the group stages, really. I was actually impressed by how their mechanics just grew. In a short span of time, I think it's pretty much thanks to their coaching staff and their management. Well, it was really amazing to watch them play.
Yes, it is amazing to watch them play. Do you think Malaysia is an easy server?
No, it's not.
All right, thank you very much. While we're talking here, we just got to say the SCC play prediction is up. So let's see how you guys voted. And 83% went for Falcons AB Bren. 17% went for Falcons. Let's be real. We thought that was going to be the number.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not Wheezy, though.
Not Wheezy?
Hold on. Nope.
Backstage, he was like, I'm pretty sure the other Falcon can win it.
You went with Falcon as well. You went singular, not plural.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
I guess we're a unit. We're together.
Ducky, if you remember correctly, my curse works well.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So you know what? You're welcome. I tried my best. I've already signed contracts making sure that I can't say good things about the Malaysian team, so that's why I asked it on other people. Yeah. But speaking of which, we are 10 minutes away from our knockouts draw. Is there any particular team that you would try to avoid? Of course, you guys don't mind going up against anyone, but is there any teams okay, you don't want to meet them first?
Well, Obviously, we don't want to play against, Echo, Team Liquid Echo, because then we won't have a PH versus PH finals.
But you're both top 1, so I think you're safe.
Yeah. So I think we're pretty much safe. But you know what? There's not really a team that we don't want to play against, because everyone seems to have that really good idea of how to play the game, and we really want to test our mettle against them.
I will tell you what, though, something I heard you say backstage, you only really prepare for the battle. You don't really prepare for the teams you're going against, but you more just kind of form a plan for the overall game. And I think that's what makes AP Bren stand out. Any other teams outside of the Philippines that maybe you think is a challenge, maybe See You Soon?
Maybe See You Soon, definitely. SRG is one. It's up there. They're probably the top dogs here in this tournament. You also have Flash from Singapore. The Singaporeans pretty good. Yeah.
Everyone's getting better.
By the way, Coach Ducky, have you seen the keys getting crushed?
No, I haven't. I really want to see one.
You want to see? Well, first of all, I would like to say apologize to Steph, because we're gonna watch.
Oh no.
We're gonna watch C9 as well as XYG's keys getting crushed. So I think we already have the footage of it. And,
Join the dark side, you know.
Okay,
so it's
About time.
Okay.
Oh, that's brutal.
Oh, this is XYG's key, so it's brutal still. But Coach Ducky, how do you feel?
You know, the first time I heard that this is a thing, I thought it was, oh man, this is so savage.
Yeah, it is pretty savage.
And when you win, you actually get to keep 3.
Yeah.
Keep 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
who would your 3 be, Coach Ducky?
Oh, I can't answer that.
Oh, you can't answer that?
Theoretically.
Just a moment of silence.
Shout out to Trex.
Shout out to Trex, Wheezy.
Oh.
Coach Midnight.
Shout outs to Mobazine.
It was a great NACT, all right?
The GOAT.
MSC.
Shout outs to the GOAT.
It's a different breed.
Man. Cloud9.
The thing is, you don't get to keep it. It's going to go inside the box.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't keep a piece of it?
No.
Nah.
I mean, you can ask.
Is that real gold?
I believe.
With the right mindset, it's real gold. It's real gold.
Speaking of gold, we've already asked Coach Ducky if he's gonna take any keys, and he wasn't able to answer. I have a question though. Let's just say theoretically you take home what, $1 million US. Coach will probably get what, 70K USD. That's around 4 million.
We don't know the breakdown.
We don't know the breakdown, but that's kind of the sweet spot. What are you gonna do with 70K US dollars? 70 grand. What are you gonna do with 70 grand?
I haven't really thought about it, but I really want to invest in some businesses in the back home. So
he's a businessman now.
No gold chains.
Yeah, bro. You know what? GD from Cloud9. I saw his this gold chain, and I was like, I'm gonna buy one of those.
He's flashy.
It is.
The chains and the teeth.
All right.
Yeah, you know what? Coach Ducky, that doesn't mean. But I also want to ask, what would you do with 70,000?
I give it to you, Lafel.
You'll give it to me?
I'd give it to you.
Is it because there's no more Indo teams here? It's like
he's confused.
Why would you give it to me?
We gotta help.
That rich.
Coach Ducky,
help each other.
Put the mic straight to your mouth. If you could give 70K, who would you give it to?
To you. Oh, to her.
Oh, to her. Yeah. Okay, you give it to her. She gives it to me.
You're happy.
You're good.
And then that's it.
He just keeps it.
That's the end of the chain.
Double give it to the next person.
By the way, Coach Ducky, thank you very much for joining. Look at the camera. Is there anything that you want to say to all the fans watching?
Thank you so much for watching MSC and supporting my team, Falcons AP Bren. So please continue supporting the remaining teams in MSC, and I hope to see you guys again in the knockout stages.
All right, thank you very much. That's Coach Ducky, everyone. Again, spectacular run, but we're 6 minutes away from the knockout stage. So now let's actually look at the group standings to really see all of the teams that make it out of the group stage. So now, looking at Group A, NIP Flash, Fireflux, that's your Group A. For Group B, it's Selangor Giants and See You Soon. For Group C, Liquid Echo and Homeboys. Group D, it's Falcons, AP Bren, and Falcon Esports. So both Falcons made it out of groups. So, there's a chance that Homeboys goes against Selangor Giants, huh?
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at it. It's
yeah, there is.
Depends on the draw, LaFell. And you're not doing it.
Steph, do you know how to draw?
Actually,
Do I know how to draw?
Yeah, do you know how to draw?
I do know how to draw.
Oh, you do know how to draw?
I do. Yeah, actually.
Oh, okay.
Do you know how to draw?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
The last time he drew.
No.
Didn't work out.
Didn't work out.
No.
Why are you saying I don't work out?
No.
That's
well, he works out.
He does work out.
So does Steph Weezy.
Yeah. Early.
Yeah, all of these people here.
We all work out.
I definitely work out.
Yeah.
You're the singular again.
So that's why you're standing there.
Ah, makes sense.
Ah, right. It's 4v1.
You know, let's talk about the standings of the EWC Club Champion, because Fnatic's out. It's not just for this game. Quite a lot of games that Fnatic is quite out. So now we got to look at Team Falcons is number 1, Fnatic at number 2, T1. Wait, Fnatic, T1, and Top Esports are number 2. Twisted Minds number 5. Team Liquid number 5. Oh. Twisted Minds, Team Liquid. Okay, you know what? Never mind.
That's a whole lot.
You guys can see it. You guys can see it.
He doesn't lift or do math.
Wow.
Hey, you know what?
You know, I'm just here to get bullied. It's
Team
fine.
Falcons just got a championship yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
They did.
They did. And they already selected 3 trophies to be put on their trophy. Yep.
Oh.
Ah, fancy.
So
That's what I really enjoy about this, though.
what,
the
the
fact that,
competitiveness?
yeah, the fact that you
No,
can actually
not
choose
competitiveness.
who to put in your trophy. That's
Yeah.
like a big.
What is
It's a big statement. It's a big. I can't even say it on broadcast.
No, I know Eterna for such a long time. She's not happy when she's happy. She's happy when other people are sad.
Oh.
I mean,
That's
look
not
at her.
true.
So taking the call.
That's not true.
She says that, but look at her face. Okay, here's the thing. Think about it this way. She's not happy when she wins a game. She's happy when Mirko loses a game.
That's completely not true. This is defamation.
Look at the way that she answers it, right?
Untrue.
Steph, do you prefer winning or do you prefer other people losing?
I prefer winning. You?
I've won enough times. I want to see other people lose.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
See, other people win is how the saying goes.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, he got it right. He got it right.
No, I want to see other people win. And I want to see you guys grabbing the two new skins, Soul Vessel Series skin, Amon, Vessel of the Seat, and Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are slated for a stunning reveal today. Don't miss it out. Make sure you guys grab it quick. As well as Juicin, the new mage hero, has arrived before exclusive pack. Get the hero and her ethereal Serenity skin during the launch week, which has been quite a while. So make sure you guys grab it quick. It's only 51 diamonds if you guys already have the hero. So make sure you guys grab it as quickly as you can, which I'm guessing all of these guys have. And for you guys at home, make sure you guys scan the QR code, because we want to know what you guys think. Your opinion matters. Let us know how we can improve, especially going into the knockout stage. I'm excited to go to the knockout stage.
I am too. I can't believe, that's what I was saying earlier, man. I can't believe we're already through the groups. I feel like we've flown by.
Yeah.
On Falcon wings, maybe, if you will, or the cavalry, whichever you want to say, from the Philippines. But
I would rather fly on a cat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
On a cat?
Wouldn't you guys want to ride a cat?
No.
Not like that, but you know what I mean.
No.
Never?
No.
It's a 4v1 situation here, Lafel. You have to understand that.
Let's talk about in terms of the matchup. What would you guys like to see the most? Steph Weezy?
In terms of matchups, I would say See You Soon and SRG.
Nice one. What about the rest of you guys? Cherna?
I think I'd agree. Only because I'd love to save SRG for last. I want to see how good they are and how much they've developed against a region that, you know, nobody can actually argue is the strongest at the moment, which is the Philippines.
Okay. I just
It's like the chicken skin. You usually leave chicken.
You leave it for the last.
You leave the best for last.
Yeah.
And then someone takes it away from you.
I know what you're talking about.
Go ahead. I have so many sad stories, but go ahead.
I'm not gonna just specifically say the Philippines because I've been watching them for so long, you know, and I can't wait to watch whoever SRG plays. I'm happy to see, because I actually just want to see this team continuously get tested.
For me, there are two dream matchups that I would like to see. Homeboys versus Liquid. It's gonna be electric. It's gonna be a lot of like recalls for sure, and that's gonna be like, it probably will last just 12 minutes, and everybody's just gonna be killing each other, you know. And then next next best thing is like Fireflux going up against Falcon AP Bren. It's gonna be methodical. There's gonna be assassin versus like sustain kind of compositions, which I really like. The drafting battle is gonna be interesting. So yep, I like that a lot. I like those two matchups.
Cool.
Yes, sir.
What about you, LaFell? I don't think anyone's
we gotta
asked
know
you
your
yet.
answer for this.
You guys want to know me?
Of course.
Well, for me, I'm really waiting to actually throw it over to the stage. As you guys can see, the countdown is, well, being counted down. We're only like 14, 13, almost 10 seconds away from throwing over to the stage to see which teams are going up against who in a knockout stage. With that, thank you very much, guys, but I'm throwing it over to the stage.
We started MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup with 23 hopefuls defending their key to unlock the MSC trophy.
And after 3 days of wildcard and 5 days of groups, the number of hopefuls is now down to just 8 teams.
And now it's time to pick the teams to see who will face each other in the knockout stage.
Exactly.
So how about I go to seed 1, all right? And then you go to seed 2.
Because, you know, here with us in this lovely Amazon arena are the representatives from each of the following remaining teams to witness this knockout stage draw.
Representing the undefeated giants from Malaysia, from Singapore, the underworld, Hades of NIP Flash. Representing the undefeated giants from Malaysia, the mid lane prodigy, Stormy of Selangor Red Giants. Representing the Bees from the Philippines, the M5 World Championship Finals MVP. Oh, sorry, it's the Cavalry from the Philippines, the youngest goat, Carl from Liquid Echo. And finally, representing the Beast from the Philippines, the M5 World Championship Finals MVP, Flap of Falcon's AP Bren.
Those were your first seed teams, and now we move on to the second seed team, starting off with the Bastion of Turkey, the Thorn Queen, Rosa of Fireflux Esports. And moving on, the Sooners of Cambodia, represented by the heartthrob mid laner, Ra of See You Soon. And now, repping the baddest of boys from Malaysia, the last Kage himself, Udil of Homeboys. And now, the redemption-seeking squad of Myanmar, the versatile gold laner, Benny of Falcon Esports. Those are your representatives of all the teams that have made it to the knockout stage.
And now it's time to draw the first seed. Let's see who will get first. Let's pick this one right over here. And it will be Liquid Echo of the Philippines.
Alrighty, and choosing one of the teams from the second seed. I'm feeling good about this one. Let's have a look. It is Falcon Esports. They will be the first team taking on Liquid Echo in our first match of the knockout stage. Boys, take to the center of the stage and face off because you will be taking each other on in the knockout stage. You guys did handshake, right? All right, lovely. Thank you very much, boys. And you may now take your seats.
And now it's time to pick the second team from the first seed. This one right here. And it will be Falcon's AP Bren of the Philippines.
and taking on Falcons AP Bren. Let's see which second seed team will be chosen. It is going to be none other than See You Soon. And that we will, as they will be taking on Falcons AP Bren.
You may now proceed to the center stage to give each other a handshake. See You Soon took down the behemoth defending MSC champion. Will we see the same thing? And can they take down the two-time world champion?
Love the surprise on his face, by the way.
And now picking the third team from the fourth. Okay, let's see this. The third team for the first seed. Let's pick this one right here. It will be Selangor Red Giants. Selangor Red Giants from Malaysia.
And now taking on Selangor Red Giants. Let's see which second seed team. No, I'm feeling this one. Let's have a look. It is Fire Flux Esports. And they will be taking on the Selangor Red Giants in our third match of the knockout stage for MSC 2024. Boys, take to the center of the stage and shake hands as you will be facing off in our third match of the knockout stage.
And finally, the last team for the first seed, none other than NIP Flash.
Well, I wonder how many options left I have. Let's have a look at the last team from the second seed. Of course, it will be Homeboys.
You may proceed to the center stage to shake each other's hands. It'll be the dream team of Singapore going up against the wild card team. And there you have it. We have the 8 teams from the knockout stage. We finally got to determine who will face each other in the next phase.
But who will be the ultimate team? Who will make it to the grand finals of this tournament and be crowned the champion of MSC 2024?
It'll be a best of 5 single elimination until we reach the grand finals, which will be a best of 7. You don't want to miss this historic event, so be sure to be here on Wednesday.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Wednesday next week is when the knockout stage of MSC 2024 will begin. So make sure to mark your calendars. My name is Dawood Sandstorm.
And I'm Mara Aquino.
And we shall see you at the Amazon Arena.
I like it.
All right.
But I like it. What do you guys think?
Oh.
Impressive.
I think that's the perfect one.
It was so close.
No.
It was so close for a Malaysian team.
Not even close.
It was super close. It was down to the last wire, and I could see Lafell dropping sweats on his face. He wasn't looking too pleased.
Odil was reacting every time. He's
He
like,
was.
like clapping every time, and then eventually he shook the hand of Dawood. Like,
No, because we trust. You know, Dawood,
Yeah.
Mara, you guys are good. You guys are no Lafell Merkel. You guys are the best. Like, best friend material.
I can't wait to see the bracket again, because does that mean that eventually Philippines versus...
Yes.
Yes, that's
Possible.
Philippines. That could be PH versus PH, assuming, of course, they get out of the first round. Of course, that's it.
Yeah, they
That's
could
a thing.
lose, but...
Yeah, they
And
could.
also, MY versus MY, assuming, of course, that they...
Oh,
get out
actually,
of the
yeah.
first
Yeah.
round.
You know, I'm excited to see you soon up against Falcons AP Bren. That's going to be a good one.
Yeah, assassin versus assassin.
That's right.
Will
Honestly-
they still be coachless, by the way, for that matchup? Has it been
two more matches?
Two more matches. Okay.
Actually, let's look at the graphics so that we can actually discuss it a little bit more. Where all the teams are going up against each other. So let's look at the brackets here. And yes, so it's Liquid Echo going up against Falcon Esports, Falcons AP Bren going up against CU Soon, Selangor Red Giants, Fire Flux, NIP Flash, Homeboys. Very, very quick one from all of our panels. Favorites one.
Falcons AP Bren to See You Soon.
Falcons AP Bren, CU Soon. Eterna.
Honestly, I want to see NIP Flash and Homeboys.
Oh, cool. Building Naisu.
SRG Fireflux.
Good one.
Same. I was so hyped about it. I already reacted to it off cam. But SRG versus Fireflux, it's gonna be a lot of in-game IQ. The drafting is gonna be great, and the playstyle will be different because they play this very differently, I would say. So that will be a nice clash of styles, you know?
So overall, we all like it, right?
Yeah.
Right, so good. PH will go against PH eventually. Malaysia might go against Malaysia eventually, like, assuming they all win. Because, you know, they could lose. And it's going to be best of 5, best of 5. Best of 5s is much different than best of 2s.
Ducky doesn't like it.
Ducky doesn't like best of 5?
No, that's the possibility of this, right? Because it's not going to be a Philippine Grand Final.
It's okay. I don't care how he feels.
Well,
okay. Thanks.
At least he's honest.
At least I'm honest. Let's look at the schedule. All right. Let's look at the schedule that's coming up on Wednesday to see. Oh, it's gonna be.
Oh wow.
Team Liquid BH going up against Falcon, and then Falcon CB Bren going up against See You Soon. And one day we're gonna be watching 2 Filipino teams duking it out. Not against each other, but both of them will pay.
We'll be seeing 2 Falcons fight it out.
Oh yeah.
Do you believe you can fly?
Depends on how high you can throw me.
Why is Lafell the one to throw you?
I like it though.
But it's
what about you?
What?
Wait, what do you like? The fact that Wheezy could fly?
No, the fact that LaFell's the one throwing him. Why are we even discussing
You know
this?
what? You're right. You know what? You're right. We're not supposed to discuss this. First of all, thank you very much to Steph Weezy as well as Turn On. Now we're gonna look at the Kidia play of the day, and let's actually react to this one because this is the final day of group stage.
Right. I wonder what it is. Should it be? Okay. Oh, yeah.
That gets me every time, by the way. Whew. The stage.
Yep, it's great.
Look at the concentration coming in from all of the players' faces. Using the RG phone has been great for them, definitely.
Remember, one of my favorites. I think the U1 outplay probably is one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Probably gonna be on top.
Aurora 1v1 Benedetta.
Oh, yeah.
Aurora wins.
Against Mielo. Yep.
100%. Against the GOAT.
The GOAT.
Then a 1v2 afterwards. Pretty good.
Any amazing plays you remember for today, Turna?
I think there were so many.
Yeah.
I think the best thing that I will remember until the end of my life
is the jerseys.
Is the fact that Fnatic Onic. I love that abbreviation, Fnatic. Fnatic Onic and as well as Evil's Glory are not going to be here for the knockouts.
Oh, Steph Weezy, you know it's your turn.
I'd say one of the fanciest plays I've seen was the backdoor play over there by Sanford.
Oh.
Yeah, when he got the turret, the base crystal, took it down.
Was he on the Paquito?
He was on the Paquito.
Yeah.
There were so many good stuff that Liquid fans were able to see. Specifically on that day, they saw Liquid Echo just really destroying their opposition. There was that Sanford play. Yeah, if you're a fan of Echo, you were stuffed that day.
I think my favorite is probably just seeing Kyle Teasy play the Hayabusa.
Oh, yeah.
Because, my goodness, after seeing Kyrie not being able to utilize it, previous teams utilize the Hayabusa, seeing Kyle Teasy do it and get, 10-1 or whatever he was crazy.
With that being said, I would like to say thank you very much to Wolf, Naisu, Eterna, as well as Steph Weezy. That's it for the final day of the group stage at 2024 MLBB MSC. Myself, thank you to everyone here, including our casters, and we'll see you guys in the knockout stage. See you then.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.